Live. How you doing? How is everyone? Friday again. Let's have a look. Michael Powell, Gypsy Auditor, Spiky Mike, 2 Up 2 Down, Claire Edward, Avira T, Tangle Web, John, how you doing? Mrs. Independent, Susie, good evening. How you doing? Mans, hello Mansby. Good to see you in there. Leah M, hello everyone. Tangle Web, I think. Daddy Oka, good evening. James Patrick McDonough, good evening, mate. Who's this fella, to plod or not to plod? I've heard of that fella. How you doing, mate? Good evening. I think that's everyone up tonight. So cheers, guys. Thanks for coming in. There's a few guests coming on soon. Up yours. How you doing? Yeah, right. So tonight, same as usual, guys. No drama, no nonsense or anything like that in the chat. We're not here for that on a Friday. My mods are in there, so it's good evening, Trevor. And you're just going to be got rid of straight away. Hiya, Robert. Simple as that. No drama. First hour or so, like we normally do. Biker normally comes on and that, and we have a bit of banter and a laugh. Things like that. Paul Yeoman, good evening. So yeah, no drama, no messing about, no chances. You know what I mean? There's certain people who might come backstage. I can tell you now, 1 or 2 people, they won't be coming on. I'm not allowed to come on. Good evening, Ash. How you doing? Can you not see what they say? It's probably blurry. This one says, James, this one says, when injustice becomes law, resistance becomes duty. We've got incremental steps to total enslavement. Staying human is more important than living in fear. And stickers like that. What I've been putting up around places and that. I got them off Indie in London. So we've been sticking them up around London as well. So good evening, mods. Usual stuff, you know, just get rid. It's not what my channel's about. So thanks for that. Rice and peas, good evening. Miss Emma, good evening. So yeah, there's quite a few mods in there. And we know what it's about. So you guys just get on with it, and myself and others will just get on with the chat and stuff. Hopefully we can talk about some good stuff tonight. Okay, Trevor, do you know what? Great to meet you, mate, on Monday. Great stuff. We had a lot of good, some great chat. He's got a lot of knowledge. Kept his eye on us at Parliament Square. We had a walk around through London, and he's just a great guy. And thanks for the ration book, mate, by the way. Jay Ollie, good evening. Right, there's no one backstage, so you can just keep saying hello to each other in the chat. Yvonne Driver, good evening. Official 581k views, okay. Like I said, no drama in the chat, T. There are reasons why people haven't got a spanner. That's all I'll say. A lot of you are aware of what's been going on lately. Okay, no problem. There's reasons for things tonight. And if people don't understand that, tough. Joanne, good evening. How are you doing? Thanks for all your nice comments and that as well on my videos. Yeah, Trevor, back down there again soon, but I'll let you know on all that privately. Where's the troglodyte? Is he not in there yet, Susie? UK audits, how you doing? Tangleweb, gosh, have you not heard? But never mind. Mally Simpson, good evening. I think Biker might be jumping on soon. I know there's a few other guests coming on who I've spoke to, and they're going to be coming on later on. Things like that. When I talk, you know, get a bit deeper and controversial. A few other things as well is, you know, keep the swearing down, guys, or just keep it out. We're not going to mention the V word and the C word. Okay. I had a video taken down, a live taken down from Parliament Square. I did 2 lives. The second one they took down saying I'd broken medical misinformation, which is part of YouTube's policy and their terms and conditions and that. So it was taken down, can't appeal. It must have been something I said, or maybe something someone else said around me what was caught on camera or whatever. But the only thing I can remember saying was it was about COVID regulations as well, when I looked into more detail on it. Excuse me, which is apparently why they took it down. That was mentioned. And all I said to the police was, you're breaking COVID regs, aren't you? Because you're not 2 meters apart or 1 meter apart, and you're all stood together. And I said, just can I go through that way then? It's my right of. It could have been that, or it could have been something else. I don't know. That's all I can remember mentioning. Angel Wings, good evening. Steph, just seen you in there. More people coming in. Got someone backstage. Up the Cherries, good evening. Rice and peas, yeah, definitely crazy times. Definitely crazy times. Julia. And George, good evening. Thought I saw you there. Steve-O. Yeah, Steve-O, just, you know what I mean? But yeah, just get rid. It's not what Fridays are about. Morpit, good evening, and Linda Haynes as well. Mally Simpson. Fat Fingers. Biker Eddie, you're late. What's going on? So I've got 2 people backstage, but I think that's about it. So no drama. Mods, cheers. No messing about. We're not going to talk about vaxes and COVIDs and stuff like that. Just leave it out, because I've had a few letters from YouTube about it and stuff, and I know some people are trying to sabotage my stuff and trying to dampen my channel a bit, but that won't work. So auditing with David as well. 4 people backstage, so I think we all get the picture on that one. And I'm just going to put Plod's channel link on the screen. And Leah is an extremely hard-working moderator, and you'll see channel links going up there and all kinds of stuff from Leah and others, who's a massive supporter. Yvonne Driver, good evening. Live Free No Show, that I dig about mostly insects. No drama, okay? That's a dig about a few people, okay? So guys, just get rid if there's any drama about mostly insects in that. James, I thought you meant. Oh, right. He's a good sense of humour, as James Patrick. And Steve-O's channel link's up there. Right, I'm going to bring my mate on.
Oh, how we doing?
Good evening, chaps.
Hey, mate, how you doing?
Yeah, good. Someone's echoing.
It's not me.
Hello.
How you doing?
How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
Yeah, good fella.
Good. Yeah. Yeah. I thought I'd jump on your live as well because I watch you all the time and that. I've just set up a channel and stuff, so I'm going to go out, order in, and doing all stuff around the southwest. You know.
Cool. Nice one.
I'm from
So
like
you've
Bristol.
been-
I'm from the
Are you-
Bristol.
are
area.
you from Bristol and that? Yeah.
We do like Bristol and all like southwest, like Bridgewater, Taunton, and all them areas. You know.
So have you just started out to what, man?
Yeah, well, I've been on YouTube for ages, but like I ain't created a channel, and I've followed like Live Free and Gypsy Order, Marty Blackborough, everyone for months, and I just thought, you know, it's time to get out there. You know, I've been wanting to do it for ages, but I just ain't had the bollocks to do it. You know, and I come across you about 3 months ago, and I've watched all your videos, I've watched all your lives. You know, you're doing really well as well. So, you know, why not pick up the camera and go out and do it yourself, you know?
Nice one. Yeah, I felt the same way, mate.
But I've
I know,
followed
I started watching people.
stuff. And like Tyrant Finder and everyone, because Tyrant Finder's from Bristol as well, isn't he?
That's true, mate. Yeah, and he does a lot of travelling about as well. I've met him a few times, Tyrant. He's a proper gent, you know. You know he's up in court and all that, but we can talk about that after. But yeah, anyway, thanks, mate.
Set up the channel last night. So I was meant to go out this afternoon to film a police station like local to me, but my son and everything got in the way of it, so I couldn't actually get out.
You say you've got a channel set up?
Yeah, I've just set a channel up, yeah.
Right, what they call your channel, we'll get a link put up in here and then people can subscribe to you. Ready for your off.
Southwest Auditor. Well, Southwest Auditor.
Okay. If anyone can find that for us guys, that'd be great. Thanks for your support, mate. Nice one.
Surely we'll find it.
I filmed a little while ago down at a beach with like strong waves and stuff like that, so that's still like the only video I've put on there for now. But I want to get out there and do all like police stations, prisons, and that around my local area and stuff. Because there's I got HMP Bristol literally just down the road from me. I got HMP Earlstoke about 20 miles away from me. I got Shaftesbury, which is HMP Guys Marsh. I've got Winchester. I've got all them. So I'm gonna get out and do all them lot, you know.
Nice one. So you've got plans. It's a case of, you know, getting out there, making a start, and then kicking on from that, mate. So any advice or anything like that, you've got loads of people talked about that. So
that's what I mean. Like back last year, I got in I had a bit of trouble with Avon and Somerset Police.
Yeah.
And it was an unlawful arrest and stuff like that. I got tasered and everything like 4 times. Because I was sticking up for my partner because they threw it to the ground. Like no like warning or nothing like that, yeah. So I've got all that on them and stuff. So I'm going to go and get that out there and that, because the way they track us. So I spoke to Live Free about it, and he was like, "Yeah, get your camera." He goes, "You know, the words, you got the, you know, you got what you need to do. So go out there and do it, like sort of thing." So it took me a few build up the courage to do it, you know.
Yeah. Well, at least you've got it in mind to make a start anyway. Sorry, mate. I've just brought someone else on. This is Steve, the natural born serial killer. He's muted himself. I've got 2 other people backstage as well.
Southwest.
David, I see you there. Official, I see you there. Just give me 1 minute and I'll bring you on.
Southwest, if you type your channel into the chat.
To be honest, mate, how do I do that? Sorry, I'm new to it, so like I don't really know how to do it.
You need to come out of your live chat, go into the defeat. Oh, he's gone there. You'll find it. How's Dave? How you doing, mate? But you're on mute.
Yeah, he's muted himself.
He probably don't even realise, bless him.
Yeah, he's come back, Southwest. He's there as well.
Sorry, mate. Yeah, I pressed the wrong button. What do I do to get it in the chat?
Right, you need to come out your live chat, mate. Open up the actual feed again. Right, and then just type your channel into the chat so we can see your link.
Good evening, Anne-Marie. I've just seen you in there. There is an echo coming from someone. Watch me do this. How you doing, mate? Excuse me, Yvonne Driver, auditing the Albion. Good evening. I think I'm up to date with that. Yeah, with the chat and that. So yeah, gonna bring my mate Plod on.
Evening, buddy.
Good evening.
How you doing, mate? Evening, Nacho. Evening, Eddie. Evening, everyone in the chat.
Help, fella.
6 people in now.
Right, listen, I just wanted to say, if you can hear me, Dino, you don't even know, right? I've done a voiceover of you on a video on my channel, and it's had 581k views. We're nearly at 1 million.
What?
Honestly, it's got your voice on it. It's at 581k views. That's 500,000, mate. Your voice.
I hope you get royalties, you know.
No, I've just done it for fuck all. But honestly, I didn't know that was going to happen, Dino. I just wanted to come on quickly, not asked about whatever, but your voice has like brought in 581k views. That is look.
What's the name of the video? What's the name of the video?
It's called Love Is All You Need.
Somebody post that, please, on Dino's thingy, Bob, on his taxi thing that people can see.
100%, Dino. Thank you so much for allowing me. I've tagged you in it. You haven't even seen it. It's gone mad. There's like 1.5k comments on it.
Nice, sure. Good at has grown hair.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, mate. I'm surprised.
Right, yeah, if you send me the link.
Where do I send it to?
Just put it in a comment on one of my videos.
Just put it in chat.
Go on Official Art. Look at Love Is All You Need.
Evening, I'll do that. How are you?
Yeah, just do that, Dino, because I can't put it in the chat.
That's the easiest, isn't it?
500
evening, by the way, guys. How are you?
1,000 views.
That is really good. That is awesome.
How good is that?
Wow, it's blown me away. David, good evening, mate.
Evening. How are we?
Good evening, David. Very
well. Evening, David.
Evening, guys. You all right?
Yeah, not so bad. How you doing?
Yeah, not bad, mate. Not bad.
How are you getting on with your auditing?
Yeah, pretty good, actually.
Good.
I'm getting more confident as it goes along, so that's good.
That's it.
Nice one.
Stick at it.
Good evening, Inevitable. New name to me. Southwest has put a comment in. Don't know if to tag myself as new. You'll work it out, mate, or someone will find you and put your link in. So
Dino,
Yo.
Dino, look, Natural's got his food. Did you see it just then?
I saw it briefly. I don't know what it was.
Wow. Talk about we're back in the Stone Age.
Well, he went from fork on his fingers. He was just troughing out of it.
Right, 581. Ryan, I know you're there, mate, but I can only let 6 on at the minute.
Indy's in the house.
Good evening, Trog.
Big up,
Dino,
Emma.
I'm going to go. I might come back in a bit if you'll have me, but I just wanted to get there for the 581k views because I've got fucking more than rate my takeaway.
I'll have a look at it, but I want royalties from it. Okay?
When it comes in, you'll have them, Dino. 100%.
I'm joking.
Big up Miss
100%.
Emma, by the way. I just want to big her up.
Big love.
Hiya, Joanne. Good evening. I can bring Ryan on now, but I can. He's still here. Ryan, how you doing, mate? Ryan, the legend. Yeah.
Big
Yes,
up, Ryan.
Yes. Man's got an office now sorted. I've got a new microphone.
Looks good, mate.
You look legit, Ryan, now.
Oh, obviously, I'm smashing it. This is all come out of my own pocket as well. Like the money I got off YouTube last month, I ended up spending that and more this month. And then I've got like I was obviously working last month, and I got given extra hours, so I've ended up spending them extra hours in money on a microphone, a green screen, and an extra light.
Yes, Ryan.
Mate, you can lose that extra light. We don't need to see any more of you.
You what?
I say you can lose that extra light. We don't need to see any more of you, mate.
Mate, I got this to hide my face. Look.
Oh, brilliant. Love it.
But no, man.
How's he doing?
Mate, I'm bored of sitting in the house.
Yeah,
That's
well
why
done,
I've played
mate.
around.
You can go out now, Ryan. It's freedom now.
Yeah, go for
No,
go for a job,
I've
mate.
I've been off my feet, and because of my foot.
Oh, what happened?
I pulled all my ligaments in my foot, so that's why I've been off YouTube for a while.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You're all right, yeah?
That's what you get giving that PC a kick up the arse.
Hold on, Plod, mate. Sorry, I'm just unmuting myself on this one for Triple R there. I've been off my feet because of me foot. What the fuck?
Yeah, I know what I mean.
Are you sure about that, Steve?
What did you do? Fall over a curb or something?
Are you
How
doing
did you get-
Pegasus, mate?
I fell off
Did
a
you?
path. I fell off a path.
You fell off a path.
I fell off a path.
What, them 3-inch paths? So that like you can walk over.
3
and
inch
fall
to
off
4
a-
I do that all the
No,
time.
literally. You know the old concrete that they used to lay down outside of the flats. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like back in the 1970s, they used to lay this down there and they used to flatten it out. Yeah. This is the same sort of stuff, but it's been absolutely trampled and ruined over the years, and it's like years and years old.
I bet it's potholed to heck, innit?
Yeah, it's potholed to the madness. And I was carrying some boxes for my mum, and I've literally dodged a
Triple R.
pothole and then slid down the side of it and just
Triple R.
pulled up. Yo,
Flipping
How
it.
old are you, Bonnie lad?
I'm 24, mate.
Okay, so that's okay. So yeah, that's
24. I'm only 26.
okay.
And don't worry, see, now that's what I like. Now you
Don't
guys
make
are
me
so
forget,
much younger, and then you look at natural. Okay, Ryan, he's almost 3 times. You could almost get 3 of your lifetime into naturals 1.
Plod, what are you trying to
God, I'm only
say?
29, you bastard. But
I
look
love
at
you,
what you've got
Natural.
to say.
I love you.
Natural, you're very quiet, mate.
In Indie, I can only have 6 on Indie at minute. I'll jump off for 5 minutes, mate.
I was about to say you don't pay for
Dino,
it.
Dino, it's your live, mate. I'm going to quickly sort my tea out, and I'll jump back on in a bit.
Okay, no worries.
All right, see you in a bit, Plod.
Yeah,
No
see you in a
worries.
bit, mate.
See you in a bit, mate.
Ryan,
I've just realised that that's my link. Thank you, Leah.
I've had a great
Leah, on the ball.
Yes, indeed.
what the fuck?
Big up indie, guys. Go subscribe.
I hope in a bit. I hope you're not going to give me
I'll
abuse
give you a
tonight.
joke today. I've managed to save 3 people today.
Indy, you're very quiet, mate.
Am I better now?
You sound better, but you're not any better.
Shut up and go and drive your moped off a bridge.
Here we go again.
Right, yeah, I'll tell you what I've done
nice
today.
sky
Yeah.
audit as well.
I'll tell you what I've done today. I've saved 3 people, man. I've walked outside and I've spoken to 3 different people. And guess what I've made them do, guys? I've got them take their masks off and chuck them in the bin.
They don't need to wear the masks anymore. It's Freedom Day. Well, it's freedom now. It's all been lifted.
Mate, there's too many sheeple out there. You need to spread the message.
Yeah, I walked into a shop earlier because obviously my cups that I've got for sale, they're basically I've got like 3 of them go out today. So I went to the post office in the shop, and every customer in there was wearing masks. Not all the staff were wearing masks either. I just turned around, I looked around, and I went, "What?"
Ryan, the world's going crazy,
honestly.
mate.
And then like some old bloke come in. I was like, "Oh, you can go in front of me, mate. You've only got 1 thing. I've got about 5 things." And then literally he stood at the counter, he's getting out his change, and he's gone, "Oh, bloody hell, smoker's cough." And then as soon as he's left the shop, some woman that was next to me at the till next to me, because there was 2 people serving at the same time, woman at the till next to me, she turned around and went, "He didn't have a mask on or anything." I turned around and went, "Actually, love, you're not meant to wear a mask now. It's been the 19th. See you later."
Yeah, there's no
you're allowed to
stated
take your
now
mask
that you
off,
can't
so
wear
fuck
it,
off.
that you have to wear it.
I turned around as I was walking out, and she was like whispering something to her husband. I turned around and says, "Everyone that's wearing masks in this store is a sheep."
Boy, listen.
And then walked out.
I went and got this right, and so I can yell exactly that at people wearing a mask.
Yes, indeed.
You're either a sheep or you're a fucking sheep shagger.
You know,
I'm a sheep shagger. Derby County me.
I went shopping
Oh,
yesterday.
there we go.
The amount of people that I saw wearing masks.
Shagger me.
But what
News
makes
New
me
Yorkshire,
giggle-
how you doing in Gary Davis as well? Cheers, man. Watch me do this. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you. Someone else backstage. Listen, auditor for auditor.
Here we go.
I don't know how to bring me on.
I was about to say, I've seen an article, because obviously I'm from Lincolnshire. I've seen an article recently where the Lincoln MP has never downloaded the NHS track and trace app. He admitted to that to the Lincoln Knight.
What, even through the lockdown?
Yeah, even through the lockdown, he's never downloaded it. You look up Lincoln Knight, Lincoln MP, right? And honestly, it'll come up. It literally
You know what?
is,
It's
is
one
there
rule for
stuck
them and
out
one
as
rule
well.
for us, isn't it, really?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, if he don't have to download the app, they know who he is.
Then why should we have to download it?
Exactly.
Why should we risk our details be given out and stuff like that?
I should turn around and go, "I'm the Rampage. You should know who I am."
Have you seen what they're trying to instigate now?
No, what's that, Eddie?
Yeah, they're trying to instigate this new COVID passport, and that will be coming out. They're on
Oh, yeah,
about you
for pubs
putting
and stuff like that.
NHS. Yeah, they're on about you putting the NHS app on your phone, so when you go to venues and you can scan it in, that shows them your name, your date of birth, your phone number, and whether or not you've had the vaccine twice.
I'm going to tell you now, that's not going to happen.
No,
It
it's
is.
not.
Do you know what?
No,
I'm going to a festival in a few weeks.
I mean, they
right?
might try and bring it
And we have
out.
to
They might
take
try and bring
COVID
it out.
tests.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, you
The
never
app,
know.
that's what I'm saying. They might try and bring it out, but I guarantee you it will hardly even last a month because people will lose so much business because it's so even in the small little community I'm in, because I'm in the middle of nowhere. I'm in farmlands, yeah. Right, the small little community I'm in, right. I know at least 10 out of the 60, 70 population in my village, yeah, that refuse to get the vaccine and will never get it. So you're telling me in my little village where there's one pub for all of us, you're telling me that basically they're gonna lose 10 customers.
The Catwoman, I don't think we're free, to be honest. I just think I think it's all a joke, to be honest.
Right, the app.
We're not free.
Yeah, are we really free? The answer is no, and that's why
No, we're
people
not.
are
No, definitely
protesting
not.
against it.
That's
That's why
right.
people are talking about it.
What they'll do is they'll let us out of lockdown,
Just one at a
and then
time,
they'll blame it on
guys.
us to make
Yeah,
it another
one at a-
lockdown again.
David, if we can just go one at a time when we chat, please, and just let someone finish. Sorry, I don't want to sound controlling.
Sorry,
but it's
Nina.
just easier.
Right.
I get
that-
passionate about this stuff.
Can I just let Indian and talk, please?
Right, guys, we could go on about this subject all night, yeah? I've got mounds and mounds and mounds and mounds and mounds of shit I could show you, and you could sit there scratching your head and your balls looking at it. But we're not going to do that. We're going to have a good live. Moped Eddie's going to have us all cracking up pretty soon. Ryan Rampage's green sheet's going to fall on his head. And Dino, I can see your nostril hair, mate. Sorry.
Shut up, you
That's,
troglodyte.
wait, isn't that your nose picking finger?
You Kilburn trog.
You're still very quiet, mate.
Yeah, because I'm sat away from my phone, that's why.
Well, fucking sit near it then.
Can I just say my green screen's not actually up properly either. It's literally got like 2 pins in it in the wall.
Thank you, Liam, for sharing my channel.
Might fall down.
Right, listen, guys, I'm going to jump off, but I'll be sat being a...
Yeah.
from a
I'll
family
shoot you.
yard, mate.
I'll shoot you down as well, mate. Don't you, Willie?
Oi,
Keep
listen,
your hand
I'll
on
let you
foxes
bloody
in
moped
there.
wheels down and I'll take your chain off, mate. Watch what you say. I'll replace it with one of them little plastic bikes that you have to Flintstone along with your feet.
He's already got one of them.
I know, it's called a mobility scooter.
You bastard.
Do you realise what I had to put up with the last couple of weeks?
Right, guys, I'm popping off. Love you all. I'll see you in a bit. I'll be in the chat.
See you in a bit.
See you in a bit, mate.
See you later, Indy.
Yeah,
You
it's
know.
Seth.
He's a twat.
Hi, Steph. How you doing? There's a few, just before I bring Steph on, right, there's a few comments coming up, right? And I said earlier on, you might not have been in when I said it, but there are certain reasons why some people have been demodded. I haven't blocked. Listen, a lot of people in here tonight are very aware of what's been going on lately, and that is part of the reasons. And if some of you think you were putting comments in, if you think I don't know what's gone on when, behind my back, I do. Not to the full extent, but I do, and I know who's been involved and what they've said as well. So I don't want to get into it because I don't want any drama. But what I'm saying is, you can't turn back time. If you just let me speak, mate. If you just let people finish first, and then you can jump in. Because I've lost my track of thought now. So there are reasons behind it, and it's all over what happened last week. It's as simple as that. There's no point hiding the fact of what happened, and most of you know what happened. So the reasons are because of that. I don't want any drama. So if these people don't know what they said and the way it was said or written, then I'm sorry, I took it as an insult and offensive and two-faced, and the list goes on. So those are the reasons. So let's crack on. We're only 33 minutes in, and we always have a good hour and a half having a good chat because Steph always comes in. Eddie's just basically my co-host for the first hour or so. He's brilliant, settles everything down. Auditing with David is new. Ryan's an old friend of mine. We go back a few months now since we first met. Massive respect to Ryan Rampage. He's come back right now and he's going to carry on smashing it. No more lies. I see you popped in. Good evening. Not seen you for a while. Ron, good evening, mate. How you doing?
So Ryan, what is it you actually do, buddy?
Say again?
What is it that Ryan actually does? What's his YouTube channel?
Ryan Rampage.
Ryan falls off a curves carrying boxes.
Ryan's a clumsy sod. He's a clumsy sod.
Right, Ryan's one of the best auditors out there. What are you on about?
Yeah, he does brag about himself as well. I'll tell you what, you let Ryan answer that question for you, David.
Okay.
Basically, I'm out there for educational purposes. So yeah, I'm basically an auditor. But like some people will change the name of auditing, go out there and argue with people. I don't go out there for an argument. I'll go out there for a conversation. And if I can have a reasonable conversation with you, then spot on. If I can't have a reasonable conversation with you, then I'll tell you off and I'll tell you what you've done wrong. I do everything from security guards, police stations, prisons, and anywhere else really. So yeah, that's what I do.
Sounds pretty good. I need to sub to your channel, mate.
Yeah, he does that as well. If you look at the screen, that's what he does as well.
I've not audited a car wash yet, to be fair.
Not yet. Yeah, not yet.
Not yet. If one deserves it, then I might.
Yeah. Ask Ryan about his carrier bags that he keeps in his chair.
So have you got any advice for a new auditor, Ryan?
Sorry, what was that, mate?
Have you got any advice for a new auditor or any tips?
Yeah, don't keep carrier bags in your chairs.
Yeah, don't have carrier bags stuck to the wheel of your chair, and never back down. I have made a mistake of backing down in certain situations. Normally, when I've got a car waiting for me and somebody else driving, so you know, I make a bad decision. But seriously, never back down. I try never to back down. Try and live up to my name, but. Yeah, as long as you've got the information and that behind you, you are good to go. Just make sure you keep on top of the law. Anybody ever talks about a law that you don't understand, either research it or ask people questions. I've even been on live streams where I've turned around and gone, "Oh, what's that you going on about? What's that law?" You know.
Yeah.
When the police got Section 44 revoked, I was asking questions about that. So never be afraid to learn, basically, and just keep learning on the job. You'll have people in your comment section dropping your links to different laws as well, in case you make a mistake but get away with it in your video.
That's
Thank you
great
for that,
advice,
Ryan.
that is, Ryan. Yeah. Good on
Thank
you,
you for
David.
that, Ryan, mate.
Yeah.
No worries, mate.
I'll take that advice 100%.
Nice one.
Don't ask me for advice, mate, because all you'll get is no. Don't even ask. Sorry.
Back already.
Steph, how you doing?
You're right,
Steph.
Steph, mate.
Wait. I've got to turn this can around because I'm not sponsored.
Oh, check you out. Big hitter there, yeah. I've got to turn this can around.
I'm not sponsored.
Not sponsored. Yeah, you were sponsored by that white bag though that you found, weren't you? There we
How you doing,
go.
Roger? Good evening, man.
I'm never going to live that one down.
You're not, mate. I called you out big time that night. That was brilliant.
Not about that.
Yeah, Leah, definitely subscribe to Bannerman if no one has already. He's been bringing some superb, as always, content out lately though. So I'd catch up with the last three or 4 videos he's done. Bannerman.
Never heard of him.
You've not heard it? Well, just, jump over to, just have a look at his content and that. He's a top reporter. That's what he is. He's a reporter and he travels about and works hard. He's got a lot of good kit on him as well. That's why his content's good. And his picture quality.
Banana Man, you got yourself a new subscriber.
He's an absolute legend as well. Like, if you have any questions whatsoever, don't be afraid to ask.
He's very clued up.
Yeah, he's definitely got the knowledge about him. He's one of the people that I can always message. If you don't answer his phone, I can always drop him a message to call me or whatever. I can literally speak to him about anything. He's a legend.
The only thing is, asking people questions, I find it embarrassing. But even though it's learning, I still find it embarrassing to ask questions.
Oh no, this is what I mean. This community, this is why when I got told about all this falling out stuff, I got so pissed off, and I was gonna go live that afternoon, but I decided not to. I decided to do it the next day because I was so pissed off that I heard people have been falling out again in this community, and I'm just like, we need to stick together. Yeah, we need to stick together. We need to teach each other different things in a proper way.
Family.
Yeah, so that's what it's all about at the end of the day. But it is what it is. People do certain things, and but there we go.
You can't control what happens, can you? To be fair.
No, that's it.
Hiya, Snowy. 67, how you doing? Nice one. Lilac Flower, Debbie Bat. Oh, yeah, you've been in there for a bit, Debbie. Tangle Web, doesn't matter. I'm sure you'll find out at some point.
I must admit, Dean, I hadn't a clue what you were on about. I don't really want to know, to be honest.
No,
Steph,
it's fine, mate. It's fine.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
pretty
not
sure
interested
you'll.
in it.
No, it's not worth it anyway. But it will keep getting brought up, so just expect that, and we'll just crack on like we normally do on a Friday. Simple as that. I'm not in it for drama like some people are, and it's not my cup of tea. It doesn't happen on Friday anymore for the last 3 or 4 weeks, so we'll just crack on like we've been doing for the last month. So, Andrew, Nikki Clark, I don't even know who that is.
So, Dino, what's your next vacation, mate? What are your plans?
I don't say that, and that's another piece of advice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? So
yeah.
I mean, I know I have said like I'm going down to London, and I've even said where I'm staying, but nobody knows where I've been and what I'm doing. I might say like when it comes to a protest, that's not really much of a secret, but if it comes to a solo video journal documentation, then I'll not say really, because you don't know who's listening and watching, and the police could get tipped off, and there could be a bit of bullshit said to the police, whereas they might think you're some kind of terrorist or something.
Yeah, they'll try and Section 43
or criminal in some shape or form. So it's best not to say. But there's nothing wrong with asking. I'm not knocking that. It's just a lot of people will say, well, I've got plans and for next week, and that's as far as it goes, really. So I would, it's up to you what you reveal if you're asked a question. But
so basically, what you're saying is keep your fans an element of surprise, basically.
That's one part of it. Plus, you don't want to give much away in case people could be waiting for you, and they could be expecting you and things like that. So you might not get an interaction at all, or you might get some shit thrown at you because they know you're coming. So it's worth the place where you're going. It's worth that. It's worth them not knowing when you're coming and where you're going. So just
got you.
Plan it yourself and do your bit of research or whatever you do. Then get out there, do it, upload your video, and then everyone will see where you've been and what you've done. So that's my advice on that one. If anyone asks you what you're up to, what's your next location?
Thank you, Dino.
I thought it was just
all right. Yorkshire's in there as well, saying hello to Steve, or he must be in the chat as well. Not today, Satan. Keep your cards close to your chest. That's basically a one-line statement to what I've just said. So
the only reason I'm asking these questions is because I want to learn as much as I can. If you know what I mean.
Keep asking questions, and these guys in the chat now, they will tell you straight. So
I want to get better through you guys. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because I would say
you'll get better through yourself, mate, but you'll learn from these guys. You can only better yourself. These guys can't better you. You better yourself. These guys will give you advice.
So it's up to me whether to take that advice or not, basically.
Exactly.
Correct.
You take that advice, you will better yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense, Eddie.
Blue 8 as well, element of surprise. That's always a good thing. You're surprising them, whereas if they get an idea that you're turning up at their place, they'll surprise you. And always expect the unexpected, but that's a rule throughout life, isn't it? Not just going out there and filming. It's like always expect the unexpected. Because the unexpected always bloody well happens, doesn't it?
It does, yeah, but funny enough.
Auditing the Albion, I've got to pay this guy a lot of respect. I met him briefly for the first time in London last Monday. He does a lot of work, and he's very opinionated and puts a lot of good comments in there as well. Some of them are controversial.
Yeah,
but he's a well-meaning guy who's in it for the cause. So nobody take offence to auditing the Albion. He's in it for the good. So you put the odd
controversial question or statement up, mate, but I do respect you for that. Auditor for auditor, I know you're backstage and you've said a few things in the comments, but to be fair, mate, it's not worth you coming on because, like you've just done now, you've muted yourself, and then when I do bring you on, you keep muted, and when you do talk, you know, you don't make a point or anything like that. So, but at the same time, you've never been nasty or put a bad, not a bad comment. You've never been nasty with your words in your comments either. So, do you know what I mean? I kind of respect you for that. But when you come on, it's kind of almost a waste of time.
Audit,
you know what I mean.
Audit, what input do you want to bring?
If this is it, because same again, you've been asked that, and then you put an answer in the chat saying, well, I want to come on to say this or do that. Then you come on and you don't say much of this, and you don't. Do you know what I mean?
That's the question, dude.
It's because we need to we need to talk to him more, maybe to get him to talk a bit more or something.
We've tried that, Zev.
Oh, does he just not talk or something?
This is what I mean.
We've tried it a bit. Tried to have a bit of a banter and everything else, but he's
you know,
not
this is only my third live.
Yeah, hang about, mate. Yeah, we tried it, Steph. He comes on and we try to have a bit of banter with him, trying to liven things up, but he's not forthcoming. I don't know. He's just not forthcoming. He sounds like me, very much like me, which I find disconcerting, but it does. He sounds very much like me.
And a lot of people have said that is Biker Eddie.
It isn't. Well. It is
Which
not.
It isn't, because that's been proven, you know.
It is not me, mate.
James says we don't need two Biker Eddies.
Fucking do. Imagine having two Biker Eddies on.
There's only one Biker Eddie. That, you know, there's some more advice for you, David, on the screen. That comment from a great guy there as well.
There's only one Biker Eddie.
Michael, I know you're backstage in Southwest as he wants to jump back on, but mate, I can only have 6 on at once, so I'm willing to jump off for 5 minutes, because the first hour and a half, it's all about banter, having a laugh, settling down and stuff, and then usually later on, there's a couple of guys coming on. We start talking some serious stuff and things like that. So, but for the first hour and a bit, and while Southwest Auditor is new and I think easier for advice as well, and sounds like a great guy, I'm going to bring Southwest and Michael on. Hang on, Andy S as well. But Andy, right, who's gone? Michael? No, somebody's gone. Auditor for auditor. Yeah, I think you're taking the hint now, mate. So that leaves one more space. So I'll jump off and bring. I'm going to bring Southwest on first, Michael. If you want to bear with it, and Andy S as well. I'm going to jump off for 5 and let Southwest talk to these guys, and then I'll come back on whenever any one of you decides to jump off, or I can just sit here and listen to you until you get bored of each other, and then I'll jump back on. So,
I just wanted to remind you, Dino, of my live stream tomorrow happening at 1, but I will put a 1 hour preview before it starts.
Yeah.
Because I'll put the link in to join. I will about 20 minutes before it starts.
And I did ask you to remind me. So yeah, I've been invited on Steph's live tomorrow afternoon. So I'm honoured about that, but I'll jump off for 5 so I can bring Southwest on, because he's a new guy and I'm sure he's got a lot to talk about, and you guys can give him some advice as well, which leaves... Who's that? Andy, if you can just bear with us, mate, because I'm having to jump off for Southwest.
Dino, drop that comment off at screen because we can't see names, mate.
Yeah, big up, Dino.
Yeah, cheers.
Thanks for having me back on your live.
Hey, fella,
no
welcome back.
How's it going, guys? You all right?
Yeah, very good, mate.
Yeah, not bad, Southwest Auditor.
Yeah,
I've been trying to find your channel, mate. I can't find it.
I think I managed to put a link in the description. I'm not quite sure though, because obviously
YouTube sometimes doesn't show people's channels because when I searched for Pink Rose's channel once, it didn't show up for some reason.
all right, I
Sasha.
and I found it straight away. Because I do have like my own YouTube account, like where I follow everyone, but then I set a new one up for obviously Southwest Auditor sort of thing, you know.
Yeah.
Is it all
You
one
don't
word
want it
or
to
is
be
it
a
a
personal
space?
one, do you?
No, it's Southwest and then a space and then Auditor.
Yeah, I've just been looking at that.
Yes,
There's nothing coming up on my side.
SOUTH West South, like West, they're all in one.
Yeah.
And then a space and then a capital A, UDITER.
Yeah.
How you put it with the filters for channel.
Right, it's all right. Leah's found it. She's got it.
Yeah.
I was going to say, last time on, I didn't have no subscribers before, and then I obviously come on Dino's Live about 10 minutes ago, and I come off it, and then I had like 12 subscribers, and I was like, whoa, that was quick.
Right, I've got you, mate. I've just subscribed now. Right, there you go.
Thank you
So that's Southwest Auditor's channel link on the screen, guys.
Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate
Somebody's
it.
got an extra device on.
Yeah, it's Southwest. He's got two screens running. Oh, he's got two chats open.
I don't know if you've got YouTube still on there, but
Southwest, shut your YouTube down and just leave your live stream open.
I'll just mute you.
It's 'cause he's got
Just
no
close the
headphones.
window on YouTube. Leave the StreamYard open and just close every other window down, and then everything should be clear.
Is that right?
That's better, mate.
Yeah.
It seems to be.
No.
No?
No, it's not.
No, we've still got a bit of an echo going on.
You need to get headphones because you're on your phone, so you need plug headphones in because that's why it echoes.
Probably because I'm sat in the garden.
Yeah, it's because you're using your phone device because it's playing out your phone speaker. It's going back into your microphone.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Sorry, I stutter when I hear myself on.
Yeah.
How's that? About?
Yeah, slightly. It's doable. We can do doable.
You've already had a few subscribers in there, mate, already, Southwest. So these people in my chat, and they go on others as well, these great supporters, you keep bringing out some good stuff and things like that, and they'll support you as well. They're very good people who come into my chat, and they'll support you, mate.
Like your chat's amazing.
They're very good. Well, I just host it. It's the people who come in who make it great, and regular people as well. That makes me relax knowing bikers won't come in the first hour and things like that. Because
I don't know if you've seen any comments in the past from someone called Sai Sai.
I haven't seen that, but
I can't recall.
You've been on Gypsy Auditors, and I've commented on stuff, and it's been under Sai.
Oh, right, okay. I haven't noticed, mate. I'll be honest with you, but that's you, is it?
Yeah, under Sai. But no, obviously I made my channel as Southwest Auditor.
Nice one. I don't think there's many other than Tyrant, who's not an auditor. I can't think of, or I don't know anyone else from the Bristol area who gets out and about around there. So you could smash it, mate, and make a name for yourself, and because a lot of places don't get done. Like, well, they do, but to a small degree compared to your big cities, and like Wales. There's a few Welsh auditors, but maybe not enough.
I go to Wales. My mother-in-law lives in Wales, so I go to Wales quite a lot as well. So, that could be something to look into in the future, sort of thing.
Yeah, you've got another sub there already, mate. Within the last 5 minutes, you've had as many subs. So
Respect everybody. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
yeah, inspire you on further, mate. And you'll keep getting that support as long as your content keeps coming out, and and you'll improve as your confidence grows.
The holidays for like kids and that now, and it's like I've got my son off school and that. I've got my daughter and that off school, so it's going to be a bit hard to juggle it. But I'll get there and I'll bring out something for you guys, and hopefully you all enjoy it, sort of thing.
Excellent, mate. Listen, I don't do any auditing whatsoever. All I do, contribution wise, is come on people's lives.
Yeah,
that's all I do. I help
That's
people
all I
out on
do.
their lives, and that's it.
That's all I do. Watch people's live streams and all the videos and stuff. But now it's, I've been, like I said earlier, I've been wanting to do it for ages. Now, it does take courage to like pick up a camera and do something, because I'm a quite shy person, but like, as I said, it's took me this long from back last year to actually do something about it. And now, I've done it, and this is going to be a journey on the way, sort of thing,
Yeah, you go for it, mate. You go for it.
Yeah, I'm quite looking forward to it, actually. I'm quite looking forward to it.
Auditing the album. It's asking me to come and audit his kitchen to get a volunteer cleaner.
Shit on the way of it as well, and I'm prepared to take all that, but that don't bother me. That just goes over my head.
Yeah, exactly, mate. I get enough shit on here just coming on live, so don't worry about that.
I just laugh at people. That's all I do. Is I just laugh. That's all you can do in it. Is just laugh at them, and yeah. Got me dog.
You will get the support there. You will get the support.
You've got a dog there.
Yeah, I got a Rottweiler.
Oh, such a cute
boy or
dog.
girl?
He's only 2 as well.
What do you call him?
Southwest, one of the biggest promoters of people like ourselves and people who are new on the scene is Independent Free Press. His comments up there on the screen. This is one guy who will support you. Right, I know him there, and I spent a lot of time with him. He puts other people before himself. He's the guy who put me up in London.
No, respect.
He will support you to the hilt, that guy.
No, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
You'll get a lot of that on here, mate. Hell of a lot, I'll tell you now.
You'll get familiar with a lot of these names in here, and they're all supported. They're massive.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah, I have quite like noticed that sort of thing. Like, for watching all the videos and stuff, everyone's like, it's like a big like family sort of thing, isn't it? You all stick together.
Yeah.
If there's one person getting one bit of shit, you then go there and you all stick together. You don't like back out and degrade everybody,
Yeah.
I'm waiting.
You get you don't you? And you kind of, it's like anywhere else, but when there's a group of you get people who get on the same wavelength and they're kind of doing a similar thing to each other, and they learn from each other and give each other advice and that. And then you get people who are maybe doing the same thing, but they're not quite on the same path, or they're still doing the same things. So the family, yeah, but we all often do our own things. But it's all the same cause, and then you get just people who, antagonise the like what we do, and things like that, which we don't take that on the chin at times, because it will happen. I've noticed people who are like big, it's not little guys like me. They obviously, the bigger you grow, the more hatred, but yet the more love you get as well. So it becomes a big battle for those guys with 10, 20, 50 years or stuff, But it's worth every minute of it.
Old that age,
I get told off a lot.
All of the time.
Do you know what? I watched one of your videos. Is it like that hostel place? It's like you, like one of like part of the video, walking down the back of it, and there was like a little stream next to it. And then you went round, and there was that bloke sat there, and then you had a chat with him, and then you walked down, and a bit later on, that woman come running down to you.
It was that hotel, wasn't it, that had been converted?
Hotel, that's it. That video, like you went back there a couple of times, didn't you?
I did.
Yeah. That video, that was absolutely amazing.
The first one. We did that. The second one, I think that got a lot more views. And then Marty Black came down third time.
You're dropping out, mate.
And it was.
Dino, you're dropping out, mate.
Yeah, something's been.
You're breaking up, Dino.
I'm gonna jump. Yeah, I'm gonna jump out and come back in. Something's come up on my screen. Sorry, don't know what it is.
But yeah, like you were saying about that hotel thing, even I've done it with Kat. And that's when we find out what exactly it was and why there was so much hatred there. But still, they're never approached in the right manner. Either with Dino or with me, because when I walked up to the gates, they just ran off.
That's what they do nowadays, isn't it? Like, as soon as you've been there once or twice, or someone's been there, and they realise that you can film in public and stuff, they like, I don't know, they run behind their shadow sort of thing. So like, they think they're not seen and stuff like that, and then like, they make a scene of it as well at times, which I don't understand why they do it, because there's a lot of auditing going around the country at the moment. So, and there's a lot of YouTube channels. So like, you would think everybody nowadays of this day and age would understand, like, you know, you can film in public. So, I don't know why people get funny at the moment, but then when you confront them about it, and they're like, yes, you, and then someone else like, yes, you can do that, and then like they're like, no, you can't, and it's like, yeah, you can, and you get educated, then they get educated about it, and then when someone else goes back to the same place, they all hide then, and it's like, you've already been on camera, you know, you're already over YouTube, so there's no point in hiding nowadays.
Yeah, but that's the thing. At least when they're hiding, or they're leaving you to do what you're doing.
Yeah.
If they're hiding, fair enough. They don't want to be on camera. That's fine. But the fact that they're leaving you to do what you're doing is a pass. You know, and that's what we're out to do, proving that we can film in public. We can film anywhere we want from a public place. It's as simple as that, really.
Yeah, that's it.
And even when everyone knows that, I'm still going to be out there portraying the truth about police, prisons, anywhere else that I can find. I'll still be out there portraying the truth, not just what they put in papers or whatever.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to stop.
Nah, that's it.
There'll always be something to audit.
Yeah, there's always something, isn't there? I mean, there's a COVID site literally about 2 minutes away from my house, and I keep saying to like my partner and stuff, I'm going to go and film it, because you never see nobody there. I've been there for about 7-8 months now, but you can't, where it is, it's actually on a private car park.
Yeah.
So you can't actually go onto it and film it, because the only way you'll be able to film it is from the road, because there's obviously a big fence and there's barriers and stuff.
But this is what I'm saying. Is there at least one path leading up to the COVID site that is not got a gate on it?
Yeah, there is, yeah.
Walk down that path. It's public access under Section 33 of the Criminal Justice Act 1972.
Right, okay.
Honestly, Criminal Justice Act, Section 33 of the Criminal Justice Act 1972. Yeah, is basically you can access anywhere that is accessible to the public. So if you can walk there without climbing over a gate or a wall or anything like that, then it's public access.
Yeah, there's a gate. There's There's actually 2 gates to get on. There's one gate to get on the field, and there's one gate where you walk through a housing estate, and then you go straight into the car park.
Yeah, as long as you're not opening a gate or opening anything, then it's you can do it.
Yeah, because I've been saying like obviously about going to film it, because obviously I've not seen no like auditors down there, so I thought maybe I'll go and do that one because there's never nobody there, and I walk my dog around that field, up by that field every day, so I've never seen a car there.
You should go do it with your dog, because a lot of people like the dogs.
Yeah, so take your dog for a walk and just be like, oh yeah, well, talk to your dog, as you would, and then boom, oh look, this COVID site, boom, and then if they say anything, oh, I'm vlogging with my dog, I've been doing it for weeks, I've been walking my dog up here for weeks. Says you've never said nothing, but as soon as I turn the camera on you,
that's when they get all chopsy and stuff, don't they?
So just use that as an excuse. You're filming your dog, you're filming you and your dog, but now you're going to film them because they've approached you.
That's a good idea.
And they won't be as hostile if you're with your dog as well, because they tend to be not as aggressive if you've got like a dog with you.
Yeah, I respect that actually.
Steph, what are you actually doing on your live stream tomorrow, mate?
Well, some stuff set up for Monday, so anyone can really join if they want to. But the first thing I'm probably gonna end up doing is that I'm gonna give you 5 minutes to draw something, and then you'll show it, and then I'll let the people watching decide who's got the best picture, and then we'll do that maybe 5 or 10 times, and I'll tally up the points, and then we'll move on to a different game.
So what is the object? What is the final object of what you're doing tomorrow?
I'm going to put the link up for a animal shelter,
right?
So that they can go donate to it if they want to.
Good lad.
It's just basically a bit of fun because I kind of wanted to do it. We've got a bunch of stuff sort of set up,
right,
for everyone to kind of have fun with.
That's pretty impressive, mate. I can't do that because I ain't got a camera to put my picture up.
Well, you can just take on these Streamlabs. You can just share the pictures.
Right.
You can. So
what I'll do, right? You put your link up. I'll delete.
Can I just put in? There is a massive call going on, and there's a few people in the chat saying, "Can we start it?" So someone else has got another device on.
It's Southwest. He's using his phone, mate. Yeah. It's just
I'll jump off and let you get somebody else on. I think I've had more time on here, but respect everybody and thanks for all the subscribers. Really appreciate it. And thanks for having me on, Dino. Appreciate it.
Good luck in what you do.
Every Friday, mate. You're always welcome.
Oh, thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, take care, fella.
Take care, guys.
Yeah, be good.
See you later, mate. And good luck with all you're doing.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
See you later. Cheers. Has that echo gone now, do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's his phone, mate. He's talking on his phone. Yeah. He's recording what he's talking, and that's it. That's all it was. It didn't have 2 windows open at all. It's his.
No worries.
Just his mic picking it up.
No worries. CK, Mark, Otto, Keen. I've noticed you come in. You came in earlier saying hello and everything, and everyone were in full flow in conversation. So hello and thanks for joining. Thanks for coming in.
I'm just going to say what animal shelter is because people keep asking. So I got it up here. It's called the Suffolk and Essex Small Animal Shelter. That's the one that I'm going to put the link to.
Right, you go for it, mate. I'll watch you live tomorrow. And make sure your link's up. I probably won't contribute to your stream as such, but I'll contribute to your cause without a doubt.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect. It could be different for me, but if Steph's invited me on a live, because Steph, I think my first ever live straight on and ever since, so I've been supported by Steph, so it comes straight back, simple as that. So my Saturday afternoon, it's been booked in, 1 p.m. on Steph's channel, guys.
Right. I'll be barbecuing tomorrow if weather's right. So I could be half pissed. So you might make a fortune out of me tomorrow, mate, Steph. If I'm half gone, mate.
It won't be going to me. It'll be going to the animal shelter.
Yeah, you know what I mean. If I'm half pissed, mate, your shelter's going to get a fortune. I'm telling you.
Michael, I don't think it's Michael Powell. I don't know though.
Obviously not. He'd have been straight on.
Yeah. I'm just going to put Steph's channel link up here, guys.
My name is not Michael Powell, mate. Can you hear me?
Okay, I weren't sure because sometimes Michael Powell puts Michael Powell in, and I think sometimes he just puts Michael in. So
I'm actually a security guard, and I have a SIA card, and I do security.
Okay.
And I'd like to inform you that I don't appreciate what you do when you interrupt people at their work. We have a job to do, sir, and we don't appreciate it when you come here with a camera and you film us. I don't appreciate that at all. I do my security job. I think you should get a job, Mr. Dino.
I've got a job, but what makes you think I'm...
No, you don't. I don't appreciate it. Getting the camera phone in our face.
Dino,
I
this
don't
guy's a
appreciate
troll.
that.
Yeah,
I don't appreciate that.
It's all right. I know who this is. Tough, by the way, because I've had security guards who are ashamed.
No, I'm good at my job. You need credentials to do what I do. You need good education to do what I do.
Yeah, I respect that. I respect it, but you've had your little say. I'll reply to what you've said.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I've had people like yourself who work in security and do the job well, and they're ashamed of what they've seen on my videos with the way other people who work in your profession perform the duties, which isn't good enough, mate. Not every single security guard is good at the job. A lot of them are terrible and they shouldn't be in the job. And there's a few videos I've done where these people have been investigated and interviewed by the management, and they've watched the video and decided that they're no good for the job. So I think exposing the bad ones, if you're a good one, exposing the bad ones is doing a favour for you. Would you agree?
No, I don't, because everyone should do their own job and mind their own business. You have no right to get that camera and shove it in our face. It's not very nice.
Michael, what credentials do you need?
If I see you,
listen,
Eddie,
shush.
You shush. Listen here, if I see you, I'll throw you out.
Shush.
I would punch you.
Shush. Michael. I shushed him. Twat.
Well done, Eddie. You should have threatened him about your cooking for your barbecue.
Yeah, what a fucking wanker he was. Sorry. Yeah, he got shushed.
Average Joe, how you doing? He's not legit, no. Not
All
today,
I
is he?
was going to ask him was what his credentials were to be an SIA security guard.
Yeah, but then Eddie, on what you just said and what Dino said, I'm then going to flip it this way and then put it, well, they can get their SIA license in a week, right? On a week's course, right? And they say he was saying that they need a lot of credentials. So I'm sort of looking at that, but then I'm then sort of looking, okay, so then we look at how long the police do their training course for. And yet they don't know the law. So this actually tells you the current system in which it's in place to actually show about the police and then show about people with SIA, right, that it's not working. Don't get me wrong. And as we've both said, yes, there are, as you just even said yourself, Dino, there are good security guys. We've spoken to some, right? There are good coppers out there. Not many, but there are some. Right, and it's the same thing. But then when we look at this moment in time, that the actual training on both of them is flawed.
Yep. Yeah. You got to agree with that, mate.
It's Andrew Red Sky in there. If you are, mate, good evening. And Mark Mountford. There's quite a few in, guys. So I do normally like to say hello to people in the chat, but then it's always almost a non-stop conversation. So forgive me for that. But anyone who's just joined, thank you, nice one, and hope you're enjoying it. We're just an hour and 15 in.
I want another idiot to join so I can just shush him. I really do.
Well, Eddie, have you not seen the weather for the UK tomorrow?
Yeah, it's going to piss it down, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. It's all right. I've got gazebo up, mate. I can still do it under a gazebo.
I feel good.
Yeah, it's going ahead without a doubt.
Sorry, Dino, go on.
No, it's just because a few comments are coming through about the Michael guy. He was on a live last night calling himself "I Want You One," blah blah blah, auditing the Albion. He's not real and good with accents. I've had It's Mad Max. Well, I've had that before your comment news now. So he is an actor, whoever this person is, and he's not coming back on again.
Oh, yeah, bring him on, mate. I'll love it.
Yeah, we'll forget about that now. Shillitz is in the chat as well. Top bloke, no worries.
You know, with how long, because they only train for a week, how many hours per day do you think they actually train for? Because I bet it's not that many hours. I bet it's like 1 hour or 2 hours per day they actually do it for.
What's the full training schedule? Is it 2 weeks or something like that? 3 or 4 weeks? Or...
I think not.
What for?
For?
What for?
No, training for SIA. It's 5 days.
10 days.
You get your SIA. Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
10 days.
Right, if it's condensed, mate, it's 5 days.
Yeah, correct.
Have you ever known?
One of those days is getting a paper test.
Yeah.
So during those 10 days, they're probably training for, let's say 9 to 5, maybe 8 hours or less. So 8 to 80 hours, which is 48 hours is 2 days. So it's like, it's nothing, is it? You know? But the proof's in the pudding with some of them. It's as simple as that. You know, no matter how they're trained or what they have to learn, their personality still comes into that job, and the good guys deal with things properly with the public and that, and kind of know the laws and that. And some of them don't really care what the laws say or what that person's about or what they're doing. They just they just want action. And they're a bit power freaky, and those are the ones who need exposing. And I've exposed a few, and it works. And it's as simple as that.
In all honesty, mate, I think that they're given false information, thrown it at deep end, and the majority of security staff, without this sounding racist, which it isn't, their second language is English, without a doubt. And you see that everywhere you go, COVID sites, security centres, everywhere. The poor guys, they're just not clued up. And that's down to the training. That is like their fault.
Security guard in your video when you were in London, and he came out and he said that because you're in UK, I'll allow you to film the building. But he was saying if they were like from a different country, then he'd be like, no, you can't film the building, and then probably end up calling out the police or something. Because obviously somebody's told him, because obviously he's not from this country, somebody has told him that that's how that works, but obviously it's not. So so I do think a lot of these foreign people are told stuff that is wrong, but because they're foreign, they just go along with it.
We check the guy out at top at steps at Wembley, Dino. The way that he was treating you, he will remove you, he will force you down them stairs, etc. Mate, who the fuck were he? And what were they doing walking around with sticks? What was that all about? It weren't just them two.
One of them. All those eye-visors, they had black caps on. Yeah. I thought they were stewards.
Even those on the ground, further, where they're moving all the fencing and everything else, they were walking around with sticks. What was that all about?
They all had canes, proper canes, and some of them, they were painted. They were painted white, so they were even harder. Now, their job, what they were doing just before I arrived at them steps was they had these barrier fences, the aluminium type, and they were moving all them away from the steps. And the little clip beforehand with the supervisor, there were some steps there and it said closed. And I said, I take it I can't go up these steps. He said, no, but if you go round to the Olympic ones there, the ones I went up, you can actually get to the top and you can actually stand outside the stadium. And as I was walking up, all I heard was, oi, oi. So I ignored it and I knew it was for me. And got to the top and he come right behind me and there were a guy appeared at the top of me as well, and these steps are quite steep. And the guy behind who you couldn't see, he was ready for action, and he kept tapping his cane like that, move, go away. And then he said, if you don't move, I'll force you down. I said, what do you mean physically? And he went, like that, which I couldn't show you on camera because I had to face that way. I didn't want to fall backwards down them steps and things like that. And I've had comments like, oh, you give in and shit like that. Yeah. And then when I turned around, the police were talking to Indy and Pergasus. So I thought, well, I'm going down anyway. I wouldn't have got any further, believe me.
My son was there last week. He went down to watch the rugby, and he went down with his family. And roughly where you were stood, he took a selfie of himself, his wife, and 2 kids on those very same steps.
Eddie,
right?
Yeah, Dino, I've got it up in front of me. I've just pulled it up. Hang on a minute. I've just pulled it up, Dino. 6 days. It's £200. Basic requirement entry level is basic level in English.
Oh,
sorry,
that last
all yours, mate.
I'm sorry, mate. That last comment just creased me.
Eddie.
Yes, mate.
You said Claude interrupted me, so he's obviously, you know, I'm thick as Claude. He interrupted my train of thought. All I heard was you said you took your son down to rugby to do something.
No, my son was.
You did.
I didn't say I took him down. I says my son was down there taking a selfie of himself and the family on those very same steps.
All right, yes, I apologise. So what you're really telling me is your son is actually your daughter.
What?
Well, who takes selfies? Or daughters?
No, we've all taken selfies, mate, and you have.
I got you then, Eddie.
Yeah, fuck off, you. Turn your mic up. We can hardly hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Your mic is shite. Your mic is shite, mate. Come on, get it turned up.
I'll be live tomorrow, Average Joe, on Steph's channel, who's the bottom right screen. I've been invited on at 1 p.m. to do, I don't even know yet. All I've been asked is to have a pen and paper ready.
Don't worry about it. It's all fun. It's fun games.
Okay.
I know what it's about, Dino. He's already told me. Oh, mate.
Right.
I'll tell you what. Have you got some face paints ready? You're gonna need some face. You're gonna need some face paints tomorrow.
They both know I'm only allowed to.
If you've got face paints, all you need is a black marker pen, because you're gonna need one. Believe me, you're gonna need one on Steph Live tomorrow. And when you've done your face paint, what you've got to do is do a selfie and then post it, and then Steph is going to judge. So get your face paints ready, mate. Your makeup, whatever you've got.
What is it? The best person to look like a clown?
I'll die laughing if someone actually jumps on my live with face paint on their face.
I've got the best clown outfit.
Have you?
Yeah.
Oh, go on then.
There's a link there on the screen.
Security jacket, the famous security jacket.
Best
clown outfit.
Yeah, Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
How dare you wear a high vis?
Yeah, so tomorrow, Dino, get your face paints on. Make sure Steph can see you. He can do it, and then donate to this charity. Worthwhile, mate. If you've not, like I say, if you know face paints, marker pens, he'll judge you on your artistic ability. That's what he'll do.
Okay.
Or if you've got some house paint lying around.
Yeah, I'll take it as it comes.
Right, so don't forget your face paints, mate.
What colours do I need?
Any you want.
Yeah, any.
Any colours, right?
Yeah, any colours. I reckon you should go for
You glow in the dark.
Oh yeah. I'm thinking.
Bright red.
I'll get back to you, mate. I'll let you know.
You
I'll
could
get
dress
back
up
to
as
you.
the devil. I might do that. I might literally just paint my face bright red and buy some devil horns. But I'll also do my hands and arms.
Right,
and I'll come
Dino.
on a live stream like that.
Dino.
Why don't nobody dress up as the Jesus?
David Bowie's face. That's what you want. You remember with Z on it, with the lightning strike on it. That's what you need, mate. You know that album cover. That's what you need, mate.
Okay.
Right,
I'm partially getting what could be happening. Michael, there was 8 people, and I can only let 6 on, but there's 4 on now in the space if you want to jump back on. Leah is still putting links up, and so is Anne-Marie in the chat to very good channels, guys, if you just want to read through that chat and look at them links. Teflon. Thank you very much.
What Egyptian symbols is that?
What is that?
Hang on.
I love tits.
Oh. No, it's I see tits.
There you go.
It's not.
Yeah, that's an eyeball.
Yeah, it is. I love tits.
Anyway. Anyway,
Blue.
Dino, have you watched it? 588k views.
Well, he can't
I've not
watch
watched
it
it
because
just
he's been on
because
here live with us, you dozy bugger.
I'm a bit busy at the minute. I'm doing a live stream.
Right, you still have more than one device, Dino.
I will.
Watch it on. Yeah.
No, I try and concentrate on what I will watch it. I will watch it.
Good. It's going up dead fast.
Thank
It's
you.
like a 1,000 every minute or something.
Wait, what are we talking about here?
The same thing she talked about earlier, mate.
I wasn't on
Alright,
her.
mate. What did you say before? What did you say? What was you doing before? What's he called? Him in the middle. Best friend Eddie. Eddie.
Biker Eddie.
Best friend
Biker
Eddie.
Eddie. Are you a biker Eddie?
Well, there's a bit of a clue in them.
Right. What's your favourite bike?
Yeah. If
What's
it
your
just said
favourite bike?
At the minute.
Yeah,
said-
that's what I'm asking, Dino. If it's all right. What's your favourite bike?
What's my favourite bike? Well, I've just
Yeah.
bloody sold.
What?
Well, there's one I've just bloody sold.
What was it? Was it a Norton or something?
No, that'd be silly.
What was it?
Honda VTR SB2.
Nice.
Nice. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, of course I do.
Dear, what was it?
Yeah, no, my cousin's
Go on,
husband.
go on, what was it?
He
Go- what was
he
it?
drives at the Three Sisters. It's a Honda bike. It's a massive bike. It's hence as.
So you don't really
There's
know
people
what
asking
VTR
for the
is.
link for that video. Official.
Honestly,
People
100%.
asking for the
I've given
I
it.
don't-
I've given it to Leah. Leah shared it.
Okay.
before. It's just massive. It's just gone mad, and it's just your voice on it. I know I have to keep coming back because it's just like I can't believe it. It's just like it's you
Right.
and a video and the British Barnacle as well. I've got to admit, but I've got to mention it because obviously I've put it up and everything. So yeah, people love it.
Can I just ask a
Yours.
question, Dino? I've just got a comment from where is he? Where's it?
Who just farted?
Oh, where's he gone? He asked me what's my opinion on Chinese copies of bikes. I forget who it was. Oh God, where's
It's
it gone?
on screen now, Biker.
Right, cheap Chinese copy bikes. Yeah, leave him alone. An
Leave 'em
absolute pile
alone,
of shit.
100%. Buy an Autumn.
Absolute pile of shit. Leave him alone.
Man's
Yeah,
Bees
thanks.
off. Man's Bees massive to me. Great mod. If you can just show her a bit of love there. She's saying good night, absolutely knackered. See you tomorrow, but I'll see you next Friday at least, man. And thanks for your work. Cheers.
See you later, man. Take care, love.
Thanks.
So-
Thank you.
Dino, can I just say to Biker Eddie, BSA?
What? What about them? Not wrong with them.
Right? Exactly. In comparison to a Chinese replica.
Exactly.
Forget that.
Yeah. I'll take a
Yeah.
skateboard over a Chinese replica bike.
I've just watched that video.
Do you like it?
Yeah, I like it.
Have you seen how many views? 588k. It's like a little bit more.
605 now.
Oh yes, we're going for 1 million, Dino. It's your voice.
James, India, do they still make bikes?
I don't know what to say about it. I'll have to watch it first. I'm a bit gobsmacked. I don't know what to say.
What? 500? What was it? Thingy. 900
605.9.
views.
Auditing, if you bought a Chinese replica, get it stripped down for parts, mate.
Amazing.
The parts will be good, but don't sell it as a bike. Just strip it for parts. Because it's a pile of shit, mate. It really is. Just strip it for parts. Get them
He's got a
flagged.
Chinese bike then. He's got a Chinese bike already.
Oh, mate.
Triumph all day long, that one says. Triumphs.
Go Dino, yes, mate.
You'll get the original Triumph, then yeah, I'll totally agree.
Yeah, but Harley Davidson, right? That's got to be the top. It's got to be the top make, can it?
I'd rather
The
have a
bikes.
BSA.
Harley's.
I'm sorry, mate. I wouldn't touch an Harley Davidson. I'd rather have a Chinese replica, mate.
I wouldn't.
I would not touch an Harley at all.
Oh, but Harley Davidson's a classic.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, mate.
You see this, yeah? We talk about a bike we know about, and biker
Yeah.
just shits
John.
on us.
I know, it's like, oh, whatever, I like Chinese better.
Just take a shit on his head tops.
No, I would not touch an Harley. Honest to God, I've rode one, and no, I would not touch. I would never ever buy an Harley.
Why?
Echo guys.
It's Leah. It's not. It's Fischl. Sorry,
What?
you're echoing.
Obviously. 1 minute. I'm just going to turn the mic off, right? Because I'm charging my phone.
That's a good
No
idea.
worries.
Always helps.
Ducati, Steve Anson says Ducati.
Ducatis. I'd have one every day of the week.
CVT.
Ducatis are
Odyssey,
expensive
yeah.
to service.
I remember those. There's a few more channel links going up in the chat, guys. So, what's James put here? Yeah, a few comments about Indian bike makers. So, well, what do you make of bikes from India?
Oh God. I've seen them, never rode them. I don't know. I really don't know. I can't comment because I've not rode them really. It's. I mean, the bike I just sold, I had it for 20 years, right? Japanese bike, and it was mint, absolutely mint, and that's down to their engineering and my upkeep, right? Some of the shite you see on the market now is diabolical. It really is. They won't last 5 years, let alone 20.
So, auditing the app, right? Jaguar is Indian now too. So, I mean, Jaguar was like originally English.
Yeah, Jaguar were English. I thought they were bought by Land Rover, and weren't Land Rover bought by BMW?
Yeah. So it's like moved on. Hasn't it? It's like, what was it? It's quite a few like German car manufacturers have bought out like English cars as well, as well. So it's not like it was, is it? Like built in Britain and things like that. It's not many.
There's no bikes built in Britain anymore.
That's what I mean. And it used to be a massive industry. You remember Leyland Daff?
I don't, yeah.
The whole town, most of that town virtually worked in that vehicle manufacturers, DAF trucks and DAF cars and DAF and things like that. And then they shut it down. I think it was Margaret Thatcher's period. And the whole town just went down. It was just like the economy of the town, and the whole town just broke down type of thing. And I think they sold it all on, and it went private or something like that, and it just destroyed the industry over here.
It was a company called Tattoo that bought it, I think.
Was it?
I think so.
Listen,
yeah.
guys.
Might be wrong.
Sorry, Mike. Michael Powell's going to come on because I'm going to nip off for 2 minutes, and there's someone called Roger American as well. So I'll jump off for a minute, and I'll leave you guys to it.
Southwest Auditor Aprilia is a fucking good bike, absolutely good bike. I will put them second to a Ducati without a doubt. They are a really, really good bike. Hey up, Michael. How you doing, fella?
BuzzTech.
Yes, big up the BuzzTechs.
Yeah, what you said about the bikes, they are really good, and the cars are pretty good as well, so I'm not keen on these scooters though, so...
Oh, don't go on them, mate. Keep off them. You end up Ryan breaking your leg falling over a path.
Yeah, because when I was in Bristol, the scooters all over the shop, so I prefer bicycles personally, so...
Sorry, Ryan, mate.
I'm just going to OD on paracetamol and the box.
Yeah, kill for it, mate. You kill it.
Yeah, well, if you fall off a bicycle, you're only going to land on your head, but if you fall off a scooter, you got nothing to protect yourself, have you? So...
Well, if you land on your head, you're going to crack your head open. I remember one of my family members told me a story about this woman who tried to go up on the pavement on a bike, but she didn't lift her front tire up, so her front tire just stopped, and she slammed forward and smashed her and cracked her head all on the pavement.
Well, she was a bit slack then trying to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you should always wear a helmet, really, even if you're on a scooter, so... If something does happen, at least you got something to protect you. So
those scooters don't go very fast though, compared to like a bicycle.
I don't know. Them scooters, mate, they can hit 30 miles an hour. That's why they banned them.
Yeah,
that's not the ones they sell though, is it? That's the ones you buy personally.
Yeah. You can buy the ones that they're banning because basically what it is the one I had would only reach 14 miles an hour with me on it because I speedoed it. But I looked it up, and that one top speed is 16 miles an hour. Obviously, got a bit of weight on me, so I slowed it down 2 miles an hour. But yeah, some of the ones that you can buy from the shops can go up to like 30, 35 miles an hour. Obviously, depending on the person that's on it. And they're the ones that need the insurance apparently, and the road tax or whatever it is. So
you don't need to pay the road tax if it's electric.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what it is, but there is like some sort of insurance and that you have to pay because they go so fast.
Yeah, if it's motorized by any means, then you need a license and insurance and road tax for it.
Not if it's electric. Not if it's electric.
No,
that makes no sense.
Yeah, it's motorized.
Yeah, that's why. That's
motorized?
Why.
Yeah,
because it's motorized with electric. You still have to pay tax and stuff on your Tesla car if you've got an electric car, and just because it's electric doesn't change the rules.
Well, that's a load of crap. People should stop doing that because the road tax is for emissions. So it's like if you have a toxic shit coming out your tailpipe, that's what that's for.
No. You're wrong, mate. If it's motorized, it's different. If it's motorized, you'll need a license, and if it's liable for tax, you need to pay tax. And you also need insurance. It's motorized by any means, whether it's steam powered, petrol powered, diesel, electric. You need a license to ride that vehicle.
Not if it's an electric bike, though, do you?
No, you do.
You do, yeah.
Yes, you do.
I disagree with that. 'Cause I read
It's all down to this is where people get confused because it is all down to the speed as well. If you've got something that don't go fast enough to be on like a road or anything like that, then you don't need to be covered by anything, right? That's the one I had. It only reached 40 miles an hour, so it wasn't fast enough to be able to be rid on the road. It was sort of like a cycle, yeah. So I even spoke to somebody about this. But anything that can reach up to around a speed limit on built up areas, which is normally like 20-30 miles an hour. If you can reach them speed limits,
something,
then you need to be
I
covered.
ride a push, yeah. I can literally on a straight go over 40 miles per hour on a straight, and I don't even have a provisional driver's license, and that's perfectly legal for me to be doing that.
Yeah, because it's pushback. It's not motorized in any way. But if it's motorized, then you can hit them speeds. Then you need to be covered by insurance.
Yeah, with the yellow scooters, do you need a license for the yellow scooters?
I don't know which one the yellow scooters are. If you're on about the ones in the towns, I think you have to have a license. Yeah, I think you have to have a license to get them out, don't you? Or some form of ID, I believe.
Right, in the early 70s, early 80s, you had 49cc mopeds, and they were categorized as a moped because they had pedals fitted, right? You still need a license and insurance to ride them, right? But they had to have pedals fitted, right, to that motorcycle. I had one, right? If the engine failed, you could pedal that motorcycle as a cycle, right? But because it was motorized, you still needed a license, tax, and insurance. So wear that one up.
See, that's what I mean. I don't understand it, to be fair. I've not, you know what I mean? I've not looked into it, but like I've legit, like I said a minute ago, I spoke to somebody, and that's what he told me about that, and he's in that sort of industry. Sorry, there's a lot of feedback there.
Do any of you guys like driving tractors? Do you like driving tractors? Do you like driving tractors? Over here in the U.S., we're not driving tractors. Yes, tractors.
Right.
Over here in Memphis, Tennessee, we're like driving tractors on the fields and that. But in the UK, do you have different like vehicles over there? If you don't mind me asking.
That is a really shit Tennessee accent.
Isn't it just? Ain't it just? It's like his Asian accent. It's like his Asian accent.
Sorry,
that was right as well.
No, I said, do you like driving? I asked you, do you like driving tractors over there in the UK?
Do I like?
Yeah, some people very into tractors.
It's all right. He's gone.
That was a really shit.
I've got to give him a round of applause for that. He's a tryer. He's a tryer.
He definitely tried.
I'll wait for his Japanese accent next. That'll be a good one. What an absolute fucking arsehole.
Hey mate, I'm smiling, so I'm happy.
Yeah, I'm laughing here, mate. Hey up, Gypsy, how you doing, mate?
I'm all good, people. Just I've been tuning in. It's been very entertaining.
Has it?
Lads, I'm sweating on a kebab.
Oh, we're just talking shit and more shit, mate.
It's flowing good tonight.
Basically, just take it piss out of riding his foot and curbs and things.
For you know when you was at school, yeah, and you had that joke. Oh yeah, you're getting old now. Like we're in like year 7. We're going into year 7 soon, and it's like, oh, you're getting old. Don't fall down that curb and break your ankle. I fucking fell down the curb and broke my ankle at the age of 24.
Yeah, but mate, it don't get old. It don't get old.
I can't believe it.
Well, if I'm on live, mate, and you are, it's not going to get old.
No, it's going to be that, and then there's going to be the bag under my chair, isn't there?
Exactly, that's it, mate. Just don't give me something else to go for. Oh, you know I'll crucify you, mate. I love you, mate. You're a good lad.
I know.
But I'm just a bastard that does this, you know that.
Oh yeah, you're definitely a bastard.
Oh, appreciate that, Cocker.
Oh, hello, babe. My girlfriend just walks in as I go, yeah, you're definitely a bastard. That was perfect timing.
I thought you were saying hello, babe, to me.
No. My girlfriend walked in at the exact same time I says, yeah, you are a bastard.
Yeah. Yeah, and you said hello, babe, at the same time. And I just thought it was to me. So you're a bastard now. You've gone back on it. I'm your babe, mate. You call me a bastard now. I'm sorry. We've gone. Done. That's it.
Are you going to be my next YouTube marriage?
Bitch. I'll
YouTube
be
marriage.
No, I'm going to be YouTube bitch, mate.
You my YouTube bitch.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. There we go. Everyone's heard it here first. Biker Eddie is my YouTube bitch.
Yeah, I'm his bitch.
She's relentless, Dino. Leah, with these links, she's doing good.
She's ace, is Leah.
Yeah, man. She's
Yeah.
on it.
I think most of us know the score with Leah. It's like, said, innit? You know, just watch the chat and that's Leah. You know, she's great. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, this moderator on YouTube. Yeah, this working moderator. In my opinion, that's all.
Nah, I agree.
Maybe
Dino, how
I'm
long
being
tonight?
biased.
10 hours?
Can't disagree with that one.
Dino,
She's
9,
superb.
10, 11? How many tonight?
Sorry, mate, I missed that.
9, 10, 11? How long you going for tonight?
Oh, I don't know. How long's a piece of string? Do you know what? Joe
8
Public,
hours.
that's about the average, isn't it? Last 3 weeks in London, because I was staying at someone else's place, it was capped till 2 a.m., which is still, I think it was like 7:30 start, so 5. It was still 6.5 hours. So, but tonight, yeah, it could go longer. You never know, do you? I'm back up north with my curtain.
Dino will be on. I'll wake up at 3 with the baby screaming, and Dino will still be on. And I'll put money on it.
Could be on till 6 in the morning.
Joe Public, right? He went live the other night, and then I managed to get me 2 hours sleep, 3 hours sleep, whatever. I woke up, he's still frigging live. 12 plus he did. I thought,
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he beat me, Jips. He's beat me.
I could beat you, but I fall asleep halfway through the stream. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's hard. It does. When you get past 6 hours, it's the big point. And then you lose it, you know what I mean? But you keep pushing.
It is tough. It's very tough, but depends who you get on and things like that. And everyone's still happy, like, in there. I just think, okay, just keep going and you know.
I'll be watching you with the nice greasy kebab, Dina.
Don't you dare bring it on stream, mate. Don't you dare, brother.
I'm about to treat myself, Dino, you know.
Fair play.
I've started losing a bit of weight. Hey, Michael?
You could treat yourself to that'd be entertaining. Watching you eat a kebab, actually.
No, I dare you, mate. I don't want to scar you.
he'll be there with a whole hog going.
Seriously, barbecue sauce, mayonnaise. I'm living the dream, mate.
Barbecue sauce and mayonnaise.
Yeah.
You're
Barbecue
disgusting, bro.
What about chili sauce?
Nah,
Don't you have chili sauce on it?
It's got to be chili sauce and mayonnaise, like plain mayo and homemade chili sauce.
Yeah.
Oh, I love chili sauce. Yeah.
That's
Not
got to
too
be it on a
often.
kebab.
Barbecue and mayonnaise.
Who can do hot? You know when you hear people say, "I have a Scotch bonnet and all these hot chilies," I can't do it. How hot do you guys go? Because I'm like kind of a medium spice type.
I can go out.
I
can go out, mate.
If you know what what is it now? Oh, I forgot it now. Mutton. If you know what mutton is,
yeah, it's knackered
you know the
lamb.
typical. Yeah, you know a typical dish for mutton in the Caribbean way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's spicy.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's how spicy I go. I love my spice.
I like hot stuff, I must admit.
Yeah, but I like to have it relaxed. Too hot is not good for me. I drink too much soft drinks.
You know when your eyelids start watering, that's when I sort of hit that limit. I can't go any hotter.
Yeah, but why would you want to make yourself cry while you're eating? I don't get it.
Because it's nice. I like it. Just because my eyelids are watering, that's not a problem. I'm sweating from my eyelids to start off with.
What for all that?
Right. Anyways, guys, I'm gonna jump off. All right. So
Ryan.
I hope you have a good stream. And I'll see you in a bit.
Ryan, hope your foot gets better, mate.
Yeah, it should be better in the next few days. I should be out on it. So
all right, mate. You take care with that.
Take it easy.
And you guys. See you in a bit.
Just don't, Ryan. Listen, mate. Thanks for coming on, and it's good to see you back. And just keep doing what you're doing, mate. And everyone will carry on loving you for what you do. And massive respect to Ryan. Just show a bit of love in that chat for Ryan. If you wouldn't mind, please, just let him go with a smile on his face. Superb stuff, mate. And thanks again.
Cheers, guys. I'll speak to you in a
See
bit.
you later, mate. Take care, fella.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
Andrew, stop that. Do I have a bike or a motorbike? Oh, come on, fella.
Dino, what's this video?
Which?
Is it you commentating over this video?
Official Art's been on and come out with. I didn't know anything about it. She said she tagged me in it, but honestly, I've not received any tag. But apparently, it's at over 581k. And she's used my voice. Sorry,
it's on 700k.
I don't know what it's about, and I've not watched it. But all I know is she's used my voice on a video. That's all I know.
I've seen that video, the original one, and then I've watched it again, and it's you.
Right, I'll have to watch it.
Was you there?
Sorry?
Was that your video then?
Mine?
Yeah, because I swear your voice is on it.
Yeah, she said it's a video, but with my voice over it. So.
Oh, I thought you were the original.
But yeah, I'll have to watch it. 614,000 Spy says.
No, it's 700 now.
Oh, right. I don't know until I watch it.
Mate, you ought to copy that and upload it to your site, mate.
So I'm just saying, she made it. So she made the video, and she said to me that I've used your voice on it. So that's all I know.
That's brilliant. That is unreal.
Oh, it's only 19 seconds. Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll watch it. I'll leave you to it for a minute. I'll watch it.
It's a good video. It's a good video.
Okay.
It's brutal.
19 seconds with 700,000. Really?
Yeah. See these shorts, Eddie. These shorter videos now.
I keep seeing
really
them
popping off.
In all honesty, mate, they don't really appeal to me. I don't know why. Because you don't get no sort of background with it, and then leading up to something, you just get bang there. That's your go, and your 20 seconds have gone. You think, what the fuck have I just watched? I want to know how it got there, and if you know what I mean, the lead up to it, and
it's Eddie, it's this, if you go on other platforms, Facebooks, TikToks, they're all very quick videos. And people scrolling through quick, and some will draw your attention. And this video, obviously, there's a lot going on in that short time.
Right.
I know Who's Now Yorkshire's got one that's nearly on 3 million. That's crazy.
Well, I've seen that today. I've seen the one when they were in Blackpool. That was quite good. So.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the new one, Michael, with Live Free.
Yeah, not the new one. They were in Blackpool with Chunky and Society X. So they went to Blackpool and then they travelled back from Blackpool. So
making me jealous, mate. Make me want to go on holiday.
Another good channel is called Justice for Dads. That's
Yes.
quite a good channel. So,
Taking our right back. Taking our rights back is another one, Michael. Another new one.
and another one I found that's called Auditing London. So we'll check that out as well. So,
Michael's the promoter, isn't he, Eddie?
yeah, finding all these channels left, right,
watched it.
centre.
Right, what's Visual Arts video then? Were you on, Dino? What's it called?
Yeah, I've just watched it, and it's a copper trying to shove this guy in his car, like having a right go, trying to get him in. And the only thing I say is, I'll try and show you as much as I can, guys. So, when I looked, it says 614K.
I'm on a channel now. What video is it?
It's about the fifth one down, I think. You'll see if you just watch the views, you'll pick it up. It's 614 when I looked at it then. So it's the one with the highest views on it, and it's about 4 or 5 videos down. Cat saying that nobody poor shared the original video.
Yeah, that's where I've seen it. That's where
Yeah,
I've seen
I
it.
didn't
Back
see
up
that.
the
So Leah's just put the link up to it, Biker. But I'm sure you'll find it.
I'm looking now. I'm gonna just go up Leah's link.
Because I can't find her channel, you know. It goes funny.
I found a channel.
Tell me.
Do you like it, Dino? Do you like it? Are you happy with it? Are you all right with it?
Big up facial.
Oh, yeah, it's all right.
Honestly, I've tagged you in it. I have tagged you in it because I've not obviously you haven't seen it anyway. So the message I've sent you haven't seen anyway. So I just put it up there, and I'm double surprised. It's just going up 1,000 every minute, and it's like the original film with your voice over it. Everyone's gone mental over it. It's amazing.
Brilliant.
I love it.
Facial, you good?
I'm good, thanks.
It's nothing to do with what happened, really.
It's your voice and all. It adds to it, doesn't it? It's good. I like that'd be a million. That'd get a million.
614K views. Wow.
What's going on? I've got more views through that. I've got that. It's like Sky News or the BBC also. It's massive.
That's brilliant. That is. Why is
And I've got 564 subscribers. So if anyone wants to subscribe to me, I'll go out on 1,000. I'll go and audit some twat.
How many did it get it in the first day? Did it pick up on the first day, or is it a slow burner?
No, it did pick up. It went to 2,000 every single day because I put my phone on night mode every night. And I wake up and it's just pinging off it. And I'm like so proud because it's Dino and it's Dino's voice and it's like that film and it's got a tag in for the British Barnacle as well because that's when I originally received it, and it's like, and it's just been like really welcomed everywhere.
That is unbelievable. 16,
Isn't it?
nearly 3,000 likes. That's brilliant. That
Can
is.
you imagine, Gypsy, if I had 5,000 subscribers? I'd be quids in at the end of the month, wouldn't I?
No, I hope you do, because this is all it takes, you know, a little pop up, and hopefully you both do well off it, you know.
Well, I don't know why Dino's not seen it though.
I've just watched it.
Just now, Dino. It's been up a week.
I've just watched it.
Well, anyway, your quids in. Should it ever come, Dino? I'm telling you. Send me details.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, but send them me anyway if it happens. Send them me.
I'm always watching. No, I have just watched it, and all I say is, I'll show you as much as I can, guys. I think.
Yeah, you're in the Abbey Road studios. That's why it's called Love Is All You Need. And I just did it twice.
That's brilliant.
People are saying, because someone said, no, it's not about the money, Claire, or we're having a laugh, but
yeah,
is it your actual video? Because someone has asked you that, and someone else said it's come from Nobody Poor. And there's an echo going on, Facial, I think. It's coming from you.
Yeah, always.
It was nobody's. I think
She
it was
always
nobody's
gets the blame.
video,
I bet
that.
it's me.
No, it's not you, Jips.
You forget sometimes, don't you, when you might have some other device on, it's easy to forget.
So what did you say about the money?
You don't get paid for shorts news.
No, I think it's a creator fund for sure.
How much do I owe you, Dino? What did you say? 5,000, was it?
No, well done.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we're only having banter about money. We're not discussing that because people are asking whose video is it? Like whose actual video is it?
Because it's on the fair use. It's literally like a
it's a public. It's
a tiny little.
Yeah, it's Steph. It's a public film, so it's like it's available to use, and it's got your voice over it, and it's got British Barnacle on it.
Well done, though. Dino,
Yeah,
my
next one, Gypsy, is Money for Nothing and Your Drinks for Free by Dire Straits. So anybody wants to send me a clip, send it over.
I'm gone. Take care, everyone. Thank you, Dino, for letting me on. Yeah.
See you later, Jips. Take care, fella.
Take care, people.
Yeah. Look after that little one, mate.
See you later.
Bye bye.
Yeah, so who filmed the video? Someone said nobody put it earlier on, I swear.
I think it won
anyway.
Yeah, it's got no copyright on it or anything. It's absolutely fine.
As long as if you take like if somebody's got like a half-hour video on YouTube and you take like 10 seconds of the video, there's nothing wrong with that because it's under fair use.
Well, there's nothing wrong with it, Steph. It's like it's got no copyright to it, whatever. The only copyright is Dino's voice, really. If Dino sort of like says to me, get fucked, I'd go, fuck off, Dino. We've got like millions of fucking views, mate. Shut up. But that would be.
In that case, then on 80%.
What, Dino?
It wouldn't work anyway.
No, you don't get paid for these short videos anyway. So.
Oh, Dino, yeah, but it improves your subscribers though, Dino, because I've got like 200 subscribers from it.
Nice one. Well done. Yeah.
I think that that's on my own. I haven't had to I'm just really surprised and I did tag you initially. I've tagged you both and everything in it, and nobody came back to me and said anything. So it's just carried on and stuff. And I know that you probably wouldn't because I probably need to change the at Deanology to tag Deanology, don't I? So that people can click on that tag as well.
No, it's fine. Let's see how far it goes there. I mean,
I want it to get to 1 million, don't you, Dino? I'm buzzing my head off. Can you imagine?
I'm not bothered. No, Michelle.
What?
You're still echoing, so just switch off your device and then you can come back on. Guys, I've got Fluke backstage, which means we're like 2 hours in. And when Fluke comes on, who I know everyone in this chat right now for a fact and on the panel has got massive respect for this guy, just like I do. He's a massive contributor to the truth. That's how I see him. And he's a very mellow guy who's passionate as well. And I did ask him to come on earlier, and he has done. And 2 hours in, we've had the good banter and stuff like that. But I'm sure Fluke will carry on the banter for a little bit, and then we're going to probably get into, like we normally do, a more serious discussion without arguments, you know. So if you just give me a sec, people are saying hello to Fluke. There's Fluke's channel. He is the original. He will not say that. He will say, no, I'm not, blah, blah, blah. He's such a modest guy is what I'm trying to get at. Auditing the Albion, listen, you know, I accept the fact you're controversial, you're opinionated, and I think you're a decent guy, but he does not dictate. Let's get that straight right away. I don't want any drama when Fluke comes on at all, okay? Or else you're gone, okay? Here he is, guys, the man himself. Good evening, sir.
Thank you very much, Dean, for the somewhat overblown introduction.
Hey up, Flo. How you doing, fella?
Biker Eddie, you all right?
Yeah, I'm good,
Seth,
mate.
isn't it, young man, as well? Seth?
Yeah, I'm Steph.
Steph, sorry. Yes, thank you, Dino, for the long-winded, somewhat short of you going, and here, entering the ring is...
Come on,
Mate, don't ever come on and say you're entering the ring, please.
You deserve a good introduction, you know. Everyone loves you, mate. Most people who come into my lives, they love you to pieces. You saw that last week. I couldn't keep up with the amount of "Are you doing, Fluke? Big up, Fluke," and all that in the chat. And I was trying to put as many things up. I'm sure you're going to get it again now. But mate, good evening. How are you? You all right?
I'm good, thank you. And I hope everyone's well in the chat. I'm just seeing some of the comments, so thank you very much. Everyone's been very kind to me, and I really do appreciate it. And I feel a bit embarrassed, to be honest with you. But yes, thank you for the overblown introduction, Dino. It's I think your overblown introductions are going to get worse as we go along. But
there's some that, you know, with some people you can't say enough about them, and it's like, you know what I'm like. It's like some people deserve a decent introduction. You know what I mean?
It's appreciated, but I'm just a guy with a camera at the end of the day. That's why I see myself.
See what I mean, guys? See what I mean? I didn't mention the word modesty before I brought him on, so I'll let that word hang for a minute. And that's
I'm just a photographer, and I want to stand up for my photography rights, my rights to free speech and free expression, and that's all I want to do. And if I have to go out and test, it, I will. It's as simple as that. You know?
Yeah,
it's not any more complicated than that, you know. But
thanks for coming on, Michael. Sorry, Fluke. Michael's just dropped out, so I just want to thank him for coming in, and he's going to stay in the chat and listen. So, Michael, thank you very much, mate. Legend. Thanks for all your support as well.
See you later, Michael. Be good, fella.
Someone else backstage.
I was kind of in and out of the chat earlier. So it's sod's law. As soon as I come on a live, everyone starts phoning me. Do you know what I mean? It's like I'm trying to get on a live stream. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what you want. I wanted to ask some people about these scooters, because I saw a guy on one of these scooters the other day, one of the electric ones, and I thought, how cool is that? He was bolting down the road on it, you know. And I was thinking, I wonder what you need with regards to, because I ain't got a fucking clue, but I wonder what you need license-wise, insurance-wise, and stuff like that.
If you get the ones that you can just rent out, then you don't need to worry about it. But at the moment, anything like if you go to like Halfords and you just buy one, they'll just take it off you, because you can only use them on like private land, basically.
If it's motorised, you need a licence and insurance if you're going to use it on the road. You can't use a motorised vehicle on a footpath.
Right, that makes sense.
So therefore, they are illegal. That's why the police are now taking them off the road. They are confiscating them.
Oh, I see. That's why they. So you can use them on the road, but you can't use them on the footpath.
You can use them on the road.
If you own it privately.
Right. If you rent it from a company, they will give you insurance for that vehicle.
Right. Okay.
Right.
So they take liability for it.
Right. And you also need a license. It'll only be a provisional license, but you need a license. So you hire one, you've got a license, they will hire you that vehicle for you to ride on that road. If you haven't got either, then you ain't riding it. If you were to buy one and ride it on the road without a license or insurance, it will get confiscated because it is illegal. You can only ride it on private land. it's same as a motocross bike without insurance or license. You're not going to ride it on road. You ride it on private land, and that's it. It's a motorized vehicle, and that is it. You need.
So why do I keep seeing these guys whizzing around up and down the streets and the roads and
Some might be covered, mate. Some might be covered. They might have the insurance. They might have the license. But you'll see one riding down the footpath.
So can you ride one with the provisional license, or do you have to have?
Yeah, I would think so. I would think so, because you can ride a moped without a license. Yeah, with a provisional license.
Yeah, as long as you've got L plates on the.
That's it. Yeah,
provisional.
but there's no visibility of L plates on a scooter, on an electric scooter. But the fact is, it's a motorized vehicle, and you'll need documentation to cover that vehicle. And that is it.
I just thought they were cool, and if I ever got into the position, I'd get one. They'd be cool for doing audits on.
Mate, I won't bother, mate, because there's going to be a thing of the scrapyard very shortly.
Yeah, they're not that great.
What's the range on those things? If you
I've not a clue, mate. Not a clue.
I just think if you're on the road with one, if you come like to speed bumps, how are you going to get over the speed bump? Because you're going to try to go over it, and you're going to end up stuck on it.
Yeah.
But it depends if
I just thought they looked cool for a bit of a laugh, you know.
Yeah, they do. They do. I mean, you had your motorised skateboards, didn't you?
I've got one of them.
Yeah.
But I just have it for fun.
Yeah, you controlled that with the handset, didn't you?
Yeah, I have the remote.
Yeah.
It's just a kid's one from a Razor.
Yeah. But I mean, that's the same sort of thing. It's a motorised vehicle, but they never outlawed them.
No, not yet.
Because they're what they want. But the scooters, they're going to be short-lived.
It's funny as well, because you think to yourself it'd be a really green alternative to zipping around and getting about, and you know, being electric, you'd think, you know, that they'd be all for it, and then all of a sudden they come in with a load of regulations because we have to regulate everything, you know. So just because they want to take money off you, and you have to pay insurance companies and registration and this, that, and the other, and more money for the government. And
I think what it is, it's the amount of accidents that's occurred with them, the amount of people, the amount of people that have been hurt on them, and you know, the damage to other vehicles, etc. And I think that is one of the reasons why, because you know, the dodging out of traffic, and they're a liability. They really are, and I think that's one of the reasons. I'm not sure, but that's my thoughts on it. I mean,
yeah, I think that's one of the reasons.
People's been killed on them.
I think this is where a bit of common sense comes in, because if you're, say, a 15-year-old kid and you've not got a license or this or that, and you've got no experience of riding on the road whatsoever, you know, the only thing you should be allowed to ride is a push bike. Do you know what I mean? But if you've got a driving license like I have for 30 odd years, and I've got a bike, a motorcycle license, you know, I've got, you know, 10 years of riding a motorcycle, you know, then you should be given some sort of leeway as to, you know, who should and shouldn't be, you know. I don't agree with having to give the state money for me to use one. I'm just saying that there should be some sort of compromise in the sense that if you're a 15-year-old kid, you know, you need to use it in a certain place, and then
children, because with children, I know that if you are under the age of, I believe, 13 on a push bike, you're legally allowed to cycle on the pavement, but you're not legally allowed to cycle on the roads.
Yeah, that's true. Is that? That's true.
I don't know. I grew up in an age where free country back then. You just cycle wherever you want, whenever you wanted. And I remember even being as a kid, we'd be cycling home late at night or something, and we'd bump into a policeman and he'd say, "Right, you haven't got lights on your bike, get off and push it home." And that was it. You know, it wasn't write you a ticket and, you know, take you to court and this, that, and the other. It was just, and you did what you were told. And we didn't really do what we were told. We pushed it until we couldn't see the copper anymore. We jumped on our bikes and ran and went like 100 miles an hour to get home as quickly as we possibly could, because otherwise we're getting bollocking for our parents for being late. So, I mean, it's funny how the world's changed. I was talking to this about a friend of mine, and we were going on about that sort of thing, and I just said, "Do you remember what it was like when you used to bump into police officers and they were like, 'Good evening, boys. What are you up to?' 'Oh, well, not a lot. We're just sitting around the park, arsing around.' 'Okay, well, don't get into any trouble, will you?' And they just walk off. And now look at the harassment you get for having a camera. It's like it's just a different world.
Yep, I remember the Bobbies on the beat, mate. Without a doubt.
Good evening, Joe Public. How you doing, mate?
Yep, Joe.
Yeah, he's going through a lot of shit lately, guys. I'm sure a lot of you are aware of that. Great guy.
Yeah.
Great guy.
Can't believe the stuff he's had to go through over the last year or so. That
Unreal. I got sent a document about the Section 23 shit. What's going on with him, and it's just laughable when you read it. Okay. Yeah, it's just laughable. But I mean, Joe, I spoke to Joe earlier. I said, jump on if you want, Joe. He said, I might just stay and chat, whatever. But it's up to Joe if he wants to talk about it. And I think it's worth talking about. But there's plenty of time, guys. We've only been on for 2 hours and 15. There's always some deeper stuff comes on later on and that. So for now, we're still having the banter. And there's 96 people in. And if it's not broke, don't fix it. So if you want to carry on, guys, that's fine. I'm going to go for a quick loo break. There's no one else backstage. So
when I spoke to
if you want to just, I know Fluke's settling in and we're going to carry on talking for a bit, but if you want to fill Fluke in on this charity thing tomorrow, it's up to you. You might,
before you go for a piss, mate, I'm going to get off because I need a piss as well. Right, but yeah, I'm going tonight.
Okay.
Been another good Friday, mate. Without a doubt. I've not been my normal self tonight. I don't know why, but then again, it's been a bit too interesting, really, to be my normal self. It's been really good tonight. But yeah, I'll be on next Friday, mate. I'll be my normal twat self, so don't you worry about it. I'll be there.
Right. Ready.
Right. So good night, all chat. Love you all. Be good. And I'll see you soon. Take care. Good night.
Yeah, just show that love for Biker, guys. Every single Friday comes on. Has the banter. He's a great laugh. So yeah, if you can just show that love for him in the chat. Auditor for Auditor still in there, acting stupid. So yeah, I'm just going to have a quick loo break. I'll bring Official back on. I'll see you in a sec.
Official, you're muted.
All right, good boy.
I don't know what's going on there with her mic.
No, can't hear you.
Yeah.
No, you're really breaking up. No, that's worse.
Try plugging. Maybe you accidentally half unplugged your headphones.
Just try and plug your headphones all the way in.
Yeah, because sometimes that can happen if you've got a little bit not quite plugged in.
Good point, Steph. I like this boy. He's good.
She doesn't do it on purpose, Mrs. Whatever that is. Free Press. Mrs. Free Press.
Yeah, I was going to talk about. Oh, there we go.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. That's better.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, I was going to talk about Joe Public's fucking shit. I mean, the shit that guy's gone through is horrendous. I mean, absolutely horrendous. I mean, to be honest with you, I think the whole auditing community should be descending on Essex en masse, to teach these people a lesson. That's what needs to happen, because that's the only way these people are going to learn, and that he's got backup, he's got support, and that's what they're frightened of. Because the reason the police are bullying Joe Public is because they think he's just one guy on his own in a flat with some subscribers on YouTube. can you imagine if like 50 auditors turned up in Essex next week? You know, it would be a complete change of tact. What are they going to do? Take 50 of us all to court and try and slap us with you can't record in a public place bullshit orders? No chance. No chance. It's only because they can bully one person that they can get away with it. You know, and that's what we need to do. We need to, you know, we need to try and, especially when someone's had their rights violated to the extent that Joe Public's had his rights violated, is that's when, you know, we do need to sort of come together and definitely go after these people. It's all well and good being searched under Section 40.
Flu Dog. Didn't he walk into a council meeting?
Yeah. And it's like, well, you know, this is the thing. I think the police just think that he's got no support bar his subscribers, and they don't fear his subscribers because his subscribers aren't really going to do much about it. You know, they can help him financially or, you know, mentally or, you know, with support, you know, good comments or whatever and blah, blah, blah. And that's about as much as support that they think he's going to get. But can you imagine if 20, 30 auditors turned up in Essex for the weekend? You know, they wouldn't know what to do with themselves.
Let's do it. Let's
Yeah.
sort it out with a video
Because
camera. Name the day, Flu Dog.
I think that's what's got to happen. Because without that kind of show of force, because all they're doing is they're using a show of force against Joe Public. Now we need to do a show of force against them and stand up for our rights, because, you know, that they've taken it to the next level with Joe Public, and we need to now to take it to the next level with them. You know what I mean? And I think that's hugely important. And
police always do that though, don't they? When they try to find the big leader and then they try to make a example out of them, because it's like a just general police tactic, isn't it?
yeah, and this is the thing. It's like
He has the best intro ever, doesn't he?
yeah, and this is the thing with them. It's like, you know, if they can think they can silence one person, they think they can silence everybody, and they need to be taught a lesson. You know, when 20 auditors turn up, 30 auditors turn up, and you know, destroy Essex Police in a weekend, they'll get the message. You know what I mean? They will get the message.
Do you get drinks at an Essex nightclub and everything if you kick off in Essex? So are we talking Essex? Is Joe Public Essex? Like the only way is Essex?
He's based in Essex, yeah.
Right, so it's like the only way is Essex. It's like a bit like pretend.
I think this is what needs to happen, because these people get themselves into a place where they feel that they can bully somebody else. They can use a whole police force.
The only way is Essex.
They can use a whole police force to bully one person with a camera, knowing he's got every right to do what he's doing, and they still bully him out of his rights. You know, and that's just not acceptable. You know, and they need to be taught a lesson, because if they think they can get away with it with Joe Public,
100%,
then, you know, and put up all these. I've read the charge sheet that he's been given by the court, that he's not allowed to do this. All of it goes against his fundamental human rights, which is unacceptable. Nobody can take away your fundamental human rights.
Everyone hates him, don't they? Why do they hate him? What's he done?
They hate him.
Has he?
This is the problem. They hate him because he puts a camera in their face, whereas they don't seem to mind when the government puts a camera in your face. Then it's a different
I'm not
story.
sure he does though. He just has a little wander about, and I just think he's annoying.
Well, not in your face. I don't mean physically in your face, but you know, when you turn the tables on them, they don't like it.
Right.
You know, it's okay, it's acceptable, you know, and that's not acceptable. You know, they're public servants, they being paid by the taxpayer. We are the taxpayers. We have the rights, and you know, they need to be shown that, and they need to be shown it in numbers. I think is the best way to do it. I mean, I'm not too far from Essex. I'm sure even I could get there, but you know, I think that's what we need to do.
I'm on the border of Essex.
Yeah, and if I think
let's go.
I think if that's what we need, I think that's what we've got to be careful, because to an extent, oh look, there's that bloody nightmare bloke from New Zealand again. Oh, don't you start with me, young man. I think I'll just finish my point and then we'll start taking the mickey out of Mark. I think what's important is what we've all got to realise within our own jurisdictions. And it's
Take
difficult.
the Mickey out of Mark. Go on, sorry for
What we've got to realise is what's happened to Joe could happen to any other auditor in the UK. Is if they isolate you and find you on your own.
That's awful.
You know,
Awful,
then they'll target you for it. They'll target you for it. And
that must be horrible for him. Bless him.
Exactly.
And he's got the best fucking intro, start bit of everybody. The Fox. My name is Joe Public. Is amazing.
So I think this is what everybody in the auditing community needs to understand, and that is the fact that, you know, we need to stick up for each other.
Do you not think, though, Fludo? Do you not think?
Can I just finish what I was saying?
Yeah, of course you can. But just say it because before I forget, but by saying it's an auditing community, do you not think you're sort of like adhering to the higher fucking level by saying it's an auditing community? Are you creating a community? Is that part? Listen, I'm just saying. You can come back in a minute. But I mean. Community thing that started happening, and everything's a fucking community, isn't it? And it shouldn't be. Should it be a community? I don't know. Carry on. Sorry, Fleet Dog. Had to get it out there quick.
You can call it a community, fucking, you know, a collective. I mean, pick a pronoun, you know, and you can just say it's that. That's not the point. The point that we've got to realise is any one of us in the auditing community could be targeted like Joe.
I don't like community. I don't like that word community. I don't like it.
Well, don't. Just
ignore the words. Just ignore
the point I'm trying to make.
It's not that bad. All right.
The point I'm trying to make, which is more important, is the fact that any one of us could be targeted in the same way that Joe Public's been targeted, and we need to stand up against that, because this is fascism. What they did to Joe Public is fascism. They've taken the opinions and the we're frightened and da 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 and all this crap from the police, and they've taken it through the judiciary and they've ruled against him, you know, and violated his human rights, and that's not acceptable, because any one of us, any member of the public, could effectively end up where Joe Public's ended up, you know, and that's not acceptable. Whether you want to call it a community, a collective, or this or that, it's irrelevant. The point is we need to, as a show of force, I think, not show of force, I don't mean to use the word force, but as a show of support, you know, we need to get some auditors down there and show them some support, because there's a lot of auditors that are going around the whole country, and, you know, Joe needs a lot of support and we should go down there and support him. It's as simple as that.
Definitely.
Yeah, auditor for auditor, right? Stop trying to be antagonistic. I'll put you on timeout, okay? So you
auditors on timeout.
You obviously realise what Joe Public's been through. So official, please don't talk over anyone.
All right.
Okay. What's happening with Ash Phillips? He needs support as well, Leah. Absolutely correct. So it's not just Talent Finder and Joe Public, who's been treated like shit. Imagine getting stopped and searched constantly, and not just stopped and searched, but stripped of his dignity as well. Imagine going through that consistently as well, and then having every single right that you've got taken away from you, which is a hobby and a love of yours. That's awful. Stop, search and stripped, and all he's doing is taking photographs and filming places legally. And they're saying, Section 23, they're saying, as long as we might suspect he's doing audio, live streaming, broadcasting, hanging around with someone with a camera, being his own YouTube videos and things like that. He's not allowed to do anything at all. That's ridiculous. And when he has been doing it innocently and legally, they've stopped, searched and stripped his frigging clothes off, bare naked. Imagine that. And they've done it consistently with him over the last, I don't know, but long enough. So, you know, it's serious.
That's Ash Phillips,
because
isn't it?
Tyrant's been caught as well for the same thing, but he does things differently to Joe. Tyrant Finder is a guy who goes out there live streaming protests and things.
Are we talking about Ash Phillips?
You're
Sorry,
there.
Dino.
Yeah, sorry. Lee, Actually, he's been up in court, and I think he has to go back for another hearing and things like that. Ash has been in earlier on. If you're still listening, Ash, or whatever, jump back in and you can explain if you want. But yeah, so that's Joe, Tyrant, Ash. That's just 3 people that I know. God knows how many more, and that's why it's growing into this. You know, it's going to affect us all, and that's why we need to support each other. And that's why I went down to London.
This is why I always, sorry, Dean, I didn't mean to cut across you. This is what I'm saying. If for argument's sake, it takes 3 police officers, one to hold Joe Public, the other 2 to search him and violate his rights. Now, if you've got 30 auditors there, how many police officers is it going to take? It's going to take 100 police officers to stop and search us all. They can't do it. And once you've done it over a whole weekend, they're going to have learnt that lesson. They're going to go, right, let's just leave the guy alone. Because what we don't want is another 30 of these photographers turning up and causing, and then we can't deal with all of them. So what's the point? Let's just drop it, let him do what he wants and ignore him, That's the way it should be. Because, if they think that, can you imagine if they just let Joe Public go for a month and they don't do anything to him, and then they violate his rights again, and then another 30 photographers turn up. They're going to get the message that they're going to get the message that he's got support. He's got physical support. Like literally, people will turn up and do something about it. It's all well and good having 20,000 subscribers or 10,000 subscribers, but if no one turns up physically to support you, the police know they've got one over on Joe Public. Because they know he's on his own, and they only need 2 coppers or 3 coppers to go and harass him.
It's massive. Yeah, absolutely. When you physically turn up and support someone, it means a lot to them, and I can vouch for that. With Tyrant, Westminster Magistrates, similar thing. All he's doing is exposing truth, basically, legally. And he does things differently to mainstream, obviously, which they'll keep in place no matter what. When the staged event comes into it, when it comes to filming. So what are they scared of? Do the hierarchies not want these people out of that job? Aren't they meant to support the public and all that? No, they're well in on it. They're all corrupt. So it's massive to support people who are doing nothing wrong. People enjoy what they do, and they're getting absolutely persecuted for it. I think, like you said, Dino, you touched on that there, Dino, and this is the thing. It's the corruption and the transparency that they don't like being exposed.
So is Joe Public related to the BBC?
No matter which public service you are, if you're doing nothing wrong, you've got nothing to hide, why are you scared of the camera? The only reason Essex police are doing what they're doing is because they know they're violating people's rights. They know they're taking the piss. They know they're being abusive, and it's inherent in the police force up and down this country. And they need people watching them, and they don't like being watched. You see this with cop watchers in the States, all over the world. It's exactly the same thing up and down the country, And this is why it has to be done.
Absolutely, Fluke, spot on as always, mate. Local's in the chat as well, guys. Massive respect to Local. He is a legend of mine. And I met him a few times, including last Monday. So, how you doing, mate? Massive. Joe Public, you lunatic. What are you doing here?
I don't know. What am I doing?
Sounding fantastic.
Yeah. Like I've been listening and that. I was like hopping on different things and that. There is an issue. Loads of people do turn up, they'll walk straight by the police. Like, say all you lot turned up, right? That's my police station, like 50 people. They'll walk straight by you, walk to my fucking house and arrest me. Because of number 5, or was it number 4 on the fucking criminal behaviour order? So
I missed that, Joe. Sorry. What did you say?
What is that? What is that?
Right, hold on.
What is that?
Nice, yeah.
Right, so basically, number 5, I'll read out number 5. Participate in the act of, assist any person in the carrying out of, cause any person to, instruct, encourage, incite, and or facilitate any person to do any of the actions described in prohibitions 1 to 4 above, which is basically don't fucking record people. So
what?
Yeah, so even if you all turned up, I mean, they're probably watching this anyway. So like, it's they fucked me over. They fucked everybody over in a way. They're literally stopping you from doing stuff, because if you turn up at the police station or just walked around Southend for the day recording.
What about the council, Joe? What about the council when you walked in the council meeting?
That's old news. Well, the point is, Joe, what I wanted to say was,
yeah, it's old news.
If I turned up and did some audits around Essex, how are they going to apply what they've applied to you to me? Because it doesn't apply to me; it applies to you.
Well, they'll just use it and say, because they've gone through my emails, haven't they? They have my phones and cameras and shit. They know who I was talking to, so they'll just go, oh, yeah. And I mean, I'll probably get away with it, but I have to go through being arrested, stripped naked, 25 hours in the police station, then dragged to a court, and then I have to go. I didn't say anything, and then maybe whoever that they thought, like say it's yourself, then they have to go. That person has to go. Yeah, no, you didn't tell me to do it, and then I finally get released. Lovely. So, you know what I mean? It's
well, I mean,
messy.
You know,
that fucking,
I love that. It's my favourite.
Auditor frauditor is a piece of shit.
Yeah, you are a piece of shit, mate, and you've tried coming backstage. I've not let you on. I'm sick of giving you chances. When I have let you on, you're either muted for 90% of the time, and when you do talk, it's full of shit. You're off there.
What you just said there was Joe Public doesn't do himself any favours. Okay, there's literally one video where I said fuck off, and I spoke to my solicitor today about appealing the conviction, so I didn't have a fair trial, and he's literally saying that's not against the law what I did.
Change your solicitor. Do you want a solicitor, Joe?
Well, do you know what, Joe? Forget about him now. Forget about him, Joe, because he's gone.
Yeah, good. Get rid of people.
He's gone. He's gone.
No,
And don't you're full of shit. And I think I've said that from day one. I think you're a copper, and a very low-minded copper as well. So good luck, because you make no sense on these type of lives. And you're trying to. How dare you put Joe Public down? You've no idea what he's been through. So go away.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing with those people, mate, and Dino, what I just wanted to say was quickly is the thing with these people is it was like Crinkle used to say, oh, if you don't let me on your live stream, you know, you go on about your right to freedom of speech, but you're not letting have me write my right to freedom of speech. Well, no, you've got your own channel with your 11 subscribers. Yeah, exactly. That's where you exercise your freedom of speech on your channel, you know. Because you don't have a channel, you don't have a following, you don't have anybody interested to try and exercise your rights, and nobody wants to listen to what you've got to say. So if you're adamant that what you're saying is so important and so, you're so right about what you've got to say, then just go and do it on your own channel.
Yeah.
Why have you got to come over and do it over here?
Lead
Yeah,
by
just lead by
example.
example,
If
Mark.
you're not prepared to do it yourself, don't expect someone else to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. Just a quick one, guys. Just a quick one. Very, very quick. Sorry, just because someone's come in the chat. That's my daughter.
Okay.
Lunella EU, and she's the one who's done my intro for my videos as well. My beautiful daughter. Thank you, sweetheart. Hello. I didn't expect you to come in and say hello. So.
Hello from New Zealand.
This is Mark from New Zealand, Shawnee. You know, I get massive respect on here with amazing people. So
I'll tell you what, I've got a lot of time for Mark down here. No, down there. And one of the first auditors in New Zealand, probably the first auditor in New Zealand, and one of the best things he ever did, one of the best things I've ever watched him do, was he did an audit outside a courthouse in, I can't remember, where was the hockey sticks and the parking drama? That was Waitakere or Waitakere. And not only did he do an audit there, but he then realised that all the parking tickets that they'd been giving out outside the court were all fucking illegitimate. And he went through the court system himself, right, and changed all of the road markings, right, and got everybody that got given a ticket there their money back. How cool is that? Ask him, Mark, you explain it. You'll explain it better than me, Mark. So let Mark explain it. Honestly, it's a brilliant story, and this is just from one audit. It's incredible.
Well, it all pertains to pretty much like Joe's going through as well. I mean, you notice how when he was explaining his stuff, he's reading through the specific language on the form. And we're all tied by language. So the first thing I did was get a law dictionary and learn the law, learn what the translation between legalese and English. So, yeah, I knew that this car park, it had what's called, the white line showing a car park. So that's called hockey stick. And you had broken yellows, which you're not allowed to park on, kind of like your double yellows over there. And, yeah, so I was sitting there. I was actually with another mate who was at court that day. And I was sitting there and I met this other guy through YouTube who turned out to be a parking warden who was just going for the job. And I sat up the road and he says, "Oh, where you're parked, I'll try and give you a ticket." And I go, "But there's hockey sticks." And he goes, "Yeah, but there's also broken yellows." And I says, "Well, that's misleading." So I use legislation. I use their rules against them. So I just went to the Crimes Act, looked up section 240 and 242 of the Crimes Act, 1961 in New Zealand, which states you cannot gain a profit through misleading and misrepresentation. So the fact that there were two different types of signs there, it's misleading.
Are you north or south? Are you north or south?
Yeah. So basically, I went through the court. I challenged them. I didn't give them a statement or anything. I just did what most people should do, is called a conditional acceptance. Instead of refusing anything, I mean, look at the word. You're refusing something. You're reigniting it. So you give a conditional acceptance. I'd be happy to take out the trash so long as you give me something in return. It's give and take. So I said I'd be happy to accept their claim for value, which means I'd happy to accept their allegation that I was breaking their rule, provided they could establish all of the elements in the case. In other words, in New Zealand, a parking ticket, much like a speeding ticket, is a criminal offence. It's not a civil matter. So the criminal standard applies, which is called beyond reasonable doubt. Okay, onus probandi, or burden of proof, is on that person. He who makes the claim has to prove it. So I just stayed as if they want me to play this character as a defendant, I'm going to use.
That's fair enough, though, isn't it? Those who make the claim have to have it, own it.
Yeah, well, it's a maxim of law. So, but basically, I went through the whole court system, but at the same time, and this was in September 2020. And it went December 2019 through to April 2020. This thing went on for 7 months. So I also went to the council and I asked them, under an Official Information Act or Freedom of Information Act, like you guys have over there, Official Information Act, please supply how many people were issued tickets in that spot from September through to January. And they came back with me with 12 tickets were issued. 2 of them people had paid, the other 9 from the debt collection, and then there was me. So, okay, I went through court and then I won. I proved, because I also protested right outside the courthouse where the parking spot was. I protested there a couple of times, warning people in early January, because they still hadn't fixed the floor and the markings. And then on the 17th of January, along comes a works truck and fixes it, blacks out the hockey sticks, repaints the yellows. You know, it's definitely an offence now to park there. So my argument was, why fix it if it wasn't misleading in the first place? So I won. It was that simple. The judge said, well, you know, obviously he's got dated photos back in August and September that shows that was there. And then it shows on the 11th of January when he was protesting there that floor store was there. And then I actually filmed them on the 17th of January when they fixed it. So I had everything to prove. And then because I won in court, I then said, now using Keane v Auckland Transport, which I've just won, I've just proven it's misleading and misrepresentation, and therefore under Section 242 of the Crimes Act, you guys have committed 11 counts of fraud if you don't refund those people. They couldn't argue that I knew, because I knew 11 people had parked there. It's all in follow through. There's people that'll go out and do this auditing stuff and just go out and exercise their rights in public for just reactions. There's people who go out and do it because it's the right thing to do and you like to exercise your rights. But when they do get stood on, they don't follow through. And then there's the people like Joe that's, you know, he's getting persecuted. He's just exercising his rights and they're trying to be heavy-handed right over.
No.
You know, so I went into, like, when I was having to do another $80 ticket saga on my channel in Auckland District Court, not Waitakere Court, there's about 3 or 4 courts in Auckland. When I was in there, they were trying to tell me that I wasn't allowed to film in the court building. So I just said I would be happy to accept that if you could please provide legislation behind it. The same as when I was going to court, I gave them through a memorandum on my case telling them that I will be there independently, audio and video recording. And they're saying, well, you can't do that. You've got to ask the judge permission. I said, why would I be asking for permission from someone when I already have the right to do it in the first place? You're saying I can't, so you show me the legislation that says I don't have the right to exercise Section 14 of the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act in a publicly accessible space in a courthouse. You know, public places defined in Summary Offences Act 1981, Section 2, public places anywhere open for free or fee to the general public. They have open hours. They're not telling that it's open for the private people. It's there for the public. You say, yeah, it's much like your section, you know, Section 33 of the Criminal Justice Act 1972. I mean, shit, I know you guys' laws because I watch it so often. But and if they don't want to believe me, fuck, mate, go and print it out. Save the pages on screenshots on your phone. You've got the law there. Show it to them. They hate having their own law handed back at them. But and you've also got to think of the process. You've got a district court or a county court, lower courts, then you've got a court of appeal, then a high court, then a Supreme Court. All right. So Joe's being shit on in the county court or lower level court.
Yeah,
so what
magistrate court, I reckon, is it, Joe?
What he's got to do now is file an application for a judicial review in the High Court, asking for a review of that judge's decision.
No, because what happens in Britain is if you do that, then it gets worse. It gets worse, mate. It gets worse. It goes longer and longer and longer. Trust me, it goes for years. If you appeal anything in a magistrate court and go to a bigger court,
never easy. The fight for freedom is never easy. Of course it's difficult. They would, if they made it easy, everyone would be doing it. You know, it's just having the tenacity and the follow through. That's what it boils down to, guys. I mean, the knowledge is out there. We've got the wonderful internet. The law is all there. So if you're going to play rugby, go and learn the rules better than the opponent, and you'll win. And it's the same thing. These cops aren't legislated. They're not legally trained. They don't know how to speak that language.
Sorry, Mark. I just wanted to say that Leah's put your channel link up in the chat, guys. So you can scroll back, but I'm sure Leah will put it in soon enough again. So Mark's link
everything that I do, Dino, everything I do, I show. If I've sent an email to the registry, I'll put it up on the channel. And there's like 33 parts to my $80 ticket saga. I spent 10 months, 4 appearances in court over an $80 ticket, and I won.
That's dead New Zealand, that, isn't it?
You know, it cost me $120 to challenge a $80 ticket, but it's not about the money. It's the simple principle of the matter. And what better way to learn the law than to do it yourself? Going through, I mean, how tyrannical are they going to act in lower level courts, especially over a parking ticket or a speeding ticket?
It's been happening forever, hasn't it? It's been happening forever.
I mean, the amicus curiae.
So it's up to him. Thank you.
Exactly. The amicus curiae that was assigned by the judge in my $80 speeding ticket case.
Just quickly,
he'd been there for 45 years and he had never seen anyone challenge it before. And he says, "Why are you challenging it? This is a speeding ticket. Why aren't you in front of a judge instead of a justice of the peace, which usually handles the low level shit, magistrates in your will? You know, why are you in front of a judge of all things?" And I said, "Because I said I wanted to record."
But we used to be at one, didn't we? It was all one and everything. It's so divided, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of things people are saying, well, these guys are public servants. Well, in New Zealand, they used to be public servants, but because of the State Sector Act, they're now all state servants. So they're not there to serve the public anymore. They're there to serve the state.
That's not right, is it?
No.
So people are they, Mark? Are they still paying tax for these people? Is that what happens in New Zealand? Do they pay tax and everything?
If you're on the benefit over here, then the tax gets taken before you get given the benefit, so you don't really have a choice not to. You know, as far as paying the IRD or Inland Revenue Department, everybody gets threatened. If you're not on the electoral roll, I challenged that, and I ended up getting threatened with prosecution if I didn't sign on the electoral roll. You know, it's all these things that you're supposedly consenting to by signing. You know, they use the word must a lot. If you look up the legal definition of the word must, it is synonymous with the word may or may not.
Yeah.
So must means that you can or you don't have to. That's what it boils down to. And it's like you're taught not to argue. Everybody's taught, don't argue. Argue means to clarify, to make transparent. So why wouldn't you argue? Yeah, don't get me wrong, shit backfires on me because I got 3 kids that love to fucking argue with me now.
Yeah. And what is New Zealand like? Is it awesome? Because I remember when I was little, before my father passed away and everything, we were going to move to New Zealand. We're going to go and live there.
New Zealand's still all right. I mean, it's turned into a bit of a communist socialist society with old Jacinda Ardern, you know, the Ministry of Truth. As far as the COVID stuff, they all say, oh, if you don't hear it from the government, then it's not true. I mean, she just did a public broadcast on the mainstream media about that to try and put everybody off of medical misinformation. You know, it's
who's the Prime Minister
from 1984.
Mark, sorry, I don't understand. The Australian Prime Minister, is she Prime Minister of New Zealand as well?
No. Different governments.
Right.
So Jacinda Ardern's the Prime Minister of New Zealand, and I think Scott Morrison is the Prime Minister of Australia.
Right. Okay. Right. So what's the government like? Is it shit?
Yeah, they do what they want. They act as they call it the leaders' debate or the leaders. You know, they're not there to lead anything. They're there just to represent the public, not to do as they think. And you know, we told you about this on election. So now that you've elected us in, then you've consented to it. So don't kick up a stink. That's what they're like.
Well, you don't have to consent, do you?
No, I do whatever the fuck I like to do.
Do what you want.
I live on an acre property in a rural area. I've built my own house. Every time we had another kid, I just added another room. So now we've got like a 4-bedroom blooming house on an acre property with no neighbours, and I do whatever I like to do.
I bet.
Do you want a lodger, Bonnie lad?
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, you want a lodger?
Oh, it's pretty full at the moment. All the kids still live here. Love to get rid of them, but I don't think they'll ever leave because they know how good they've got it here. Why would they want to go and live somewhere else? You know, you have a better way of life. You're not paying rent. If you don't pay rent, you can actually live.
but you know that's why I built my own house. I don't pay rent.
Joe, if you want to pop back on, mate, I think, there's a space for one more if you want to jump back on. And I think if Joe just does jump back on, I think we should hear him out for a bit as well, because I don't think he wants
I'd
to get
love to hear how that all happened.
Big love, Mark. I'm going to go and let somebody else get on because I'm boring. Love you lots. Big time. Take it easy. Keep it cool.
Take it easy. It's not boring, but that's your opinion, official, and I'm not getting good vibes from you anymore.
Oh wow!
So,
wow.
Yeah, I could see Dino that Luke was getting somewhat irritated with being interrupted.
Yeah, it's I'm sussing it out, mate, and it's all coming to a head. And last 3 or 4 weeks, we've kind of cut it all out, and it's got down to this decent live stream on Fridays, and with some bloody good guests and decent chat. And then the odd time, no offence, official, but I mean, you do talk over people, and you do always have sound problems in background, and it's like, you'd have to sort that out for next time. But, please let people speak and then come in after they've spoken. Simple. Do you know what I mean? So
I get it, mate, because I mean, over here we have the time delay on the mic as well, so I usually have to learn.
When you're not on, mate, from New Zealand, it's still the same.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean. So, but anyway, it's fine. I'm getting used to it, and But yeah, carry on. There's only one other person backstage called Norman, and you won't get on there.
No.
I don't know who you know. I can just tell you're a troll. So.
And he's back. Into round 2.
I'll tell you what. If you want, Dean, I'll just give you a funny little story this week that happened to me. It's got nothing to do with auditing, right? So I moved into my new accommodation, right? And it's been blazing hot all around the UK. It's been really warm. And I was talking to the lady that runs the accommodation, and we were talking about the weather. And I said to her, oh, it's really strange because normally the hot weather doesn't bother me. It's the cold weather that bothers me, And I said, but I can't seem to sleep at night. I can't, And she's like, oh, maybe it's just because it's a new place and you've just moved in and blah, blah, blah. And we're talking about it. And I was like, okay. So anyway, I just didn't think anything of it. So and again, the last 2 or 3 nights, can't sleep, just toss and turn. And then I came in tonight and I did a bit of washing up. And as I came back into my room, I went to dry my hands, and I'd left the tea towel on top of the radiator, only to find when I pulled the tea towel off the radiator, it was absolutely roasting. And whoever had left the room before and they changed it and refurbished it, they'd left the radiator on full blast. So I've been sleeping in the room the whole week with the radiator on full blast without realising it.
Hey, Fluke.
You're a fortune, mate.
Can you hear me, Dino?
I can hear you. Can I just say before you speak, Steve-O, Tangle Web, right, in the chat. Pardon? I haven't changed. Tangle Web, I haven't changed, mate. You don't know me. For you to say that would mean you would have to have known me. You don't know me one bit.
There's trouble, mate.
One more, and you're gone. In fact, get rid.
There's trouble,
get rid.
I already blocked his comments for you.
Right, nice one. Sorry, Fluke. Steve-O,
I want to ask. I want to just speak. I'm going to shut up again, Dino. I'm still interrupting, aren't I? Am I messing this up, Dino?
No, you was talking. I interrupted you because of Tangled Web, so you just carry on there. Go on, Steve-O.
Can everyone hear me still?
Yep, got you.
I want to talk to Fluke about his. Can you hear me, Fluke?
Yep, gotcha.
Okay, spot on, Bonnie lad. Your insomnia or sleeping problems or whatever you just described in the little thing you said there, your few sentences of statement about personal problems you have. I'll tell you what you need to do to get to sleep, right? You need to get yourself one of them memory foam pillows and then always have a wank and you'll fall asleep in about 5 or 10 minutes. I promise you.
The other point you missed is I should turn the radiator off when it's 31 degrees outside.
I did hear that.
Stephen, with your Bonnie Ladd comments, you sound extremely like Natural Born Serial Killer on YouTube.
No, I'm not him. I don't know who he is. I disapprove of it.
Good man.
Right, I'm now going to take the Mickey
I disapprove
out
of him
because-
100%.
Oh gosh.
So I'm now going to do what Mark did to me last week. Thank you, Mark. You know, you're a legend. Thank you very much.
Cheers, bro.
And you are a fucking legend, mate. You are a fucking legend. If anybody wants to go back and watch all of Mark's videos, especially back to the early days when he started doing the audits and the police stations that he did, I mean, it's fucking hilarious, mate. Some of the scrapes he gets into with the police is just absolutely first class, and the way he handles himself is just brilliant. You know, absolutely brilliant. Just handles himself 100% first class auditor. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. No, you're welcome, man. You deserve the credit, man, because it's difficult when you're on your. I know what it's like when you're on your own, and this is why a lot of my videos that I did in the early days was promoting other people's channels. Because I know what it's like to be in a place where nobody knows who you are, nobody knows what you're doing, nobody's picked you up. I mean, the first audit I did was picked up by a guy in Texas, and overnight I went from 9 subscribers to 175 subscribers. You know, imagine waking up to your email and just getting someone so and so subscribed, so and so subscribed, so and so subscribed, so and so subscribed. It's like, what the fuck is going on? And it wasn't until I got to work that day that I looked on, and it obviously came up in my notifications. PNP News had picked up, you know, said send some love across the pond, and I thought to myself, fuck me, that, you know, I know the guy's name. And I sent him an email saying thanks so much for doing that for me, and he said, no, you need to do this because it's really important, because when new people come on the scene, it's incumbent on you, not you personally, but you're one of the only auditors in the UK, so it's incumbent on you to promote other people's channels. You know, that's how we do it over here, and you should follow the same thing. So that, and I've done it for so many other channels, you know, and I did it for Mark as well, and I've always promoted his stuff, you know. And that's what we got to do. We can only become stronger by coming together, you know.
Planet of the Apes.
And they can only make us weaker by separating us, you know. And it's divide and conquer, or we come together. It's
Planet of the Apes did it best, you know. Many apes strong.
Yeah. It's like that cartoon as well. What's that cartoon where the grasshoppers rule the ants?
Yes.
I can't remember what it's called.
Sorry guys, can I just step in? Steve-O, I haven't kicked anybody off, mate, especially you. So just thought I'd tell you that.
You dropped out there, bro.
I haven't kicked you off at all. Okay.
Nope. It just looked like he dropped out to me.
Bugs Life.
Yeah.
Local experimentalist just said it.
Yeah.
Bugs Life.
Bugs Life, that's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's the ants that don't realise how much strength and numbers that they've got over the grasshoppers. I'm sure they're grasshoppers.
Yeah.
But anyway, and that's what it is. And even in that video, even in that film, I remember a clip from that film that somebody put on their channel. I think it was where the guy at the top is saying to them, look, if they realise that they've got all this power and all this strength because they've got so much strength in numbers, we're buggered, you know? So keep beating them over the head, keep whacking them, keep keeping them enslaved, because that's the only way we're going to win. Because if they find out that their numbers will overwhelm us regardless, then
it's the fear doctrine, mate. It's that simple. Keep them in fear, and they're easily controlled. If people actually learn how powerful they were, take their own power back, then it'd be a completely different world. We'd have no need for governments.
I'm not sure if we're supposed to talk about the CV thing tonight, Dino. So if you don't want me to mention it, then I won't. But that's exactly what's happening. That's the agenda. It's fear. You know, everything that's gone on in society over the past 18 months is down to fear.
That's best way to put it. We all know what's been going on recently, and that's what we're talking about.
And fear it's the old saying, fear is the currency of control, you know.
Yeah, Master on Mark's channel, his link's up there in the chat somewhere, but if Lee is still in, or there's a few others who are very good at posting channel links up in there, so it will come up in the chat very soon, Master on. So yeah, all sub to Mark, guys. Very intelligent fella. Barry, big time. Yeah, I'm well, very well, thanks, and thanks for joining. Anyone else new who's joined, thanks for joining. Massive stuff and great guests on as usual. So sorry about that, guys. Sometimes I have to butt in and say hello to people who might have just joined.
It's all right.
Yeah, can you pack it in, Dino? Stop butting in, right?
Right, it's just someone asked for Mark's link, and immediately Lee has put it up there, so it's in the chat and on the stream. So don't ask again. There it is.
Thanks, guys.
You all right? You're all right there, are they?
So I'm trying to keep up with the chat and the private chat, and
oh shit!
It's all running behind. I couldn't put your link in, Mark. Sorry, because I'm not. I don't think if you're not a moderator, then you can't put links in. So but Leah and all the other guys in the chat, they'll put Mark's link up there.
Oh, can hear me? What's going on?
We can hear you.
Who can hear me? Who can hear me? What's going on there?
We can hear
hello?
you.
We can hear you.
Oh, hello there. No, I'll tell you what's going on out here with Dino. He thinks he can just filter out the people he wants to come on his show, but he can't filter out me. Because I can copy people's little picture things and then put them on and then come on his show and he doesn't even know it's not me, you know what I mean?
We all can do that, but the point is Dean didn't kick you, mate. You just dropped out. Like that. Thank you. Whoever did that. Great timing.
Dino, you rascal. Don't do that again, lad. I'm fucking telling you. I'm sorry, guys. I've had a drink.
You're a bastard.
Didn't notice.
Stephen the cunt.
Oh, Mark, I've sent you a Facebook message. Mark, I've sent you a Facebook message.
I apologise, Bonnie lad. I'll shut up now for a while.
Oh, don't worry about it, Steve.
No, I
was watching your.
Hey, Dino, I won't get to sleep tonight now. I tell you, I'll never sleep.
Steve, mate, I saw the one where you're risking that guy outside the nightclub. He'd been kicked out for drinking too much. That was really well done. That was brilliant. I don't know what the nightclub was, but yeah, you walked off with this guy in the black t-shirt. It's quite heavy built. And it was lovely the way you saved him from getting hooked up by the piggies.
Oh yeah, that was a recent one. Oh, that was the first time I haven't been nicked. I'm telling you, every fucking Saturday man.
Saturday night. Fluke, if you just put a quick comment in the chat, someone said, "Why have I not modded you up?" I'm pretty sure I have, but if you just drop a comment in, then I can.
I'm not worried about it. It's just that I'd rather be able to share links if possible. It's not that I
drop them in the private chat, Fluke.
I would just rather mod you up, mate, whether you use that spanner or not. I would like to mod you up.
Can I say something? What Fluke just said there? He doesn't mind sharing links. I agree with that. Everybody should share everybody's link that they can. And I'm glad he said links and not bodily fluids. Because when I was down with my Camry of the Beard, a well-known dogging site, I caught a chief inspector, that's a copper, with 3 pips on his shoulder, swimming in bodily fluids. There you go, Fluke. You've never done anything like that, you rascal. And I'm a learner.
Everyone, I don't know what to say to that. I think. Yeah, so I'm sure Leah's probably done it already. So, yeah, check out Mark's channel on YouTube, and especially go. And if Mark's done a lot of stuff that's more recent, but again, which is more judicial stuff with the child stuff.
Yeah, the abuse. There's a Royal Commission for the Abuse and Care. These kids that 40 years ago were electrocuted on their testicles and all sorts of things.
Yeah,
it was
and you know, it's worth watching all of it. And if side of it, then go to some of his earlier stuff, and you'll see those audits. They're absolutely fucking brilliant, and he deserves all the credit he gets. Do you know what I mean?
Ryan, what's going on Monday, mate? If you want to pop that in on the chat.
Say that guy again, and please get someone to post his link. Someone, Leah, is Leah here? I can't see me flipping things. If Leah's here, Leah, please do this thing for me, or one of the blue people. Please, please, please.
No worries.
And
Ryan
also,
backstage, forget it.
Oh, sorry, someone's talking to me.
Yeah, I
my
think
camera
Steve-
keeps going off for some reason. I don't know if it's my end or your end, or it just keeps going whirly. I don't know if you can hear me or not.
Is that me?
Buffering.
Is that
Sorry?
me?
It'll be just.
Is it
buffering.
me?
Oh, okay.
I don't know,
No,
Steve.
Steve. It's not you.
Oh, fuck off.
Dino, you didn't just boot him, did you?
The only person I've booted, in fact, no, I've not booted anyone. The only thing I've done is put auditor for auditor in timeout. That's all I've done tonight. So all these people in the chat who keep saying, I've been blocked and he's blocked me and they've blocked me, and think, how do you know who's blocked you? Right? I'm telling you the truth. I've not blocked anyone. I leave it up to me mods, to be honest with you, because they do a great job. And the evidence is there over the last month. It's not me. Do you know what I mean? And I don't, do you know what I mean? I don't even care. What's your problem? If you don't like it, don't come on. You know, you're being blocked for a frigging reason. So, simple as that. I'm going to have a quick break. Ryan backstage, you've been there for ages, auditor for auditor, Mad Max, whoever you are. You're not coming on. I'm going to leave these two now, intelligent people on way. Have a quick break, guys.
Go on, Dino, you crack on, mate. Mark, how quick was that? Literally within 30 seconds of me sending you that message, I got your message straight back, and you're in New Zealand. How weird. What
Pretty cool, isn't it?
It's pretty cool, but it's pretty worrying as well, I think, to a certain degree.
It's the same. The sun doesn't move. It's a shame the sun doesn't move as fast, eh? Oh, sorry. It's the same. It's a shame that the globe doesn't spin as fast. It's what I mean to say.
Or it's not flat enough, or it should. Maybe it should be triangular.
Flat. Water is though.
Yeah. And it doesn't spill.
You know, I spent 2 years going through that flat Earth stuff, and a lot of it had merit. But at the end of the day, I come to the conclusion that it doesn't fucking matter, quite frankly. It doesn't matter whether it's a ball or flat. We're still on it, and we still got to all live here. So work it out, guys.
I remember having a conversation with a friend of mine, and I did some work on his house for him, and my car wasn't working at the time. It was in the garage. So he said, don't worry, I'll come and pick you up. You can have lunch and dinner at my house. We'll crack on with all the work, and then in the evening I'll drop you off. And I remember him dropping me off, and we were sat there, and we had a beer back at my place, just sat in the garden sort of thing. And he asked me about this flat Earth, globe Earth discussion, and I said to him, I'll tell you what, right? If it's a flat Earth, a triangle Earth, a globe Earth, a square Earth, if the monetary system and the political system stays the same, what difference is it going to make? None whatsoever. So don't go down rabbit holes that if you're going to concentrate on something, concentrate on the complete corruption that's going on. right now, right here, and has been for the last, well, since 1913 when the Federal Reserve came in.
Yeah,
That's
well, I
what
mean,
you know,
as a
concentrate on
citizen
that.
in a country, as a citizen in whatever country you're in, you usually have some rights. So use them or lose them. What it
Yeah.
boils down to.
Exactly. And it was like, I couldn't.
Where'd you go there, Nige? You dropped out. Sorry, you Fluke, you dropped out, bro.
No, I'm still here. Am I still here or not?
Oh, yeah, you're back.
And that's what I said to him. I said, well, look, what happened if you found out the Earth was flat tomorrow? But the Federal Reserve System stayed the same, and the Bank of England system stayed the same, and every other central bank around the world. Because
we're all living in a monetary system.
Exactly. So, and if the political system stays the same, you know, what difference is it going to make? It's going to make no difference whatsoever. Even if you came up with the golden solution to the flat Earth theory or the globe Earth theory or whatever, what difference does it make? Is it going to make any difference to you Monday morning? No, it ain't. You know, so stop concentrating on things that don't fucking matter and start concentrating on things that do matter.
It's another thing like the Y2K bug. You know, everybody was in fear of it. You know, the flat Earth argument was, well, if it was actually proven that it's flat, then society structure would collapse because it's always the biblical system versus the, you know, and there would be religions collapsing the next day, and it's just like the Y2K disaster. None of that shit exists unless it's in your own head because you're the one thinking about it. You know, what you can deal is what's in front of you and the shit that we actually do have to live in. That's what needs to get sorted. You know, we could all argue whether or not we're in anything other than our own bodies. You know, again, it's all word magic. Sharpen your kung fu, guys. Learn language, the etymology of words, you know, where they originated from. You know, we live in our bodies. We live on Earth. We think we're in a country, then we're governed by what constructs that societal structure. You know, and it's still free man of the land argument. You know, I live in common law and I live in maritime law. I mean, it's all, they've got you all fighting against each other, and actually instead of looking at the problem, which is usually them. And then people go, who is they? You ever heard this one, Fluke? Who is they? THEY. It is the hierarchy enslaving you. That's who they are.
Yeah, this is the thing. It's like, rather than, and this is where I think people get, and I don't get me wrong, I've over the last 10 years, you know, I've done so much research into so much stuff, but it all comes down, as far as I'm concerned, to the monetary system. If you've got a fraudulent monetary system, everything that comes after it, you're going to have a fraudulent corporations, you're going to have fraudulent politicians, fraudulent elections, you know, and it just goes on and on and on. Because effectively, if the money system is corrupt, everything that comes after that is going to be inherently corrupt. And, you know, if we don't correct that problem, then therein lies the problem. You know, we can bang on about, you know, this virus and that virus and, you know, and all the rest of it. But, you know, and I know this is fundamental and it is so important to what is affecting us societally and on our human rights on a daily basis, on a regular basis, and it has done for the last 18 months or so. And it's hugely important. It's hugely important, you know. But the only reason they could bring this whole system into being, this whole, you know, COVID's 1984 situation, is because of the fraudulent money system that brought it about. Because without a fraudulent money system, they couldn't have got away with this in the first place. You know?
Right.
Now we have to fight this battle. Now we've got another battle to fight, you know? But,
you see, that's the thing. They're changing the goalposts, Luke. I mean, this last 18 months, we all know what it's been about. You know, before that, there was the war on terror. Before that, there was, you know, some war. There's always some conflict, some boogeyman that the man behind the curtain likes to have the general public looking at, and instead of focusing on what they're doing themselves, you know.
Yeah, and this it's very difficult because, you know, they throw one curveball after another. It could be, you know, 9/11, the Terrorism Act, and you know, all these other stuff they throw into, obviously to keep people in fear. And none of this stuff works, because after a while it just wore off, and people just like, yeah, well, okay, you know, we have to just live with terrorism. You know, we just, so what? You know, we lived with Zika, and you know, Ebola never affected anybody, and nor did variant CJD and mad cow disease, and H1N1, swine flu, and all the rest of it. And it was always, but these things were always just tests. They were testing to see how they could make it work.
Yeah, beta testing.
And the thing with swine flu, for argument's sake, was there wasn't. It became so regional that, you know, people in London weren't bothered about what happened in Southeast Asia because it wasn't happening in London. So what they had to do was they had to get something that became, they had to make it worldwide, that it was floating around the world and anybody could get it.
Yep. Charlie Hebdo go attack over in France. They started spreading it out there.
And that's what, and I think in 2009 with swine flu, they just couldn't get it to go global. And the same happened with MERS, which was Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome. It was the Middle East, you know, H1N1 and all that stuff. Bird flu was Asian, you know, and it was regional, you know. So you couldn't they couldn't accelerate it globally. Whereas with what they've done in the last 18 months is they've made all of those things, if you like, chucked them into one big basket and made it global. And that's how they've done it. Maybe 10 years ago, they didn't have all their ducks in a row to make swine flu work, you know. But this time they've got all their ducks in a row to make sure that this one works. And as we can see by what people are doing on a daily basis with their face nappies and this, that, and the other, and people doing stupid things that they've not even asked to be done. I mean, these people in the UK, even the Centre for Disease Control says you should not wear a mask while driving a car. I watched everybody driving a car today. Half a dozen people were wearing masks while they were driving. They're doing things, they're doing it to themselves without being told to do it. That's how psychological. The psychology of it has just gone insane, you know. And I was talking to Dino about this last week, and it was like, this is the psychology of it. And this Susan Michie, her name is. She's one of the SAGE advisors advising the government, and this is a conservative, supposedly right-wing government, you know, effectively in the UK, being advised by a 40-year card-carrying member of the Communist Party. Right? I mean, imagine if you went back 2 years and went up to a Tory voter in the UK and said, in 2 years' time, your government's going to be being advised by a 40-year card-carrying member of the Communist Party. They would have laughed at you. And here we are today in exactly that situation. 18 months later, you know, you've got a card-carrying member of the Communist Party advising your government, you know. It's insane. And it is insane. The reason it's insane is because this time, these delusional, psychopathic, sociopathic, disgusting people like Gates and all the rest of them, you know, the whole lot of them, you know, they've finally got all their ducks in a row and they've pulled it off, you know, and it is falling apart, and it needs to fall apart quickly, and people need to wake up fucking quickly, because if not, they're going to get away with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, as far as I mean, over here they're forcing the whole no jab, no work thing. All the workers at the borders all have to have their jab. They're forced to do it. They don't get a choice. Otherwise, they don't have a job. You know, so you've got that discrimination going on. Did you see the video I sent you about the indoctrination camps going on around by? There was one being built around Heathrow and stuff there.
Yeah,
that's just mind blowing. Yeah, an entire city for indoctrination. What the hell? And then you've got to wonder, perhaps that's what all those ghost cities over in China are about too. You know, all those cities that have been built in the middle of nowhere and there's no population in them. So,
this is the thing. It's like I was I was watching a video the other day by a guy called David Cullen, and he's based in Ireland, and he's a super intelligent guy. He runs he used to run a YouTube channel with 500,000 subscribers, and guess what? He's been kicked off. And he still runs a channel on BitChute, and he was talking about the psychological aspect of it, and what he said was, he said, what you do, and I know this for a fact because I used to sell cars for a living. So, and he said, what you do when you go into a dealership, you're thinking, do I want to buy a car, or can I don't want to buy a car. I don't need a car, but I might just have a look around, sort of thing. So the salesman tries to get you into, well, do you want an estate car? Do you want a hatchback? Do you want a saloon? Do you want a red, blue, silver, black? You know,
choices.
And then you're taken out of the do I want to buy one or not to making a decision about, well, should I have a blue one or a red one or a black one? Suddenly you're taken out of that mindset of, no, I don't want to buy one, you know?
Now it's just a matter of what colour.
Yeah, so you're taken out of that mindset. Now, the same thing has happened with masks, right? Here's an example, masks. So the narrative in the press is, as soon as masks came up, everyone stopped talking about, are they good for you? Are they bad for you? Where's the health advice? Where's the, you know, the medical papers that show that they work? No. Should I wear an N95 mask or a surgical mask, or should I wear a homemade mask? Or do you know what I mean? They've taken you out of that, I don't need to wear one, and what's the medical benefits? They've moved you into that paradigm of thinking, well, what type of mask should I? Yeah. Exactly. And there you go. They've used the psychology again on people. And the same thing could be said of lockdowns, right? You know, everyone stopped talking about the legalities of it, or the illegalities of it, or the benefits, or the potentially the fucking detrimental effects on suicides, depression, alcoholism, you know, spousal abuse, you know, physical abuse in the home and stuff like that. You know, they stopped talking about that. They started talking about, well, maybe the Labour Party have got a better idea about lockdowns than the Conservative Party. So they've taken you away from thinking about lockdowns as inherently bad, and pushed you into the paradigm of discussing whether it's a left-wing lockdown or a right-wing lockdown.
Yeah. All of a sudden, you're not worried about what's behind the curtain. You're just arguing over the colour.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what's happened. And that's exactly what happens. And this is where these behave. And the guy we was talking about, the lady was talking about, is the lady called Susan Michie, who's one of the advisors of Sage. And she went on GMB TV, which is like Good Morning Britain. I'm sure you've got a similar thing in New Zealand. And it was such a limited hangout by the presenter saying, well, you've got a political objective because, you know, you're a card-carrying member of the Communist Party. And she said, no, I'm not here on a political agenda. I'm here as a scientist. But her science qualification is she's a scientist on behavioural science. She's not a virologist. She's not an epidemiologist. She's not even a fucking biologist. She's there on behavioural science. That's what she's there for. And what are they doing?
No medical degree whatsoever.
Yeah, so she's taking you out of the whether I want to buy a car or not, and taking you into the paradigm of, do I want a blue car or a black car or a white car? That's her job, is leading you on a behavioural mental sense, because, you know, that's how they do it. That's how they got to do it. They've got to take you away. Here's another example, for argument's sake, on the same thing. Is it a natural virus, or is it released from the Wuhan lab? Right? Now, here's one thing that it will take you away from. Does the fucking thing even exist? So they've taken you out of even questioning whether the damn thing exists into the question of, oh, is it naturally occurring, or is it released from a virus, released from a lab? So,
or is it the influenza?
Yeah, or was it just the flu? You know, so they want you to take you away from that discussion and into the other discussion of, well, is it natural, or is it released from a lab? You know,
and that way you're admitting it exists in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. And you then have to, you know, dismiss anybody that says it doesn't exist in the first place. They never isolated it, never did anything like that. They never visualized it. It was never done, no post-postulate or anything like that. And even the head of the equivalent to the CDC in China said this is a quote from him, and I'll quote him directly. And he said, quote, "The problem is they never isolated it." That was his words.
Yep. Sums it up. Really done that.
Yeah. Yeah, strange but true, you know. And it's like, this is the thing. It's like
right now they're
You've
arguing over whether or not they do federal prosecutions against Fauci over in the States right now. There's
Yeah.
you know, so they're just reinforcing that. Oh yeah, no, it's there, it's happened. It's just, and like you just said, you know, the fact is they didn't contain it. Oh, so it did exist.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
And this is the thing. I mean, Rand Paul had that ding dong with Fauci. I'm sure you've seen it.
Oh,
And Rand Paul has today put in I don't know what they call it, the paperwork into the Department of Justice to say he needs to be
federal prosecution
investigated.
for indictment.
Yeah, for lying to Congress, and he's put that paperwork in today apparently. So that's as far as updated as far as I know. I only found out this afternoon about 4 o'clock. So, but that's what they put in now. So it depends what the Department of Justice does, but the Department of Justice is just a department of government, and each department of government is going to be inherently corrupt. So what are they going to do with it? They'll tell you what they possibly could do. They could possibly go after Fauci and tear his arm. Or they'll shove his paperwork right down to the bottom of the pile, and it will take 3 or 4 years, and by then they would have got what they wanted, and everyone would have forgotten about Fauci by then because he might have, you know, been suicided or whatever, or you know.
Another boogeyman will just show up.
Yeah, and another boogeyman show up in his place. So, and that's the thing. It's like the constant turnover. Like we got rid of Matt Hancock in the UK and replaced him with this other prick. Do you know what I mean? It's just another one waiting to take the job. You know. And what's he doing? He's doing exactly the same thing that Matt Hancock would have done if he'd stayed in the job. Nothing's changed. Just the face. The face has changed.
They're all classmates out of the same Tavistock Institute, sort of thing. You know, they all know each other.
It's the same with the Galton Institute and things like that. You know, it's all eugenicist based. It's all about basically depopulation. We all know about that. It's so bloody obvious. It's untrue.
Over in the States, it's more a foundation, though, isn't it? You've got the Yates Foundation and the Oprah Winfrey Foundation.
This is the thing with these foundations. They like to make themselves out to be charitable, and they give all their money away. And really, bullshit. Because if you were giving your money, it's easy to give money away. If I had £100, I could give it away tomorrow. You know, but Gates has made more money in the last 10 years than he's given away. Why? Because
I'd rather give
he's using a tax-exempt foundation to get to that position, because he's making more money out of the medical industry than he ever made out of Microsoft. You know?
I'd rather give a £20 note just to a guy on the side of the road that's asking for it, because it's going to be more use to him than it would be to donate to some foundation. Because they're not going to get, he's not going to get the same amount of value for it. And like you say, it's all monetary. It's all decreasing the value of everything.
And the thing is with the monetary side of it is I don't know if I talked to Dino about this last week, but money's kind of become a byproduct for this, because the main agenda is control. The only thing that these billionaires, trillionaires have got is they've got all the money. They've cornered the gold supply. They can manipulate any market in the world, whether it's the gold market, the silver market, the financial markets, the stock markets. They control it all. The only thing they don't have control of is the people. And that's where we are now. They want control of us. This is a control fucking thing. You know, this is what psychopaths want. They just so into control, it's untrue. And the only reason they probably couldn't do this much earlier is because they didn't have the right puppets in the right places at the right times. And you can go back to the Rockefeller lockstep document, you know, in 2010, which was I think outed by Harry Vox in 2014. And you know, and it shows exactly the position, and it was called lockstep. Lockstep, that means that every government on every planet around the country has to move in a lockstep way. So everything, and what have we got? We've got social distancing, 2 meters, face masks, you know, can't go to work, stay at home orders, lockdowns, and it's the same in every country around the world. And the reason is that lockstep document. Every government has to move in lockstep and do exactly the same principles at the same time, at the same place. Do you know what I mean? And that's what Lockstep was all about. I've read the document. I know what it's about. And this is what they had to do. And the only way they can implement this around the world is if everybody does it at the same time. And the only way everybody can do it at the same time is if they've got your Danny Hunchback in Victoria or whatever his name is, and you've got your Jacinda Ardern, who's another communist. Do you know what I mean? And you've got your Boris Johnsons and your flipping, your Joe Bidens and whoever else it is, or even your Donald Trump, because he claimed himself to be the father of the vaccine. What does that tell you about the right wing? It's irrelevant whether they were left wing or right wing. They were put there in the first place because they had the money to get the people in the right places at the right times. Your Hancocks and the Whitties and the Valances over here, all these medical advisors, all bought and paid for by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and the Rockefeller Foundation. That's how they did it. They did it by getting enough corrupt people, because everybody's got their price. Everyone's got their price. I remember talking to a guy that I knew of the place that I used to live, and I said to him, there was a guy there, an old guy there, and he used to have a dog, and it was a Springer Spaniel called Toby. And I said to my mate at the time, we were discussing this is first time COVID. I said to him, can you imagine somebody coming up to you and saying, I'll give you £10,000 to kill Toby, that dog, Roger's dog? And he said, well, I wouldn't do it. I said, well, I wouldn't do it either. I said,
but there will be someone.
But at the end of the day, 4% of the population are psychopaths. Eventually, you'll find someone who'll take your £10,000 and kill that dog because he doesn't give a shit. And that's what they had to do.
The prison experiment was all about, wasn't it?
Yeah, they had to get enough flipping mental people that had a price on their hands that they wouldn't turn down. When you've got billions, millions don't matter. Imagine if you're the health advisor in New Zealand. Listen, here's $1 million. This is what we want you to say. If he doesn't want to take the job, what happens? He gets fired, or he gets caught doing something illegal. Do you know what I mean? And then all of a sudden, the next man's in the job, and is he corrupt enough to take the £1 million? Do you know what I mean? And on it goes. And this is the thing, and that's where we're at, really. I think they've just got themselves into a position where they can financially corrupt enough people to make this work.
But it's still, at the end of the day, the public still have the numbers. In New Zealand, there's 3.8 million people, but there's only 8,400 police officers. And over in Australia, just this week, I heard from a mate over in Aussie, they're bringing 2,000 UN troops are coming over to getting shipped over to Aussie per day at the moment. They're expecting Aussie to kick off because, much like the UK, things are getting squeezed too much. The old Miyagi term out of Karate Kid, squish just like grape. Where they've squeezed too tightly on the general populace that the grapes now squishing. They've had a guts fall. Something's going to kick off soon. And it seems to me very strange that the APEC leaders retreat, where all of the international leaders are coming over here in New Zealand very shortly for a little retreat. Last time that happened, shit kicked off around the world. So I'm waiting. I'm seeing, just observing at the moment. But
and I think the thing to do is, I don't want to. I like to make these points that I've just made in the last sort of 10 minutes or so, because I think a lot of people need to understand them in the sense that they can pass that information on to other people. That's important. I think also the other important thing is the fact that watching James Corbett, James Corbett, and what a brilliant independent journalist and researcher that bloke is, how he does that. It's just stunning work that guy does. Absolutely stunning. But he used to do a weekly show or bi-weekly show called Propaganda Watch, and it was alerting you to the adverts and the policies that were coming out from government and how they were using propaganda to sell this bullshit to the public, and the public were buying it. And he did this propaganda. And I've been watching Propaganda Watch every week for the past 2 years that he's been doing Propaganda Watch, and then he changed it to Solutions Watch. So how do we find a solution to the problem? We can talk about problems all day long, But now we need to start thinking about how do we find solutions, you know? Now, while I'm not an advocate of violence, I do believe in the right to self-defense. So now if a police officer comes up to, say, Cat, for argument's sake, at a protest, you know, and starts carting her off, you know, she's got the right to defend herself. And if we believe that what's happened to her is unlawful, then we've got a right to help her defend herself as citizens. You know what I mean? It's a very simplistic example. But like you say, it's like in the UK, there's 130,000 police officers, but there's 65 million people. And this is how they've got control, because they've got control of so many dumb, stupid people that are going and getting their, you know, jabs and doing this, that, and the other. You know, they've got control of the majority, and that's all they needed. It's now down. So can you imagine if you've got 1% of the millionaires and billionaires, and then you've got 4% psychopaths, another 3% sociopaths, another 2% fucking politicians that buy into all of this shit? You're talking about 15% of the population. Then if you've got the other 80% of the population in your back pocket, you're left with 5% of people like me that are just going to go, I'm not doing it, you know?
Yeah.
And how easy is it going to be to crush people like me, because there's not enough of us around?
Flu, I've let you guys talk. Honestly, fascinating. Same in the chat, people going, wow, you know what I mean, these guys. But more Pip, can I just say, right, for one, I know you're a supporter and you're okay and everything, but this is to Fluke, right? He does make sense, okay? You can ask other people in the chat. So after he's finished talking, he will have changed what? If I came on talking about my opinion on life, it wouldn't be the same as anyone else's, correct? And that's what it's about, our differences of opinions, and then coming together and sorting those opinions out and trying to wake some people up. For them who are not ready to be awakened, fair play. Well, that's the reason Fluke talks about what he talks about and the way he talks about it, okay? It does make sense to a hell of a lot of people. I respect you more, okay? He'll have changed at least one person's views tonight. I can guarantee that. So changes do happen, definitely. Okay, it might be a slow process, we grant that. And it might not be in our lifetime where we can see a major change, which is what we need at this critical point right now. Okay? And it's all about getting together and brainstorming and talking and things like that. He will not have changed his opinion, for one. And he does people... Sorry, Mark?
It's very much fact-based opinion, though. It's opinions based on fact, not hyperbole, not beliefs, just what you see happen. So it's based on fact. It's not based on a belief.
Yeah. I didn't kind of read The Sun last week and just come up with all these opinions. Do you know what I mean? I've been doing this stuff for 10 years. It's not like I just started thinking about it last week and just came up with a load of bullet points. Do you know what I mean?
One sec, just following on from that last comment, crazy guy. Fluke gets people thinking the change is there. And that's correct. It's whether you want to take up that thing or not. Don't just go, oh, well, you know, we're stuck in this. There's no point. What are we going to change? You know, nothing's changing. It is changing.
That's exactly what they want. That's exactly how they want you to think. They want you to think, oh, well, what's the point? What's the point? They just want you to give up. And I ain't going to give up, you know, until they put a bullet in my head. I don't give a shit. I'm not giving up. It's as simple as that. And this is cognitive dissonance as well, to a certain degree. And
yes, it is.
I was talking to someone the other day about cognitive dissonance, and they didn't know what I was talking about. So I used an analogy that I've used on a lot of people. And I say used on a lot of people as if I'm taking the piss out of them. I'm not. I'm just trying to explain it to them. So I said to them, can you imagine if you grew up in your street for the first 18 years of your life and every piece of furniture in your house was black, and every friend that you went to visit had black furniture, and every school you went to had black furniture, etc., and you carried on that for like 18 years. Now, on your 18th birthday, somebody took you to IKEA. That would blow your mind, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It would blow your mind. Now, either you would accept that and embrace it and go, great, I can have a yellow sofa now, I can have a blue sofa, I can have a red dining chair, and you'd accept it and just dive into it, you know? Or you would scream with your fingers in your ears, run home and cuddle your black sofa, because it's down to the person whether they're going to accept that knowledge or not.
That brings me to the point I was going to point out before to you, Luke. It's not about changing other people.
No.
All you can do is, through knowledge, learn and change your own opinions, change your own view. You can't, no matter how hard I try, I cannot make my wife change her mind. You know, she will come up to her own thing by herself. It's not for me to change anyone else. All I can do is change me by learning knowledge, getting more intelligent, not being ignorant of and a sheep, just listening to thy leader and saying, yes, I'll do anything you want. Thank you, sir. May I have another? You know, and it's knowledge that becomes empowering.
Absolutely. And it's the very same analogy. You can't take a horse to water. You can take a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. So all I'm doing is taking the proverbial horse to the water and leaving it up to decide whether it wants to drink or not.
Yeah, that's right.
That's all I can do with the information that I give people, whether it's about the banking system, the financial system, this, that, the other political system, the COVID thing, everything else. It doesn't matter. All I can do is lead people into that direction and let them make their own minds up. I can't.
Yeah. So you're planting that seed, guys. You plant that seed, and it's not like any of us are trying to force it on you. It's like, there you go. This is what you said. Hang on a minute. Wake up a bit. And there you go. Take it or leave it, but that's the frigging truth about it. So
it's very much like, it's like Danny Shine, the social experimentalist. Danny Shine, he goes, don't believe me. Don't believe anything I'm saying. Figure it out yourself. He's just giving you the information. You might take it in, go and look into it further, or you might just pass them off as a nut job.
My first piece of advice would be to say, unlearn everything you've been taught first, right? Which won't take long, guys, right? And then begin to learn yourself. Go back and think, right, when I was a kid, that happened. There wasn't this what we've got now. Why has it got to this what we've got now? So when I got into a teenager, that changed from when I was an infant. Okay, changes are permanent and all that. And then we've got to this stage now where we really do need to open our eyes. It's a critical point. It's not about we can't say too much. That's the thing.
Yeah, well, it's getting people out there to think of the sixth sense we all have. We have 5 senses, but we also have common sense, and people don't use that sixth sense. It's life so much easier if you just follow what someone else makes the decisions for you. It's about self-empowerment, learning to take your own responsibilities. If you give someone shit on the chat and then get kicked out for it, it's not the person that kicked you out's fault. It's what you said.
No, and this is another thing. It's like somebody said to me a few weeks ago. I was talking to somebody that I've known for quite a long time, and he said to me, "How the fuck do you know all this stuff?" And I said, "Well, I didn't just wake up the other day and have an epiphany, and God sent all this stuff to me." Do you know what I mean? This has been 10 years of me researching and learning and watching videos, and if I don't understand something, I research it. I go online, I go to a library, I look up words I don't even know. You know, I do tons of stuff. You know, I do.
Before this 10 years you're talking about, obviously, before that, you've been growing up learning about these things with your open mind and realizing what's been going on, and then the last 10 years doing some more research and finding out more. And
I've always said to people, I never got an education until I left school.
Yeah.
You know, that's when I started getting an education, you know. I remember one of my first jobs after school, when I first started full time at work. And my boss was a mad football fan, and so was I. And he used to buy the Sun newspaper every week, which is a complete red top tabloid, as you know, just in case Mark doesn't know. But And I'd read the football pages, do you know what I mean? And then I'd look round through the other, and I was just thinking, what is all this other shit? It's just bollocks, you know? And so, and don't get me wrong, I went out, I was aged, 18 years old, and I started buying the Times. And I'd sit there in the staff room trying to read a broadsheet newspaper, you know? And I was like, half of these words I don't even understand. So then I put down the newspaper, I went to the WH Smith's, and I bought a dictionary. How hard can it be? So I started to, you know, learn all this stuff that I couldn't understand and couldn't make ends meet because I didn't understand it, you know. But the only way I was going to understand it, I couldn't just keep going to somebody and going, do you know what that word means? Do you know what this word means? I had to learn it myself. And I didn't learn
it's taking things for granted, which most of us does. We take things for granted because when we're younger, during our education stroke indoctrination, like Fluke's just said, once you leave school, your real education starts. But during school, even I was educating myself on what that teacher's just said to me doesn't add up. It's not right. That's my gut instinct, my intuition, my natural senses, which a lot of people have lost, which is what school takes out of you. I think a lot of by what the teacher indoctrinates into you by the time you leave school. So for some people, they might only awaken a lot later on. But I found when I was in school, when I was younger, I kind of was well aware of what was going on without knowing for real, like I do today, even though I've got older. But I'm getting to grips with what's really going on now.
It was like years ago. A friend of mine, he's the one that turned me on to this in the first place, because we were sitting there having a conversation, and he was a big UFO buff. He was always going on about UFOs, UFO this, and he used to show me videos, and I'm like, well, it's just a blurry video of something going across the sky. You know, what does that mean? Where's the proof? You know, even then I was critically thinking, proves that that's that. Because if that is that, then fine. You know, I mean, it looks a bit weird, it looks a bit odd. You know, that, you know, some of this stuff was even CGI'd fucking 10, 15 years ago, you know, so it wasn't like it's showing me the proof. You didn't prove it to me. Anyway, we were talking there one day, and I said to him, we were talking about a friend of ours had voted Conservative and another friend of ours voted Liberal Democrat at the time. They ended up doing the coalition, which was 2009, 2010, the coalition government, the Conservatives and Liberal Democrats got together. And lots of Liberal Democrat people were bitching and moaning online about, you know, the fact that they end up in bed with the Tories, and loads of Tories were bitching and moaning about ending up in bed with the Liberal Democrats. And it was like, well, what difference does it make? You know, because whoever you voted for, it doesn't matter. You know, and my mate, who was the UFO fan, said to me, "You've got to watch this documentary," and he gave me a DVD of this documentary called "The Creature from Jekyll Island."
Oh, yeah.
And that's what clink and everything. Once you've and this is what he said to me. He said the problem, what Nigel is, you're looking at this problem from the bottom up, yeah, and you'll get on so many tangents you won't fucking understand any of it. He said because inherently it's all corrupt. Where you've got to start is at the top, and then everything else below that falls into place. And that's what the Creature from Jekyll Island did to me. It made me realize that the monetary system corrupt, the corporations were corrupt, the private, you know, industries like the private prison is corrupt, and it's only brought in by corrupt politicians. You know what I mean? And on and on. Runs downhill. Yeah, exactly. And that's what woke me up to the whole fucking shit. And you know, it's one of those things. It's like just look at I use the UK's prison system as an example, because what you had in 2010, right? Theresa May signed off the very first private prison system in the UK, the very first sole private prison in the UK, to G4S. And at the time, her husband was a director at G4S. Yeah. So, yeah, exactly. And then what you have is, instead of having qualified prison officers dealing with these prison people, you had SIA license. I mean, Jesus Christ, we have to talk about SIA license holders. I mean, in charge of prisoners. I mean, these are the dumbest fucking people. So half of those prisoners have probably got more intelligence than the SIA license people looking after them. You know, so you lock them up for 23 hours a day, right? You get a bunch of degenerates that got the IQ of a fucking cup of coffee looking after them. What do you think? What are you going to end up with? You've got to have repeat business. If you've got a business making a profit, a private prison system, you need regular prisoners. It's no different to a hairdressing salon, a barber shop, or a motor mechanic, or anything else. If you want to run a successful business, you've got to have repeat customers. Now, if you take in a member of the public that's committed a crime and you give them no rehabilitation whatsoever, ship food, lock them up for 23 hours a day, when they get released, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to commit crimes to make money. So you get them back in again. There's your repeat business. And that was one private prison in the UK. We now have 16 private prisons in the UK. So where do you think it's going? It's going to go strangely enough, the same way as America, where every prison in America, whether it be federal or state, or county, is owned privately.
Yeah, prison industrial complex.
Yeah, more Pip, I know you've come in again, and I know you're very respectful and you're a supporter and things like that, and it's right to ask questions like this because of what Fluke says and myself and Mark says and things like that. It's not about changing, well, it is about changing laws, but it's then the law who's changing the laws against us. It's very important to keep fighting it.
Sorry, I'm just going to read that message. Okay, can Fluke tell me one thing that is important, that he has changed a law? Anything?
Hello, my brothers.
No, it's not about me changing laws. It's just about me planting seeds, and hopefully people can go, right, okay, well, I'm going to think about that, and I'm not going to believe what Fluke says. And I've always said to people, don't believe the fucking word I'm saying. Go and research it for yourself. It's up to you to kind of go out there and do it for yourself, because I can send you down those rabbit holes and make you think about things, but it's up to you to do your research. It's not up to me. It's up to you. I've done it for 10 years to think. That's down to you. Either you're going to think for yourself and get on with it yourself, or you're just going to go, oh, what's Fluke done that's important? Has he changed any laws? No, I haven't changed any laws. That's not the whole point of me not being here. I don't want any laws. I don't want any government. I don't want none of that shit. I don't want none of it.
And going back to the law, question mark, it's like, what has Fluke changed? The law, as an example, you're asking the law. No, he hasn't, but he is changing a lot of people's minds. And it has to be
I also do auditing. And I respect every single man in here. And I want some help with my auditing when I go over to other places. And I need help with my confidence. And I need help with what to say when the security man come up to me and he get very aggressive.
Yeah. I'm going to go off for a minute, Dino.
No worries.
I would say just
when I do my auditing in the supermarket, the security guard gets very aggressive to me, and he come up to my face and he says, "You don't do this here," and he grabbed me by my shirt and he was disrespectful to me. I want help from you guys to tell me what I should do in a situation where I'm vulnerable.
Where are you from? And what are your laws? Where are you from, first of all? And what are the laws that you have?
I am from the Middle East. I don't want to give my
Middle East. You audit from the Middle East. Well, you've certainly.
I want to clarify that I don't.
Good try.
That was interesting. Well, if you are grabbed and assaulted by security, you call the police because that's assault, especially if you've recorded it. But, I mean, I'm not sure what supermarket in the Middle East the security guard would grab you at. So, yeah. You need to learn your local laws. Don't know if that was a troll or not, Dino. What do you reckon?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. How could you tell?
I mean, if you want to change laws, then you challenge the system, you win in court like I did, and you get case law named after you that other people can then use to win their case. Getting a law changed is difficult, but setting case law, especially when you've got everything supporting you, isn't that hard. Especially if you know that the other person is the one that's wrong in the first place. But you know, if you're battling in court, you have to go and unfortunately go through the levels of court. You usually get, like over here in New Zealand, families, you know, get torn apart every day. Kids get uplifted from the parents. They go into a family court structure, which is an adversarial system where the children and the parents aren't listened to, only the professionals. You get parental alienation happening. All that sort of stuff goes on. But you only get justice if you actually appeal the family court or district court's decision. You might win on appeal, but you're always going to get shit on in the low court first because they've got to make their money. They've got to keep the customers flowing through, get those court costs in there.
Good night, Yvonne. Yvonne's great supporter. Thanks, Yvonne. Sleep well.
It's getting late over there, is it, Dino?
You what, mate?
What time is it over there?
Over here, it is now 23:59, midnight. We're at midnight. We're 4 hours in.
So you're 11 hours behind us then, because we're at 11 o'clock in the morning over here, Saturday morning. So yeah, but that's all I can say is if you want to make a change, then go through the court process, be a self-representing litigant, because no lawyer's first duty is to you, it's always to the court, and take on something small, a parking ticket, a speeding ticket. That's what I did, and you learn the law by going through it. You may fuck up a few times like I did, but then you start winning. The last 3 occasions I've gone to court, I've won, hands down, no problem. Now they don't even try and prosecute me. When the cops get called, they wave at me as they drive past. They don't want to stop. They don't want a 20-minute lecture on law.
So just going back to Mo Pip, who I respect very much, you just heard it from Mark there. What change can you make? Can you change anything? What's the point? You've just heard it right there. That is the point. It does happen, and it has happened. So there you go. It's keep fighting ticket all the way, because I know some people, it's like, this has happened to me. Have I got a case? Yeah, you have. And then they go, shall I follow it through? And then we go, yeah, follow it through. And then maybe a quarter of the way through, they might go, oh gosh, I can't be asked for this. And then some people might carry it on further. It will take a long time. Do not expect things to happen overnight. You could go through a case and it could take 12 months, but it's well worth what could be the end result, which could be a positive result, which means, you know, like Mark's just said, you know, he's won. You know, that's a victory. So think changes can be made, and it's going to be very slow.
It will take a long time.
There's proof right there.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, Dean, it will take a long time. My first speeding ticket I challenged back in 2012, you know, I didn't get anywhere. I tried the free man of the land type stuff. None of that worked. And it was only 2017 when I started winning. So it took me 5 years to learn enough law to start winning in court. And it's taken me another 5 years since. It's taken me 10 years now to where the cops leave me alone because they know they'll lose. And it's not being big of myself. They just realise I'm in the too hard basket. You know, a recent report on the Manukau, when I got unlawfully detained at Manukau Police Station a couple of years ago, Senior Sergeant Scott Dixon that came out to talk to me was nice as pie to my face. And then I went and did a request for information from the police for the video file of their security cameras on the corners filming me, because they had an issue with me filming them. He then came out and told me where all the guns that were being brought back were being held, you know, on camera. I mean, he's sitting there worried about people getting surveillance, and yet he's telling me where they keep the guns. And then after 19 minutes, I'm released. She unlawfully detained me. I got apologies from Manukau. I got apologies from Otahu Police, which is where the chick that initially stopped me was from. I got a phone call saying that they're now going to use the video as training exercises. And on the information that I requested from the police, on the back of the thing was Senior Sergeant Scott Dixon's information that he attached to the, you know, the interaction that we had. And he said that Mr. Keane will attempt to record police and, using his basic knowledge of law, attempt to make police look uneducated and unprofessional. Right? Next sentence, he says only a senior sergeant or higher should interact with Mr. Keane. Does that mean that every constable is uneducated and unprofessional and doesn't know enough law to talk to me? Because now he's saying only senior sergeants or higher, who are actually taught a bit more of the law, should interact. No, I'm not making them appear anyway. I'm simply capturing it 30 frames per second. You know, she said, I have to detain you because I need to know who you are. I said, it doesn't matter who I am. Do you suspect me of committing an offence? Well, no. So why are you detaining me? It's that simple. They never found out my ID. A cop from West Auckland came over and he goes, aren't you normally over in West Auckland? And I go, well, he knows who I am. You don't need me to tell you. You know, they wanted to know where the car was parked to try and do the old, you know, PNC check on the car to see who's registered at work. There's 2 registered owners, so good luck picking. You know, it's really, really fun, but they will never say sorry. They will never apologise. They will never drop the case until it's actually at your first call hearing or your defended hearing, and they'll say, oh, we've just because they've just chewed up 7 months of your life.
They're not going to get guilt, are they? Yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to come back on quickly and just say I had to get off straight away as soon as Crazy Guy came on. Because straight away you knew what he was all about. I just had to straight off. I just knew what was going on there. I was just like, I'm not even going to deal with that. I'm so sorry. But, I was just actually when I
may as well go away. CBO.
I clicked off and sent Mark a message straight away, and I was like, I had to just go and get a breath of fresh air, and I thought, I'm not going to deal with that. Definitely not, you know.
Yeah, once we figured out he was attacked by a security guard in the Middle East supermarket, all that, yeah, didn't really happen. You really got to get your backstory right, trolls. Before jumping in, make sure you practice. You know, we only want top class trolls in here. I don't get many trolls
in these days. I don't get many in because I've got Leah and many others. Like, it's just the last 4 weeks, it's like they've just been wiped off straight away. I'm going to have a quick break, guys.
Well done to the moderators, by the way, for doing their job. You know, it's all voluntary, I'm sure. So top notch. Thanks very much, Leah M, for helping us out. It's really awesome. Where are we up to, Blakey?
What am I up to? Just sorting out my personal fucking problems at the moment. I've got enough to deal with. Dealing with the government. You know, how easy can that be?
Well,
I
always found, bro, that you don't get emotional, don't get upset with them. That's what they love. They love sapping your emotional energy out of them. Just be as cold back at them as they are to you. And if they, instead of getting upset, fucking take it humorously. It's always a lot easier to accept things with a bit of humor.
What I've done is I kind of sat back and I talked to a friend of mine that I've known since I was like 7, 8 years old. We don't see each other as often as we'd like to because he's now married, he's got 2 children and blah, 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 and this, that, and the other. But when we do talk on the phone or we meet up for a beer, you know, we don't stop talking. It's like we've just back to 8 years old again. You know, we just don't stop talking. And he said to me, look, Nigel, you're clever enough to fucking know how to deal with these people. Just use the reverse psychology on them. Do you know what I mean? Because everything's in your favour, right? He said, because you've worked all your life, you've never been unemployed, you've never claimed any benefits. Do you know what I mean? Now, you paid all of that money into the system the last God knows how long, right? Now it's your chance for a bit of payback, you know? And he said, so at the end of the day, you know, you use that to your advantage because, and I thought to myself, yeah, you're absolutely right. Because, so what I started doing was when I said to them on the phone, I'd say, look, I don't know how this benefit system works. I don't know how this housing benefit system works. I don't know none of this shit. So you're going to have to babysit me through it because I don't know how it works, right? That puts them immediately more on the helping you foot rather than the back foot. Because if I go in there and have a go at them, they're just going to blank me, always being aggressive. I don't want to deal with him type of attitude, right? Well, if you go in there,
get labelled. Yeah.
And you just act a bit more sort of not apologetic, but just say, look, I really need some help because I don't know how this works. What do I need to do? At what stage do I need to do this or do that? What do I have to give you? What information do I have to give you? Because they're bureaucrats, they know exactly what information you have to give them. So they go, and you'll be surprised how quickly they go, right, you need this first. So if you fill in this form, okay, I'll fill in that form. And you need to fill in this form, fill in that form. And then and use that reverse psychology against them because they don't know it's being used on them.
Exactly. I mean, if you act ignorant, and I'm not saying that I'm ignorant of a lot of things because I don't know everything. So if you go in there, and I mean, the government officials and bureaucrats are used to dealing with ignorant people. So go in there and just plead ignorant. I don't know. Please give me guidance. That's what you're here for.
I mean, another friend of mine, and he's not done a day's work in the last 20 years. All he's done is just milked the system like you wouldn't believe. Right. And he said to me as well, he said, look, the best thing to do is if you don't know what you're doing, go in there and hold your hands up, and just, you're in a shit. He said you're in a shit situation anyway. So it's not like you're lying to them. You're fucked anyway. You don't know how the system works, so why bother even fucking lying to them? There's no benefit in it for you. Just
and then if you start off on bullshit, it's a lot hard to keep that pile of bullshit, going.
Exactly.
Because it's hard to keep building on a lie. Stick to the facts.
Otherwise it's like COVID. You're building on a lie. Eventually your lie is going to fall apart. So that's what I did, and I just went back and this, some of the people have been really, really good, and there's been 2 or 3 people that have been really, really shit, But I've just said to them, look, I don't know what that person's problem is, but I'm not dealing with her anymore. I'd rather just deal with you, And that person's then gone, I'll tell you what, I'll escalate it to a manager and I'll get the manager to call you or whatever. There's always been a way of bypassing the wanker, if you like, to a certain degree.
And it's a lot easier for them to put you on to the manager than it is for you to kick up a stink and then get forced to have to deal with the manager.
Yeah, and then the manager comes back to me and
combative. He's there to help you. He's not there to come in as a combative person against someone that's being arsey.
I mean, it's so long-winded. I was going to do a video about it, but at the end of the day, and I know a lot of people have asked, and I'm sorted now. I'm okay. I've got a roof over my head again, and I can start all over again. So it's not a problem, But it was getting to this point that was such a nightmare because it turns out that a week ago, the local council offered my previous landlord the arrears that I asked them for in the first place so I wouldn't get kicked off the site in the first place.
Too little, too late.
So I had to wait 3 months. When I said to them, look, if you don't address the arrears, I don't care about you backdating the rest of my claim because you're talking about £5,000-6,000. I'm not bothered about that. All I want you to do is cover the 1,600 quid of arrears. You've already said you're going to cover the rent going forward, and then that'll be fine. That's all I need, But if you don't do that, I'm going to end up sleeping in my fucking car. And where did I end up? Sleeping in my fucking car. Now, the council have now had to pay out £800 in a deposit, £800 in rent up front, and £800 up for the next 12 months. Whereas the rent on my old place was £440 a month.
Wow. This is mind-boggling to me.
And this is the thing, mate. This is the thing. And my mate said to me, at the end of the day, Nigel, it's not their money. They don't give a fuck.
Exactly. They're still getting paid regardless if they help you or not. But springing it out a bit more, they're making a bit more money out of you.
But then I said this to them 3 months ago, And 3 months ago, they were like, oh, no, we can't cover your arrears. And then 3 months later, they're phoning my ex-landlord and saying, we'll pay you the 1,600 quid if you'll have him back. And the landlord said, no, it's too late now.
Yeah.
So why don't you just...
position?
Exactly. It's like... That's
because of
government for you.
bureaucracy.
Because government's there to look after you. No, government's there to waste your fucking money, and they don't give a fuck about anything else. You know, so that's that rant over. We'll just leave that as it is because it's not going to make any difference. But that you know, that's the epitome of government for you. If that's what you think they're there to look after you for, you know, people are off their heads. You know, if they think government's there to look after you, government doesn't give a fuck about you. Government cares about themselves, the military-industrial complex, the pharmaceutical complex, the private prison system, and all the other stuff that brings in money to the government, because the government needs money to survive. Yeah, it's like the government just needs money to survive. You know, if I owed the government 1,600 quid, how long do you think it'd take before they sent me a letter threatening me with legal jargon?
Oh, you'll like this one.
Seven days.
I've had the Inland Revenue Department in New Zealand here. They've been sending me a letter every month for almost 6 years now. So I've got a nice fucking stack of envelopes that I haven't even bothered opening, where they're saying that they stuffed up taking the tax from me, and that they wanted me to pay them an extra $2.40. So for 5 to 6 years, 72 plus letters later, 45 cents a letter, they've been hitting me up for $2.40. And I'm just laughing. If you fucked it up, then you should have done it properly in the first place. I'm not there to help with your stuff-ups.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
but I just don't even bother replying to them. But I just want to see how long they'll actually dawn on them until they just scrub the $2.40 or whatever it is. No, they'd rather keep the bureaucracy going, keep those automated letters going out, you know, keep expenses. And you could say, well, why don't you answer them? Because it's not for me to fix their fuck up.
Yeah, you fucked it up, you sort it out. It's not
exactly.
This is what they do. This is what they do as well in a government system. What they do is they fuck it up so badly, and they expect you to solve the problem. You know, and it's like, hang on, that's not my job. That's your job. That's why we pay taxes. You solve the problems, not me.
That is their job. That is exactly it. And don't forget Robert Peel, okay, the founder of the Met Police and that. He has a plaque inside New Scotland Yard behind the window with a busk of his head. And his quote was, "The police are the public, and the public are the police." And what they've done, they've turned that upside down.
Yeah, well, everything's an inversion. You'll know that, Mark.
Right.
You know, everything is in.
You know, anything that claims to be there to help you is it's the complete opposite. It's that
exactly.
Simple, you know.
And this is the thing. This is. I think what, you know, everything that's going on currently with COVID and everything else is enough to drive you nuts anyway. When you've known about the monetary system for 10 years and all the corruption that goes on beyond that, you know, that's enough to drive you nuts. But then when you get to this point and you still get people saying, oh, well, Donald Trump will be back soon and it'll all be sorted. You know, it's just like, oh, for fuck's sake, you know.
Won't help the individual.
Like, you can't get people out of this statist mind. It's like, and I think that's the thing that pisses me off the most, and something I probably don't talk about enough, you know, because if you're caught up in that statist mind, that left versus right paradigm, it's a dog and pony show. It's just nothing. It's wholly there to distract you. Between, you know, you've got a choice between this and this and this and this, and it's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's like, how hard can it be? You're supposed to be an administration. That's why they called it the Biden administration, the Bush administration, the Obama administration. You're just there to push pens and make sure that the infrastructure runs correctly. That's your fucking job. That's it. It's not there for you to write laws to lock me in my house and force me to wear a fucking face nappy or any of that other shit that you want to do. That's not your job. Sorry, that's not your job. Sorry, dear. That's not your job. Your job is to make sure that the country runs smoothly on an infrastructural and administrative basis. That's it. That's your job. Yeah. And it doesn't matter. And this is what And this is what should make people realize that the status, they've got to get out of this status mentality, because here we are in an absolutely obvious situation where you've got COVID is the problem, for argument's sake, right? Now, you've got a situation where you could have lockdown Conservative style or lockdown Labour style. Does that not compute with some people? So you've got two choices now. I thought you had a left-wing choice and a right-wing choice. No, you've got one choice: lockdown or lockdown.
Yeah.
It's
They're all
either
in
Pepsi,
yeah.
it's Pepsi Blue lockdown or Coca-Cola Red lockdown. Which one would you like? Get a
Try
grip.
and figure out
All
which word shows up in both sentences.
Yeah. And people still think they've got a choice. It's the illusion of choice. Why is it that when you come to vote, you've got two parties to vote for? When you go to the supermarket and you want a bag of crisps, there's 37 different flavors. It's the illusion of choice. You know, when you go to the supermarket, you want to buy a drink. There's 37 different flavors of Coca-Cola and Lemsip and this and that and God knows what else. You could have a million different drinks. Do you know what I mean? But when it comes to voting, you've only got two choices. And those are your two choices currently under the current system that we're living in, is lockdown Pepsi or lockdown Coca-Cola. But the choice is yours. You still have a choice.
Yeah, audited, yeah.
Still believe.
Over 100 parties to choose from, but the major ones, the big guys, the Labour, the Conservatives, the Libs and all that, even the Green Party, I believe, they're all in it for themselves.
This is the thing. And this is the thing. Those illusionary parties, your Liberal Democrats, your Greens, I don't know, or your nationalists, or your Nigel Farages of this world,
pretending fighting against each other when they're not. They're all on the same frigging side.
It's just carrot dangling. That's all it is. They're appealing to the extreme left or the extreme right, which is going to get nothing. What did Farage do? As soon as Farage, won his place in, the gravy train that is the European Union, what did he do? He went straight back and sucking up to fucking Maxwell and all those other people. Do you know what I mean?
Even them auditing. Right? Even the raving loony party auditing. Yes, even them. Even that guy who led that party. Yes, he's well involved, in my opinion.
And another one, the one that drives me probably the most mad, is when the Lisbon Treaty came out in the European Union, and all the European Union countries had to ratify the Lisbon Treaty, and every country in Europe ratified the Lisbon Treaty, right? Except for Ireland. That they said, look, we're not going to ratify this without the Irish people having their referendum, and the Irish people voted against the Lisbon Treaty, which would have meant effectively Ireland coming out of Europe, right? But that wasn't good enough. At the time, the French Prime Minister turned around and said, and this is his words, and I quote, he said, "That's not good enough. They'll have to vote again."
Not the desired outcome.
Not the desired outcome. Keep voting until you vote the right way. Yeah? And then what happened next? You had fascism straight away. The government then got people like that stupid Irish prick at Ryanair and all those other big corporations in Ireland, right, to start banging on a massive campaign about you've got to vote for the Lisbon Treaty, you've got to vote for the Lisbon Treaty, or else we're going to lose so many jobs, and put the fear of God into people. They just used fear again. You're going to lose your jobs. We're going to lose business. We're going to lose tourism. We're going to lose all of this stuff. It's going to cost the country a fortune. You'll all be out of work. Scared the shit out of people. And what they did do, when the vote came round again, they all voted the way they should have voted in the first place, according to the French president. And you call that, and you think that's democracy? That's coercion.
Well, democracy,
Absolutely.
demo, mob rule.
Yes,
democracy is mob rule. Yeah. If you ask me, mate, everybody just needs to start getting self-governing again. Last time I checked, the government didn't tell me how to wipe my ass after taking a dump in the morning. I've never needed their advice on that, and I don't need their advice on anything else I do. So, you know, just be self-governing. Start using ethics and morals to live your life by, not by what's legal and isn't legal. Everything Hitler did was frickin' legal. You know?
You know, I could do a Hitler, couldn't I? I could say, it's now legal for me to gas Jews.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. I just wrote it down on a piece of paper. So therefore, I'm allowed to do it.
And human beings are word-controlled creatures. We follow words written on bits of paper, give them meaning by using our energy to act upon them. You know, that's it. Word-controlled creatures. But what if those words mean something different to what you think it is?
And you know, it's just, and this is people going about America, the greatest democracy in the world. No, it's not. It's supposed to. It's a constitutional republic. It's not a democracy. Democracy is two wolves in a, democracy is two wolves and a lamb deciding what to have for dinner. That's your two-party illusion. Now, in a constitutional republic, two wolves and a lamb with a gun. That is a republic.
Good way of putting it.
Because you imagine that. Two wolves and a lamb discussing what to have for dinner, but the lamb's got a gun. Yeah, come on then, guys. Let's have a chat about dinner tonight. What do you think's going to happen to the two wolves? They're going to slope off into the night, you know, because neither will want their head blown off. That is the power of people, you know. And I know I'm passionate about it, and I know I go on a bit and whatever, but that's what people have got to get through their heads. Do you know what I mean? It's like, that's the power that we have as people, and you don't think people realize how much power they have.
You don't, man.
And all I'm trying to do when I say these things is just try and impart that on people and just let it sink in, and hopefully people just start thinking about it. I'm not expecting people to believe everything I say or everything I do or whatever else. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, take it on board, research it, go and look into it yourself, think about it. You know, take 10 minutes away from your computer and go and sit in the garden and have a cup of tea and a cigarette and think, right, okay, you know, two wolves and a lamb deciding what to have to dinner. But if the lamb's got the gun, the two wolves won't be talking about dinner much longer. You know, it's just it's a conceptual thing that makes you realize how simple it is. Rather than trying, oh, well, the Democrats said this and the Republicans said that, and da-da-da-da-da. Don't get into the minutiae of that bullshit, because that's where they want you to go, you know? Take it back and simplify it. That's how simple it is. Two wolves and a lamb deciding what to have for dinner. But this time the lamb's got the gun, you know? And that's the power of the people. That's why the Second Amendment was there in the first place. The Second Amendment says firstly to protect the First Amendment, but the Second Amendment is to protect yourself from a tyrannical government. And where are we in this world? We're facing tyranny on a daily basis, and we ain't got the guns in this world that could potentially save the world. Is the American people with using their Second Amendment. Start getting your guns out. Start doing the right thing. You ain't got to start blowing things up and all the rest of it. You just got to make yourselves known, educate your neighbors, educate your friends. You know, I've watched so many Second Amendment auditors, and that's the hardest thing you'll ever do is a Second Amendment auditor. First Amendment audit's piece of piss. You try doing a Second Amendment audit in the States.
Do you want to elaborate on that, Fluke? Because people won't know the difference between the First Amendment and the second one. If you want to educate people on that.
First Amendment is freedom of speech, freedom of press, freedom of religion, and the freedom to protest peacefully, and the freedom to redress your government with grievances. So if you've got a problem with your government, you should be able to voice any problem you have against your government. The Second Amendment is your right to bear arms. And the reason you have a right to bear arms is so you can form a militia, right? So if your government becomes tyrannical, like they have done, then you use your Second Amendment to organize a militia, a group of people that can get together, the whole country, 330 million people armed with a gun. How long do you think Congress is going to last with 600 fucking idiots in there? They ain't going to last long when 330 guns are pointed at them. So That's where those two amendments, the first and second, and the reason they're the first and the second amendment is because they're the two most important. It's what defends the people, not the government. The government's the government is not represented in the first two amendments. It's not represented pretty much anywhere in the Constitution. The Constitution is written there for the benefit of the people, not for the benefit of the government. The government is your servant. If your servant lets you down, you kick his ass. That's the whole point of the Constitution.
Yeah, good night, Rice and Peas. Thanks so much for your contribution tonight, your encouragement and your support. Thanks so much for your positive input.
Thanks
nice one, Rice and Peas.
We appreciate it.
Much love, mate. Massive respect.
Thanks to everyone in the chat jumping in and having a listen. It's really decent to know that it's not just three guys having a yak. You guys are actually getting something from it. So
yeah, sorry, it's so difficult to. Maybe it's just me, but it's so difficult to concentrate on what I'm trying to say and address the questions and read the chat and do everything. I
know, mate. I know. We know, and the guys in the chat know that as well.
And that's why I appreciate the mods so much. That's why I appreciate the mods so much, because I don't have to concentrate on that too much.
No, we've had no hassle. We've had the odd one or two. It's been nothing like before, where there's been barrages and shit. And there has been shit going on in between a few days ago and tonight. And it's all been sorted out, no problem.
Yeah, and that's the way it should be. If we can't solve our own problems, even if you take the auditing community within itself, if we can't kind of come together, and sort these problems around, where are we going to go? What are we going to do? We're going to go to YouTube to solve our problems. We're going to go to the government to solve our problems. Do you know what I mean? Where are you going to go? This is community-based living right here, right now, live on the internet.
I'll give you a perfect example of that, Luke.
Yeah.
The phone call I just got. There was a Maori or whānau family group of people that the state was going to come in and take their kid last Friday. They filed paperwork to put a stay on that uplift. They actually stayed on their marae, where the police can't come in because it's the marae. It's separate from the jurisdictions. They stayed on the marae for a week. Myself and another law guy jumped on and helped them out over the weekend. We drafted a few bits of papers, and we just heard on the news today that they're no longer uplifting. The judges decided that the other two judges beforehand were wrong, and it's the paperwork we supplied them just with the right wording, right legislative support behind it. Boom, they've got their kid. No more uplift. So it just goes to show it does work, but it's learning. It takes so much to learn.
And this is the thing. This is why they don't teach you this shit in school, because they don't want you to fucking know it. They'll teach you what they want you to know. They don't teach you about the monetary system in school. They don't teach you about, the.
They certainly don't teach you about the truth, obviously.
Exactly. So, they don't want you to know that. What they want you to do is tick the boxes. At the end of each school year, you take your exams, and as long as you're a good Susie or a good little Johnny, you'll be all right. That's the way they want you to do it.
They're just grooming you into that system where they say, what do you want to be when you grow up? And then they bring kids' toys out with cranes and police uniforms and dressing up and things like that. It's just grooming into the system to comply and things like that.
It's educational grooming, isn't it? I mean, it's like, can you imagine the same thing happening on a sexual grooming? This is intellectual grooming, is what they're doing to your children.
We're in a
ideologically and intellectually in grooming your children to think in one way and one way only. Pass your tests, pass your exams, you get a little gold star at the end of the day. You've been a good Susie and a good Johnny,
I've been homeschooling my kids for 4 years. The mental difference in their anxiety from having to go to school, gone. They're so much happier. They learn at their own rate. They each have individual one-on-one learning. Far
And this
better.
is the thing with that, Mark, as well, is you free these children's minds. And that's what the government doesn't want, free thinking people. They don't want that. It's detrimental to their fucking agenda. You know, and this is what happens when you free a
I'm
child's
not living
mind.
by their agenda, though.
You know, I remember years ago I was seeing a girl and she had a son, a baby son, and a young daughter. And a young daughter was 6 years old. And she loved drawing. She was just always colouring. And she would colour the trees, you know, like brown for the bark, green for the leaves, you know, red for the cherries, or, you know, acorns or whatever. And I said to her, you don't have to do that if you don't want to. And she said, what do you mean? And I said, well, why can't the tree looks like that, but in your mind, the tree can look whatever you want it to look like. It could be a purple trunk or a pink trunk or a yellow trunk or blue leaves, or they could be a mixture of blue and red. And can you imagine how much better that picture would look? It would look cool as hell. But it's up to you in your mind to design your own tree. That's the whole point of art. That's what you're doing. You're drawing, you're using your imagination to, you know, impart your own imagination of what a tree could look like. And she was like, and she looked at her mum, and her mum said, do whatever he tells you, because he knows what he's talking about. And so we sat there, and she just drew a blue tree trunk and red leaves and green leaves and pink leaves. And, you know, it wasn't an LGBT thing, don't get me wrong. It wasn't along those lines. It was just about letting her use her imagination to run riot, you know, to sort of, and she was only like,
instead of
she was
what
only like
her
7 years old.
Instead of what her eyes have programmed her to think a tree should look like, she's let her imagination run free and do whatever she thinks it should look like to her, which looks the best.
Exactly. And it was like, and she was like, so I can do this with anything. And I said, yeah, of course you can. It's like, you know, does that car have to have 2 blue doors, or could it have a blue door and a red door? Can it have whatever doors you want? It can have whatever color you want, because it's in your imagination, it's in your brain. It's up to you to decide. That's what art is. It's interpretation. You interpret, what do I want this car to look like? And you draw it, you know? And she was just like crazy drawing stuff like you wouldn't. And every day I used to go around there, she'd go, I've drawn this one, I've drawn this one, I've drawn this is a new picture I've drawn. And she was just so crazy into it, you know. And that was great to see, because she just,
her life would have been a lot more colourful, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's just one example. It's not a be all end all. Everyone wants a silver bullet answer to something, and that isn't the way it's going to work, you know. There isn't. I wish there was a silver bullet to every problem we've got in this world. There isn't. But whatever we could possibly achieve has got to be a fuck sight better than what we've got. Because what we've got does not serve us, is only detrimental to us and our children and our future, our financial future, our economic future. All of this is detrimental. It only benefits those in power. It doesn't benefit any of us, not on a scientific level, on an intellectual level. It's absolutely no benefit to us whatsoever. So regardless of, people say to me, oh, so what's the answer, Fluke? What's the answer, Fluke? I don't have the answer. I've got a million answers, actually, but there is no the answer. It's about try. You know, you could have a say a bartering system, which might work in one country or with one culture, but it might not work with another country or another culture. So you have to try and test these situations to make sure that whatever fits this country or New Zealand or Australia or, you know, Indonesia or whatever, you know, there might be cultural differences, cultural barriers, you know, religious barriers that think that I don't want to do that because it goes against my religious beliefs or whatever. So there's no silver bullet for this. But even if you came up with a completely archaic system, which was not the system we've got now, even that's got to be more beneficial to us than it is to them. And as long as it's more beneficial to us than it is them, we're on our way to an answer.
Yep. Totally
if that
agree.
makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense, but
It does to me, definitely, and to others. There's a few people who've left the chat, so good night, sleep well, rest well. Thanks for joining. Great stuff. Most of you in that chat. I have got rid of one or two people. If you can keep the LGBT conversation, you know, or if you could cut it out even, because that can cause trouble. So we don't want that. It's not about LGBT or anything like that. Listening to Fluke and Mark mostly.
I only mentioned it in the sense of colouring in. I didn't mean it in a political way.
Good night,
We're just
Daniel.
spitballing ideas.
Cheers, Mansby, massive to me. Thank you. Thanks so much, Mans. Honestly, massive. Anthony Blur saying hi. How you doing? Kim Francois. Yeah, thanks to you too. When is the stream starting, Dino? Undisclosed details. What do you mean by that?
4 hours and 39 minutes ago it started.
Yeah, you've come in late, I think. Yeah. Leah M, I just want to mention Leah M, who's always there for me, and she does a massive job, probably the world's best YouTube moderator, in my opinion.
Actually, I'd like to thank Leah M as well, because Leah M, every time I come on, without me even asking, she shares my channel and she just plugs me, and
she's put so many links up tonight, and I must
yeah,
annoy you because I do put links on the stream, and there's that
I think
much.
I'd rather be a commentator than a moderator, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely.
Because it's a lot easier just to
Imagine something like this without like Leah and Mansby and gosh, you know.
sit there and watch all of that going through, and it's like, and I know this is the thing as well. This is something positive we can all get hold of, and positive on all channels as well. It's like, even when I go back through my videos and my early videos, my audit videos and stuff like that, I got 95%, 99% of my commentators knew exactly what I was doing and why I was doing it, you know. And it was only the 1%, you know, the 5% or the 4%, you know, you're just sticking your camera in someone's face, you know, and all that type of bullshit, you know. And it's like, you know, I don't need you.
I very rarely ever see a camera go into somebody's face.
Yeah,
Cameras do not go into their faces. They're back here. Unless their face is breaching the 2 meter rule, their face shouldn't be near your camera.
And this was the thing. I said to someone. I said to someone about sticking a camera in someone's face. It was on another live stream a few months back, and they were going on about the auditing community, if you like. And I said, well, why would I need to stick a camera in someone's face? My camera, right, my main video camera can zoom in on a number plate and fill a whole frame of a number plate from 250 yards. So why do I need to stick a camera in someone's face? And I said, I'll tell you what, I'll give you the challenge. I'll challenge you. If you go back through any of my audit videos and you see where I've walked up to someone and stuck a camera in someone's face, right? Put a note put a mention about it in the comments section, and I promise you wholeheartedly, 100%, I'll delete that video. Not one single comment, because it's never happened.
Yeah. Same with me. Got a Nikon P900 with 80 times optical zoom. I can show you a crack on the fucking moon.
Yeah.
From where I am. Never do I go and go, check this out in your face, you know.
And this is the thing. I know how frustrating it is when you put so much time and effort into doing these videos, and then you get some Mickey Mouse comment like that. It is frustrating, and I do understand it's frustrating. But let's concentrate on the majority, because if we're going to move forward in this world, we need to concentrate on the majority of people and not these minority of detractors. And what's your answer to this? What's your answer to that? You know, it's kind of, you know, you've got to kind of concentrate on the positives rather than the negatives. You know.
Agreed. I mean, it's always nice to feed a troll occasionally. You don't want them starving, but you know, in moderation. You don't want obese trolls out there getting too fat to jump out from underneath their goddamn bridges because we're feeding them all the time. It's that simple. It's for the trolls' benefit that we do not feed them.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you say, sometimes it's so hard not to take the piss out of these people. But, you know, I've always said, actually, Mark, is I did a video, I think it was the Civil Aviation Authority.
Right.
And I did a video there. I didn't get no hassle, no security guards, no dramas, no nothing. And a guy put you're just going out to harass people and stick a camera in their face and blah, 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 and this, that, and the other. And I just went, yeah, whatever, Anyway, about 2 videos later, I did a video, I think it was the Parcel Force video, I can't remember. And that guy came back on and he said, "Hi, Fluke Dog, I think I owe you an apology. I slated one of your videos, blah, blah, blah. And I think I owe you an apology. Now I realise why you're going out to video and do what you do, because it's about teaching people their rights." And and it was just and I just thought, what a great comment. Still probably one of the best comments I've ever had, because it just meant I at least taught one person something,
You got through.
yeah. I knocked on a door and somebody answered.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it's if you don't, I've always said, if you're not willing to do it yourself, don't expect others to do it. So I think that's why any auditor goes out and does it. And once you get a couple of them under your belt, your confidence just comes screaming out, because then you're also learning more knowledge as you go. Print out the legislation to support your argument if someone wants to hit you up about it on the side of the street. A lot of people will just ramble off Criminal Justice Act 1972, Section 33. Not very often do I see them actually pull it out in a bit of paper and show it. Because seeing is believing. And then someone can say, "Oh, you've edited that document." Go look at it yourself.
Yeah.
But at least it's not just what's coming out of your mouth. You've got it there in front of you as well. And that really will make people change their fucking attitude sometimes, I find, is getting the confidence out there. Because at the end of the day, those people you're confronting, they're scared of you. It's that simple. What you're doing is frightening those poor little sensitive creatures. And once you actually show them that it's within the law, everything's legal, they might do a 180 and start doing the exact same thing again, much like the guy that gave you shit to begin with and then turned around and realised what you were doing afterwards. And it's almost like going through the stages of addiction. Instantly, you get that, "Oh, no, that can't possibly be real. What a wanker," and you start attacking them. Then you look into it a bit further and you go, "Oh, shit, perhaps there is some truth to this." Like us 10 years on, we know exactly what we're talking about. None of it is based in bullshit belief. It's all based by fact. And all we're trying to do is, like you say, plant the seeds. Get people out there using your own goddamn minds instead of expecting the government to come up for answers for you. Because there's more power in the individual mind than there ever is in any government. Again, that's just my opinion. Based in fact.
It's just one of those things. It's like you never know how people are going to react, or what they're going to say, or what they're going to do. And, from an audit perspective. And it's like, well, at the end of the day, it's like, all you're doing is testing their own training. It says quite clearly in the security guards training manual. I've downloaded 3 of these PDFs from 3 different companies, and they all say the same thing. If somebody's photographing or videoing near a building that you're in charge, a description of the person, the date and time that the person was there, and you escalate it to the security manager, and it's up to him to decide what to do. It doesn't state in that security guard's manual, you've got to go out there and tell them they can't do it and they're breaking the law and call the police and, all that shit that they do. None of that's mentioned in the training manual, but they constantly do it. It's like...
Observe and report is what their job is.
Observe and report, yeah. And the funny thing was, one of the training manuals, the lady that was in I think it was either Serco or G4S, I can't remember it was, but the woman who's in charge of the training for that company on her link, I checked her LinkedIn website and whatever. I Google searched her name and her LinkedIn thing came up, and she said that her hobbies included horse riding, tennis, and photography.
Oh,
Just couldn't make it up.
unbelievable. But then again, that's because they've been indoctrinated to follow what they believe the law is, and that there's this myth that's going around out there in the general public about there being any sort of privacy is wrong. Believe me, I have taught police stations that if they want privacy, to close their curtains. All right? And then I've gone round with the camera and filmed them closing their curtains. All right? It's that simple. No harm. If you want privacy, create it. But don't try doing it in public.
Yeah, it's
what it
not
boils down
exactly it's not exactly Kim rocket science, is it?
No,
You know,
it
it's
isn't.
kind
And I've interviewed rocket scientists.
of, yeah. It wouldn't surprise me, Mark. You know, it's and it was just the irony of looking up this woman's name and finding out that she was into photography. It's just,
Well, she's certainly in your photo.
so yeah, that was actually, I think I did a video on that. I mean, it must be going back about 2 or 3 years, but I did a video and I'm sure I brought it up in there. I mentioned her name as well because I looked up her LinkedIn profile, and it's just the irony of her saying that she was into photography. It's just like, okay.
I'm sorry, but Indy's trying to bloody disrupt me. Just carry on, guys.
Who's the troglodyte? Sorry, I missed that.
Me, it's just some personal thing with me and Indy. The time we spent in London, and Sasha, the dog, Indy's dog, Sasha. It's another story.
Well, as long as it makes you laugh, that's the main thing.
It does, honestly, mate. Oh gosh.
Cracker.
Sorry.
Sorry, I'm just reading them as well.
Oh, actually, Dino, while you're here, I was skipping in and out earlier, and there was somebody talking about whether I think it was a new auditor, and he was talking about should I do a preview, telling people where I'm going to go and what I'm going to be doing. I would just like to say, never ever do that, because people like Auditor Frauditer are going to be straight on the blower to the nearest police station, telling you where you're going, what you're doing, and that's why you do not. As a rule of thumb, personally, for me, no fucking chance have I ever done that, nor will I ever will do it.
Yeah, the only point of auditing, you're not going to get a true audit if they know you're coming.
Yeah, because they'll either know you're coming and leave you alone.
Because he said to me, he said, what did he say? He said, anyway, he said, I'll tell you where I'm going next. And should I tell people where I'm going? And I said, no. And the reasons why and things like that. So yeah, you're right, guys. That's a good piece of advice for anyone who's starting out and anyone who's been going at it for a while. It's so easy to slip up and go when someone asks, so what's your plans tomorrow? Are you going out doing an audit or filming somewhere? And they might go, yeah, I'm going to such a place. I'm going to film a prison at such a place. You give it away straight away.
If you want to get
live streams, police, etc., watch these live streams. They pass that intel on and etc. So a good piece of advice is never reveal where you're going and what you're doing.
Here's an excellent example. We got a speeding ticket going up to Waitangi 2 Februaries ago, 2020. We finally had the court hearing in March this year for it. Over 16 months later, we finally got a defended hearing for a $120 speed ticket, right? In the emails to the court, because I was being a Mackenzie friend for my mate, in the emails to the court, I sent it to them and I told them that if you guys are going to drag us back up to Whangarei, which is 3 hours from where I am, to appear in court to defend our innocence, then we'll make a day of it and we'll go around to the police station and we'll go around to the courthouse and we'll go around to Child, Youth and Family or Orangatamoriki and we'll go and protest out all of those places as well, seeing you dragging us up there. Now, my health went bad. I didn't go with him, but my mate who got the ticket went up to Whangarei. He didn't get to speak one word before the police dismissed the case because I'd put all the paperwork in. They were screwed. He got dismissed instantly, but the day beforehand, the police intelligence officer rang him up to say, are we still planning up and coming up and protesting? Bear in mind, that email I sent was some 5 months earlier. Now, the only way he knew we were coming up, if he was filled in by the registrar of that courthouse that we had said we're going to come up and protest. So the police intelligence 5 months later rang us to ask us, are we still planning on coming up tomorrow? So that's why you don't tell them. I mean, we didn't care. We were going to be there with bells on. Well, I would have if my health wasn't bad, but he still won the case. Job done. But yeah, because I took them off 5 months earlier and says, well, we're going to go and protest out all these places, police intelligence were ringing us, asking us when we're going to show up. In fact, my mate ended up going and having lunch with him just to find out more information.
Yeah. I think the other thing with me personally, from an auditing perspective, was because I was pretty much, with the exception of Pinaki News, I was the only other. And the weird thing was, I didn't find out about Pinaki News until Pinaki News contacted me on my YouTube channel saying, "Where the fucking hell have you been all this time?" You know, he said, because he didn't know I existed and I didn't know he existed. So it was kind of like a, you know, and it was like, so I had to kind of make it up as I went along because I thought I was going to be on my own doing it, you know. So I still went out with the mentality that, well, I've still got to kind of just make up the rules as I go along. Not the rules, but, you know, what am I going to do? How am I going to do it? How am I going to approach it?
Back in those days, I think before you Fluke, there was like Matt B or Jesus of Kayaking. He was out there doing it. You had a guy Johnson. You had Jamie Barnes was out there doing it. He was ringing up Carl Lentz, sort of free man of the land things over in America. All of that stuff was happening 12 years ago when the Google Hangouts, which is sort of what we're doing now, started up. That's how I learned a lot of my law. And all of those guys who were out there starting to try and learn auditing at the same time. You know, so I don't know whatever happened to Jesus of Kayaking. There was James Slattery was another guy. He used to go out there and pull the pranks like him and his mate he'd be sitting in a wheelchair and the guy would come along and rip him out of his wheelchair just to see if people walking by would react. You know, little pranks like that. Or running up in cop costumes and arresting people on the sides of the road. He was doing all sorts of pranks like that and he got in trouble with it in the end, I think, James Slattery. But
I think that was like I think that was kind of real sort of totally different to auditing. You know, it was like it wasn't just going out and practicing photography. They were going out there to deliberately sort of cause a reaction. I've seen like some guys that used to do, I can't remember what they used to do. They would go into, say, a shopping centre and just cause an absolute scene, you know, and it would just cause you know, and it wasn't anything. It was just about trying to get a reaction in whatever way. And some of it was funny, don't get me wrong, and some of it was, you used to watch it and just go, oh my God, I can't believe people reacted in that way, or I can't believe people took it for what it was. And some guys were, like you said, were pretending to be police officers and all sorts of shit, you know. And I could understand that from an entertainment perspective, you know. Then you know, I can get that, but when you're just literally walking around with the camera, you know, taking pictures and videos, you know, it was completely different. That wasn't what I was there for. I never would have been there for that. And you know,
in a way, I think that actually made it harder for the people, you know, in the years afterwards, because the stigma of, oh, there's some cocks out there with a camera up to
Sorry. People spam the chat with troglodyte, and that's a personal thing.
Have you dried your pants yet, Dino?
Yeah, I've changed. if you knew about it, you would understand. But I had to go off because I can't stop laughing with Indy. You trog, you absolute trog hound.
Troglodyte!
You are a trog. You bastard.
Yeah, Mark's system's frozen. I don't know what it is. Oh, hang on, he might be coming back. Hang on, it's reloading.
Lee Harty, go away.
I think that's quite funny how you pissed yourself, Dino. Have you got your colostomy bag in, have you?
No, that's not me, that's Biker.
Oh, no, you've got man packs.
Shut up, go away.
I'll get Satchet to bite you when you come down there.
At this time, anyway. It's past your bedtime.
What am I doing up at this time? I'm making you piss yourself live on stream. It's great.
It's not fair coming in like that when Fluke and Mark are having a serious conversation.
But they're not. Mark's gone beam me up, Scotty, and Fluke's sitting next to you cracking up because you're a troglodyte.
You can shut right up. I'm back down there next weekend, mate, so you better watch out.
Ooh, I'm so not scared. Listen, mate, if you're going to be like that, I'll chuck you in the Camden Canal, mate.
He's back.
Yeah, you can try. We can either go underground or overground.
Oh, you're going trogloground.
If only you knew, guys.
Yeah, got it, Mark.
Back now.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to leave you for a second, guys. I need to take another James.
No worries, Luke. No worries, mate.
Oi, Leah's just put there about me and you being friends. I'm not your friend, mate. I found you in a baked bean tin in Camden.
I left my razor and my towel and my
vegan ball. Listen, I'll be honest with you. I used your razor to shave my balls. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, okay. Trog.
And then they used it to shave the dog's butthole.
It's a pain in the arse.
You said you wanted to get closer to Sasha Leisure Opportunity.
Honestly,
Dino,
I had to put up with him for like 10 days straight.
Mark, listen, don't call him Dino no more. Just call him the old troglodyte. It's his real name. I've seen his birth certificate.
Oh gosh, go away, Indy. What are you doing up anyway?
I'm annoying you. Well, listen, mate, I'm annoying you and the rest of. Let's have a look what's going on in the chat. Normal service will resume. Okay, Batman. Leah's cracking up.
Yeah. Lee Harty, right? If anyone wants to come on backstage and talk about a different opinion, please do so. You're asking me to bring someone on, but no one's backstage. But anyone's welcome to debate with myself and Mark and Fluke. Okay, no problem.
Oh, listen, I literally just wanted to jump on and say, listen, guys, if any of you's in London tomorrow, make your way down to Marble Arch. There's a big protest in central London. It's going to be a bit of a walk because they're going to go from Trafalgar. Well, they're going to go from Marble Arch to Speaker's Corner. Speaker's Corner, I think it's up to Buckingham Palace, then Trafalgar Square, then on to Brixton. So if you can be there, man.
Cool. I won't be able to make it. Sorry.
I know, mate. I know.
Yeah, but there it is, guys. You heard it, and it's very important. So if you can, please do, and don't find an excuse if you've got the time. So come on.
I'll even lend you my megaphone to hurl some abuse at Boris Johnson.
I'm not doing that in there. It's not my thing.
What?
Megaphones, no.
Yeah, megaphone, yeah.
Yeah.
Megatrog.
You're a Megatrog. You Kilburn Trog.
I know Kilburn Trog.
You're a pain in the ass.
Well, listen, Dino, before you go to bed, make sure you take your funny pills, yeah? Put the towel down just in case you laugh too much and you pee yourself during the night. And I'll speak to you tomorrow.
No worries, mate. See you later.
Bye.
Cheers. Oh gosh, I can't speak highly enough of Indy. That's the guy, Mark, who's put me up in London for the last 10 days straight up until last Tuesday. I was meant to go on midweek, and then he said, you may as well stay. There's no point going home when you're coming back in 3 days' time. You may as well stay with me. And he's so looked after me and Susie as well, and his missus. And I basically took over the joint. In fact, I wrecked his joint, right? Because see this, that had to come with me to London. And he put it up on his wall with stickers, and it fell down, right? And then it took the wallpaper off. And then the following Friday, still there, put it up again, it fell down again. And then the following Friday, as in last Friday, it did the same thing, and it's completely wrecked his flat. I've wrecked it. I've wrecked his wallpaper. He's gone out and bought some more wallpaper. But when you see it on his wall, next time I go down there and do a Friday, it's like brick features with graffiti on it, and he's going to put some Banksy stuff on it as well, because he's well into Banksy. It's going to look cool.
Awesome.
Yeah. So he's so disrupting me tonight. Out of order. There's no one else backstage. Anyone new who's joined, thanks so much. There are 88 people still in, and we are for 5 hours and 4 minutes in as well. Mark and Fluke have been fantastic, as you all know, because you put comments in there, positive ones about them, and that's great. Trolls, they've heard they existed tonight, and I don't think we've hardly spoke about them. I've given one or two a chance, and they've stayed on for less than 10 seconds. And that's what it's about on a Friday. We don't take no shit, no drama.
I think the award to the best troll has got to be that Middle Eastern supermarket guy. I mean,
he's a consistent wannabe actor who changes his accent and all that. It's a bit of fun, like for about a minute, and that's it.
Sure. Yeah. No, mate, never wrong, bit of humour.
Right. All these guys coming in the chat talking about mostly insects, forget it, okay? You're not going to you are not going to disrupt this live 1 minute for not 1 minute, okay? So go away.
The old troglodyte has the power.
Right, undisclosed details. Before I do, can someone get rid of that guy there on screen? Comment.
It depends on the opinion, doesn't it, really, as far as that one's concerned?
Yeah, true. Just go away or get rid. So please, I'll get rid. Can't be asked. See ya. Fluke, you're back.
Yeah, I won't be back for long. I'm going to have to call it a night, guys, because
no worries.
I've got concerned with my neighbours, and I don't want to wake
lunchtime
up.
here.
It's like 1 o'clock in the morning, and I think I think I've said my piece, and people can take.
Yeah, you have. You've been massive, mate. The support you've had is as usual, and well deserved, rightly so. And please, next week, mate. I think you're becoming a regular, and people love you for doing that on a Friday. So please come back next week.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me on. I really do appreciate it. Thank you to everybody in the chat. I'm sorry I couldn't reply to everybody personally because it's it's just so hard to keep up with trying to concentrate on the conversation and trying to read loads of stuff. So
very difficult. Yeah.
So it's really odd. But thank you to everyone in the chat. You've been very kind, and thanks to everyone who's supported me over the last few months, especially. It's been really difficult, but we've sort of turned a corner, and I can try and get things back on track and just crack on, And hopefully next week I've got a meeting with the council again, but and then maybe I'll be cracking out the cameras again. So look forward to that.
Hopefully so, mate. And keep us updated on that. And if you can. And great to see you as always. You make a lot of sense. A lot of truth has been told tonight. I think you have planted a few more seeds, mate. It's what you're about, and you've spoke about doing that. And hopefully people will understand more. So, cheers, mate.
No, thanks for having me on. Thanks for everyone for listening to me. I'm not sure.
What people do, mate. You've had loads of respect tonight. So, guys, Flute Dog, show that love in the chat for this guy. He's a top guy. He is the original. Okay? Massive respect. Much love, mate. See you next Friday.
All right, take it easy. Mark, we will have a chat on Facebook soon, yeah?
Sure, bro. No worries.
I'll look forward to it, man.
Cool.
Take care, everyone in the chat. Thank you to Leah and all the other moderators as well. Thank you. You've done a superb job. And, you know, I really can't thank you enough, because I can't do the job you're doing while I'm doing the job that I'm doing. So thanks. Thanks very much. Thanks for listening to me. Thanks for having me on, Dino. Much appreciated. I'll speak to you soon.
Always a frigging pleasure. Nice one.
Right. It's really very kind of you to have me on. I appreciate it.
It's a pleasure, mate. Thank you. It's an honour as well.
Take care, guys.
See you later. Guys, there you are. Love hearts in the chat for Fluke, please. Okay? He's a guy
Now I'm
who
gonna
moves,
go and,
you
gotta
know.
go and see my Leah. My wife was up. So yeah, go and have some lunch with her in a second. She's yelling at me through Discord on the other computer. Leahs are so hard to keep happy. Just kidding. All right, I'll catch up with you probably next Friday or my Saturday morning.
I also, Mark, and thanks so much, mate. Honestly, I really appreciate it. People have loved what you've said in the chat, and you've been a great contribution, and you're very intelligent, and that's what my Friday is about, getting people like you on, and talking to people like Fluke and other intelligent people. Let's try and make this movement grow. Cheers, Mark. Massive respect and much love to you, mate.
Yeah. And good night to everyone in the chats. Hope you'll sleep well.
Okay. Cheers.
Bye now.
Nice. Guys, love for Mark as well. Absolute great contribution. No one else backstage. It's just me on my own. 5 hours and 10 minutes in. That's all. Anyone else want to join? It's up to you. I'll stay on. If not, if you say, you know, leave it there, Dino, I will. But okay. Is that you? Do you know what, Spiky? Right. I might do that one night, one day. Actually. I've got to beat Joe Publix. 12 hours he did the other night. Bastard. He's a lunatic. David, how you doing?
I'm all right, thank you. How are you?
Nice one. Yeah, great. Thank you.
Good. Hey, do you know what? It's been a brilliant live so far, mate.
Superb. I've done nothing. I've just let these guys speak and, you know, fascinating. Great comments and great advice and great questions in the chat and controversial, but like, not abusive and things like that, which is great. That's what a debate's all about, you know.
Definitely, 100%. It's all about the constriction and comments and stuff like
that. I think you might have YouTube still on, mate, in the background, or
is that better?
Yeah.
Sorry, it's because I'm watching you live on my Xbox as well. So.
All right, that's it then. Yeah, just one device, and then yeah.
Yeah, and then it's like a totally different device.
It's all right. Okay, so hang on.
Mostly. Okay.
Okay. Do you want to talk about something? Or here you go. News Now Yorkshire. David, I don't know if you're aware of this guy. He works with Live Free a lot.
I'm not, no.
All right. You need to go across to his channel and have a look, and then you will automatically sub for sure. And I've met News Now Yorkshire. He's a great guy.
All right, okay.
He'll never forgive me for he bought me a cup of tea from Starbucks.
Right.
We was at Leeds prison. Myself, Bustex, Cat, and some other guy.
Yeah.
And he turned up out of the blue, and we're Leeds prisoners. There's like a Starbucks just before the entrance and that. Off the main door. And he brought us all a brew back, and each cup he brought back, one for Buzz, one for Cat, and that. And he had them put our names on it, and he put Deanology, and he said, "That's yours, Dino, cup of tea, blah blah blah." So I drank it, and I said, "Wow, I'll keep this cup." And I threw it out by accident.
No.
Like Buzzy's car were like littered with cups and and shit. So I thought I'll tidy Buzzy's car up and threw everything out, put it in a litter bin, and I realised I threw the cup away, what had been named on it, what was bought for me by News Now, and I said keep it, but I think he's forgiven me. It's that you won't forgive yourself. Oh, see?
You never live it down, Dino.
I didn't do it on purpose, but I still think about it every time I see his name. Cheers, mate. And that day were massive for us. Cheers. Great work as well. I don't know who's in the Modwise, but Leah, whoever, News' channel link. He is so lovable, Claire. News Now, Dave. Right, the question. What was that? What question was that?
What questions do you want you to ask me?
Yeah, I know. He'll let me know. He'll let me know. Right, there's News Now Yorkshire's channel, mate, if you want to check that one out.
Yeah, I'll have a look for it tonight. And I'll sub to him.
Yeah, well, you've heard of Live Free, surely.
Yeah, I've heard of Live Free. I'm sub to
He's
Live
been
Free.
working with Live Free for a while now, so...
Is he the guy in the hat that wears the hat?
Who?
News for Yorkshire.
He wears a cap.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, good guy. I've met him. He came out of his way to come and meet us. We did, it was myself, it was Bustex. Have you heard of Bustex Audit?
Yeah, I love Bustex.
Well, he come up with an idea like a 24-hour live, and it was like a travel down to London and places in between, and nothing were planned or anything. It was like, I'm picking you up, and I'm picking Cat up, and we went to Manchester, and the main thing was we were going to go to London and then stop off at like Birmingham and various places to do an audit and that, but 24 hours, it was like, we can't do that. And then when News Now turned up, we spent an hour with him and chatting. So that it was crazy, you know. He watched the live on his laptop or whatever, and then and he knew we was in in Leeds, and he lives round about that area, and he came across, drove to us, and met us. And we didn't expect that. So
was it like completely random?
Yeah, to us, yeah, because I was walking round. We just about finished filming Leeds Prison. Nothing happened. Excuse me, no interaction apart from the foyer where they were like filming us, and then they shut the door on us.
The reception.
Yeah, so as we finished, he turned up, and then it was like we was about to get off and go on our way, and then he turned up. So like 45 minutes, an hour later, we had to set off again. But it was just great for someone to. All I heard was when I was filming, nearly finished, Dino. I'm looking right, and I thought, and
Who's
then
that?
Dino. And this guy comes in front of me, and it's like, I'm News Now Yorkshire. And I went, oh no. And then we got chatting, and then all the rest of it, the cup of tea and all that. So he's a great guy. Please look at his channel. There's the link. And he works with Live Free, who's massive. So, yeah.
I'll definitely give him a sub, definitely, and I'll check him out as well.
Yeah, definitely, mate. And you will learn a lot from him. And I know he's starting out, so yeah, well worth watching, you know, for advice and things like that. Yeah, nice one. Let me just catch up. No one else backstage. There are 74 people still in, so I'll catch up for a minute, Dave, in the chat. I know Gazfin, how you doing, mate? And thanks. Joe Public, I don't know if you're still in there, mate. Pop on if you want. Dave Archibald, Mansby is back. Spiky.
Good old Spiky.
Yeah, Sound Blue. Yeah. Anne-Marie, Claire, brilliant. Honestly, I've got some great people in here.
You've got some brilliant people in your feed.
Honestly, David, the more you get familiar with these lives and these people, then like you'll get to sub to most of these. Excuse me, most dry. And you'll find out that we're all on a very similar wavelength, and it's a community and it's a family. And people have said that in lives, like we love the family, Dino, and things like that. And talking about themselves, really, it's just my life. That's all.
Yeah, but your life is like, to me, it's so calming and it helps me learn so much.
Yeah, well, that's good. That's because of the guests I get on, like Fluke. He's massive, mate. Mark, he's from New Zealand, as you've gathered.
Oh, okay. I thought he sounded Australian for a second there.
Well, similar, aren't they? But he's like 11 hours in front of us, I think he said. So in New Zealand, it's what?
Lunchtime, I think he said.
20, so 11 hours is like 20 past 12.
Yeah, he said lunchtime. So.
Yeah, he'll be having his lunch. That's why he dropped off, I think.
Okay.
And anyone else who's joined, thank you. There's no time limit. It's up to you. Anyone want to jump on? I'll post a link in.
Guys, if you haven't already, subscribe to Dino Lidge's channel. He's an absolute brilliant audio. Just go and sub and like his videos. I'm sure he'll appreciate it, guys. Come on. Show the love.
Thanks. Cheers.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and it goes both ways, guys. David's a new guy, and he comes on to these chats and asks for advice.
Yeah.
He asks good questions, and that means he means business. And we need more new guys coming in, and they are, which is great. And I reckon, David, depending on your content and things like that, within a month or two, you will be inspiring people as well. I can guarantee that, mate. It all depends on your content and how you go about things and things like that. But you know, there's many people, as you know, who've been on this chat tonight and in the panel, and that you can always ask us for any advice. And if you ask me a question and I don't know, I'll say I don't know, mate. I won't say, oh right, what can I make up? You know?
Yeah.
Got really honest, genuine, truthful people who come onto my lives. Believe me. So
well,
yeah,
for my next content, I really want to go and do a police station, but I need to learn first. I need to learn the law, and
no worries.
It's all looking for at the minute.
Yeah, don't worry. You'll get there. Just keep learning and asking and things like that. News now. What question? I've missed it in the chat. What was the question?
I'm intrigued by that. I can't find it. News now. What was the question? Can he remember it, maybe? News now?
Yeah, he does. I've missed it in the chat. I must have done. Put it up again. Simon Shears. Yeah, that's right, Simon. Yeah.
Just remember that the police don't even look up.
Yeah. Are you fair, mate? And who asked it? Was it you? I'm looking.
There's that many comments.
Stop teasing. God's sake. Adrian Smith, this guy, he lives above me.
Oh, does
he's
he?
A neighbour, and he's a supporter and a fan of many other channels as well.
Okay.
So, yeah. News now, please put me out of my misery. All right, okay. Is that it? That could be the question to you.
Okay.
I thought it was for me, but I think that might be the question what News Now is talking about.
Deanology, here is NNY question for David. David, what kind of audits are you doing? Police, security, other? Well, to be honest with you, Leah, I'm planning on doing police and security and COVID sites and stuff like that.
Okay, David. Hang on. Give me a sec.
Please. Please. Why can't you be friends with Mosley? Why can't you make friends with Mosley? Please do.
Okay.
Who was that?
A troll. It all revolves around a recent patheticness, shall I say. Fair from North Yorkshire. Are you? Is that to you? Is that to David News now? Are you from Yorkshire, David?
No, I'm from Derby, East Midlands area.
Get rid of one of Dino's faces, please, someone. Who's right? Okay. No worries. Luke, 67 in the chat, and it's getting late. I think there was, I don't know, 90 something in at one point. Early doors. 128.8 for 5.5 hours we're in.
Yeah.
You're willing to stay on?
I'm willing to stay on as well.
Yeah, loads of people in that chat who've been in there from the beginning as well. Like, you know, they do, a lot of them. Leah, Anne-Marie, James, Patrick McDonough, Indy, the Trog. What are you laughing at? Not you, mate, Indy. You'll get used to these lives. Right, Leah's put in, where'd you say you're from, David? Derbyshire?
Yeah.
Right. My daughters live there, but Leah's put in.
Are there any auditors near East Midlands besides David, that is? I have no idea, Leah.
Okay.
If there is, let me know, because I'd love to link up with them.
The Real North Media, I think he's round about Cheshire, Stoke, Derbyshire area. The Real North Media, yeah. Auditor for auditor, Luke, mate, forget it. Okay. Cheers, Adrian, no worries. Leah has put that out for you, David.
With David, did you get the channel related email? Yeah. Yes, I did, Leah. I did it the other night. Thank you. I'm loving these questions.
Yeah.
I'm loving the interaction with these people, man. It's awesome.
It's great. There's great guys in here because they ask good questions.
Yeah, and they make you think as well.
I like him because, and I've met him, and he does put some good questions in there, good answers, and good opinions, and controversial. And I like that because he gets people thinking.
Yeah.
And he's very polite with it as well. It's hard hitting from him, but I respect him for that. Auditing the Albion, that's another channel you might want to look at, David. So
yeah,
you'll come across all these guys. You know what I mean? A lot of people.
I've seen him in quite a few of your lives, to be honest. Always commenting and stuff like that.
Yeah, he's always in there. You know, I met him last Monday for the first time. I didn't know who he was, what he looked like, but he come up behind me and went, Dino. I went, all right. It's like, there were a handful of people in London who come up to me and went, Dino, right? Dino, yeah. And I'm going, yeah, are you all right? Thinking, I think I've met this person before. And you realise a few seconds later, I've not. And then you feel embarrassed, and it's like, they go, oh, what's your channel? Oh, cheers. And it's like, well, when I've been in London, there's been like quite a few people coming up at protests saying, you know, how you doing? I watch your live streams and I watch your videos and that. So that's nice. You know what I mean?
I was going to say, does it make you feel good knowing that you're changing people's lives?
But I'm not. The thing is, I'm not starry-eyed. Like, I've come across like Tyrant Finder, 30+K subs, and Resistance GB, and people with many, you know, big subs, big guys on YouTube.
Yeah.
And this is the movement we're in. And I've not gone, oh my God, it's like, how you doing, mate? And blah, blah, blah. Yeah, let's crack on. And like, same when I met Marty Blackburn, he came down to support me on the hotel, the Goonery.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, he came down. It was like, I got a phone call an hour before he came down saying, coming down. And it was like, whoa, about these security guys, so we'll support you in that. And when he turned up, it weren't the same security guys who I had problems with. But he came down, I'm talking about being starry-eyed now. To me, Marty Blackburn, you know, massive. And,
yeah, I watched that video.
Respect, how you doing, blah, 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 cameras out, are you ready, let's go. Walk round. We hardly spoke. And I never went, oh, Marty this and Marty that. And, you know, great guy and that. Totally different style to me, if you saw that last video.
Yeah.
And it was like, when we finished, it was like, see you later, mate. Thanks for coming down. Nice one, respect, see you later. And that were it. Just another guy to me. So never feel starry-eyed when it comes to meeting fellow YouTube auditors or people like that. It's like, treat them like you're the same as they are, you know?
Yeah.
And a lot of people I've come across are like, oh, I want to meet such a body and I want to meet such a body. And when they do meet them, whether by accident or on purpose, they kind of go, oh. And for me,
there's no point in doing that, man. Just get on with your content.
It's just me. I've been, and I'm nothing. I'm nobody when it comes to this game and things like that. With my, I don't know, 3.2 subs K. And I've met many people with many more subs and who are quite well known and things like that. But I don't think of them as being any different, things like that. And when I see people go, oh, I just think, just get on with what you're doing. Just, they're not celebrities, or even if it was a celebrity, I wouldn't feel, things like that. So
just crack on with it.
Yeah. You know what I mean. So
crack on with it. Get your content filmed, and yeah.
I've missed some of the chat for the last few minutes, so I don't know news now on that.
3.25 at Deanology.
Yeah, I don't know.
That makes no sense to me.
Just going back, David, this is one for you.
What is your number one fear about being a new author? Oh, that is a good question. My number one fear is getting arrested by the police and they're not telling me what the lawful arrest is and why they're arresting me. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That is my number one fear.
Ah. Hello. Yo, woohoo.
Peace.
Batman is on the panel, guys.
Good evening, sirs. And good evening, chat.
Evening, Batman.
You awesome people. Hello. I'm supporting my Davenport. This is my Davenport merchandise. I've got, this is a wonderful, brave, lovely, perfect, honest, helpful, awesome, strong, and romantic. No, I'm just looking at producing some merchandise, but yeah, you should do that. Deanology, you should do that. Some merchandise. We need you immediate. We need to be fully clothed with Deanology.
That would be pretty sick to be there. I would buy.
Legend.
Yeah, I have thought about it, I must admit, and but I don't know.
I would definitely buy
I might get myself some merchandise,
Right.
so, but not to sell, because
No.
no,
Okay.
it's not my thing.
I wanted to just pop on just to say you're awesome initially, obviously. Yo, I've seen all these Batmans I've seen in the chat. Woo woo!
Hello,
Yeah.
Earthling.
Peace, guys. Now, I wanted to say about you've heard of Darren Brown. He did this experiment where he put 3 actors in a room. There's 10 chairs lined up, and he put 3 actors in there initially, and he had a buzzer, and each time he pressed the buzzer, all the actors stood up, and he pressed the buzzer again, and they all sat down, and then he put an unsuspecting person in there, like just a person, and he said they were all filling it out, this questionnaire, and then he presses the buzzer when this new person arrives, and all the actors stand up, and then so the new person, what's going on, which stands up, then he presses the buzzer again, and all the actors sit down. The 3 actors sit down, and this other person sits down, and then they bring another person in, and hello, Master Ron, hello, Leo M, hello, Bumblebee T, and then he keeps bringing these people in, these trial people, and each time he presses the button, they stand up, and each time he presses the button again, they all sit down, and eventually, when there's 10 in there, he takes the 3 actors away, and he carries on pressing the button, and they still all stand up when they press the button. They still all sit down when he presses the button. They're just complying. People want to fit in, and it's just people feel happy to fit in. There was one woman that just didn't. She just sat down and was filling in her questionnaire, but that'll be me. I'm just, what? You're standing up for pressing a buzzer? What the heck? But I don't know what you would do in that situation, Dino. That's the question I would ask you. If you were in that situation and there was in a group of people, you're filling in a questionnaire, a survey, and the buzzer went and everyone stood up, would you stand up?
No.
No.
Absolutely.
But most people would.
Yeah.
Personally, I'd sit down.
But anyway, I just thought it was an interesting experiment. And the other thing I wanted to touch upon is I had a couple of weeks ago, 2 or 3 weeks ago, there was some kind of, was it a privacy law that's being put through Parliament, or some kind of new set of laws which didn't, actually local might know a bit about this. It's going to be illegal to use a megaphone, even just one person, and even one person protesting is going to be against the law. This is the law they're trying to put through Parliament, probably as we speak, because they're up late. These people, they're not watching Deanology. Shame on them.
Shame on you.
Shame on you. But I don't know if it's going to get through. But this is what I've heard. I don't watch the BBC or MSN, so I'm not really. I get my news from Tyrant Finder, Live Free, Deanology, BuzzText, Catwoman, all the proper news, Bannerman, all the proper news, all the proper news channels, and obviously local experimentalist, legend. But yay! But woo! So I don't really know where it's at, but what have you heard? I mean, you were down in London the other day. What have you? What's the word on the street? Is this law going to get through? Is it going to be illegal to protest in a number of 1?
I think it's definitely on its way because of what's been happening to Tyrant and Joe Public.
I know, it's disgraceful what's happened to Joe. Yeah,
it's I've got the document what's been written about.
Yeah, I've read it.
23.
It's
Section 3. So it's absolutely laughable when you read it.
It's bollocks.
Unbelievable.
It is. It's a load of bollocks.
It's
All that.
From reasonable suspicion, like which is in other laws, reasonable suspicion, 43, to Section 23, as long as we might have suspicion.
I know.
So it's gone from ridiculous to even more ridiculous. So what happens next? And it's like, they're trying to put a stop to it, let's face it. They don't put people in court like Tyrant, all because he's exposing the truth. And they're like saying, you're not allowed to do that and things like that. Why not? It's all legal at this moment in time. That's the law at this moment in time. So why not? What are you scared of? For one.
Yeah.
You know? So why
That's
are they
why
trying
they're stopping it. Because they're scared of the truth.
Yeah, exactly. You know? Independent journalists. They don't like it. They want to stick with the MSN. I was there on Monday, Parliament Square, and I was with a few people, fellow YouTubers, and a few supporters who came up to see us as well from miles away. And I was filming at the time, it was live, and I've had one live taken down from that. I did 2 lives at Parliament Square. One was taken down, and I got a warning. Apparently, I said something to the police, and it brought COVID. It was against YouTube's medical misinformation.
Oh my God.
So I think I might have said to the police, how come COVID, you're all stood together like that? You're meant to be a metre apart. It could have been that, or it could have been something else. I don't know. I tried to appeal. You've no chance of appealing, that type of thing. But as far as mainstream media goes, I was on the square and there were a line of corrupt people with helmets on. And then on the other corner, the police had no helmets on, just caps. And I thought, what's going on here? Why that line, no helmets, and why are these guys suited and booted, ready for action? Next thing, these police took their helmets off, and then some of the crowd started clapping. And Trevor Random,
legend,
he came up and he said, Dino, he said, the reason they did that is because mainstream turned up. As soon as they switched on, all of a sudden they took their helmets off and people started clapping. So when you see a protest, a lot of it is staged.
The police always want a reaction from the people to make them look good.
On MSN, for them to take their helmets off as if to say Luke was standing down.
Yeah.
We're suited and booted, but hey, guess what? You know, and it was 32 degrees at that point. It was very hot. And I saw a lot of coppers ready to fucking collapse with the heat because of what they had to wear. But when they took their helmets off, they were going naturally, you know, wiping the sweat off. But they looked so disappointed at the fact they had to do it. And Trevor Random said to me, I don't know if he's still in there, Trevor. He said, that's because mainstream have turned up, they've switched on, people are clapping, and on mainstream, doesn't that look good? People are clapping the police to say, look, they've stood down, took their helmets off. It was staged. But those people who were clapping, if they're real protesters, why would they clap? So to me, that proves there are people who are put in place to protest. You have plainclothes police, obviously, infiltrators, you've got crisis actors.
Yes.
Yeah. And then apart from those people, you've got the real protesters. And that's why a lot of protests don't succeed. In fact, none of them do, basically. And that's because you've got other people involved who are involved with the government and the police and the actors and things like that. It's crazy, guys. I saw a show.
Yes.
And I was right close up to it as well. Crazy shit. You know what I mean?
What do you think they gain out of it, though? Are they looking for public support, or just is it pure propaganda?
Publicity.
I just think it just carries. If you think about it, it's not something new. So it's been happening for a long, long time.
Been happening for years.
For years, but what I class as this point in time now, what I class as a critical point, right? And people are still falling for it, even though they've seen all these changes during COVID and things like that. There's something sinister going on. And they're using this as a smokescreen. And MSN have to do the job by saying, you know, look at the police, how good they are. They're putting up with these protesters, and these protesters are getting in the face, which they do. I've seen them, and they do, and rightly so. And they're trying to show the police in a good light and the protesters in a bad light. So protests are very well staged, and it's frightening, to be fair. And that's why people say to me, they're getting nowhere, Dino. These protests, what's the point? You turn up and the same thing happens. You get kettled in, you get cut off, you get nowhere. People get beaten up and arrested for nothing in London, Met Police. And I know people, how many? I know some police are watching now.
Yeah.
But that's what you do.
Hello.
You know? I'm just I'm gonna bring Bannerman on.
Oh wow,
David.
Bannerman! Woohoo!
Yeah. David, remember when I said Bannerman and you said, "Oh, who's Bannerman?" Right? And you knew, you're very new. Well, this is the guy himself. Okay, you have a chat with him.
Okay.
Bannerman! Woohoo!
Bannerman.
How you doing, man? Banana Man.
Who's Bannerman?
Oh,
It's
lovely
Banana
guy.
Man.
That's
I
it,
met this
Banana
guy.
Man.
It's an epic chap, really epic. Epic.
I met yourself, Batman, and it's great to interact with you. I like your gear, by the way.
Yeah, Davenport. Yeah.
Proper head.
It's like a signature. That it's like black for evil, white for good.
Yeah.
You're a bit of both, are you, Batman?
I'm the Dark Knight.
And you're angelic with it.
Yeah, angelic Dark Knight. Yeah, I've got to shield up my lights because I'm giving people an epilepsy attack or something. I'm doing my best.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody.
Hello.
Evening, Banana Man.
And good evening, everybody in the chat as well.
Yeah, they're awesome tonight.
Brilliant.
In fact, should I rephrase it? It's good morning to everybody, isn't it?
Oh yes.
Already? Gosh.
I'm supposed to be going to Wales this morning. I should be in bed by now, but there you go. What can I say? They made my Friday nights. Friday nights are Dino nights. You know, this is the week. I wait for this all week. This is what makes my week.
Yeah,
So
I'm
I really
normally out.
enjoy it.
Yeah, I'm normally out on Friday nights, so I would join in myself actually. But it's always late when I get in on Fridays. So yeah, I mean, I've been listening quite a bit. I heard my name get mentioned earlier, and also David. I believe you're new.
I am, yes. I am new to auditing. I want to start this career and I'm ready for it.
Brilliant. I mean, the more the merrier, as they say, because I think the message is getting out there as well. I've seen a change in people as well, where security guards are starting to change a little bit. I don't know if you've noticed any of that.
I have, yeah,
right.
massively.
I think you're right. They're learning slowly, but surely. So
Yeah, I mean, feel free to ask me any questions. I mean, I don't mind answering any questions. I'm more of a listener than a talker, because I like to listen. I learn a lot more that way, and I believe that when I start speaking, I just interrupt my learning process.
why was your live stream so short today? I just got into it, and then you said, "Oh, and that's it." It was about
Yeah,
it
It was just a reference point to what were happening. You know, there were lots of people going to this this new event, and it's a trial version event. They're going, I believe, out of this event, they're going to start ping, 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 ping with all these apps, and people are going to have to self-isolate. So yeah, because they're all going to be rubbing shoulders with each other with their COVID apps and things. And to be honest, nobody had a mask on apart from the event organisers. I was really surprised.
But we met together at Manchester, one of the Manchester Freedom Marches, and we were mingling with hundreds of people, you know, really close, getting up close and personal. And did you catch anything? Because I didn't.
No, I don't have the app actually, but also I've been following the protests ever since they started back in May last year, and I've been around thousands of people. And to be honest, I haven't even caught a cold. I don't think. I've had a sniffly nose once, but normally I get 6 colds a year. And one person said to me, "Well, the reason why the colds are on the decline is because everybody's wearing masks." And I said to that person, "Well, if you're all wearing masks, how can you catch COVID then if the colds are on the decline?" But I don't really want to discuss COVID as a topic because YouTube, they like to ban people for that, don't they?
Yes, we don't want to call that.
The masks don't even protect you from it there.
Sorry?
The masks don't even protect you from it.
Yeah, there's a lot of information out there that suggests this as well, and I tend to follow that research myself.
Yeah.
Right, 2 minutes, guys. David Bannerman, one of the best you can learn from. So you two guys fire away. I'll be 2 minutes.
Okay, take care.
Awesome.
Point Percy at the porcelain.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, we got another one. Hi, Bumblebee T. Hello.
Do you have any advice from me?
Hello.
Hi, I've joined. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hello, Bumble T. Bumblebee.
Hello, Bumble T.
Been sat in the back room a while. Thank you.
How's it going?
Yeah, not too bad.
Cool.
Quite a lot of anxiety and stress at the moment. So.
Oh no, what's up?
I did want to talk to Dino about London, but he's disappeared. You know, been watching recently, auditing with David. You've done a video or two, haven't you already?
I have.
Or you were going to? Yeah. And you go try and do a police station, did you say?
Yes.
That must be quite nerve-wracking. But
it
be
is very
prepared.
nerve-wracking, especially when you're new.
Yeah, when Pink Rose did her first, have you followed Pink Rose at all?
I do, yeah.
She done a lot of audits before she went to do the police station, and sadly she had a bit of a bad reaction at the police station. So it's good to get some groundwork under your belt and also know the law that they cannot manhandle you. You know, they need to ask you first to leave the property. But you need to make sure you're clued up on that way before you go. And she was quite shocked that she was manhandled off the property. I don't know if you saw that one in Coventry.
I did, yeah, and you didn't even tell her that they were filming or not.
And also, then Nobody's Paul went to that station with Manbun, I think it was, and also Live Free and is it Society X might have gone.
I don't know.
So yeah, but they went and tried to see, you know, and question why she was removed, and it looks like the last lot had a good impact. There was a station in Coventry somewhere, but I don't think you're near Coventry, are you?
No, I'm Derby, East Midlands area.
Oh, East Midlands, okay. So have you got many others around you?
I'm not really sure, to be honest, but if there's anyone from East Midlands around here, I'd love to link up and make some content with you.
Yeah, I was going to say that to meet up might be good.
Yeah, I think that's the important thing. I think all auditors should be collaborating and joining forces. It's a common goal, isn't it? It's like, yeah, and it's like when Resistance GB was
arrested quite violently in London on Monday. I don't know if any of you saw it, but it was quite like aggressive.
Is that the
He was actually sat on the floor, you know, drinking water and eating, and the police had barricaded a lot of the public, so they couldn't get water, a basic provision. Now, what I noticed was that even when a man was injured, there was no first aiders around. There was nobody like making sure that people were medically safe. And I think that's a bit poor, especially in London. I know people, you know, friends that have covered duties like that. And there should have been like, you know, like services around, whether it was London Ambulance Service, whether it was St. John's or Red Cross. There is usually a provision for that. And when a man got injured and his arm was cut, the police officer just said, well, you'll have to walk that way. And they also expected them to walk that way to North London from Parliament Square for water. There weren't no shops around there except the Tesco on the bridge that you would get like water, unless you walked all the way to Piccadilly, sort of like, and Trafalgar Square. So it would have been a long walk. And then how do you know that there weren't any other barricades, like, you know, police lines? But I'm shocked that there wasn't more first aid on scene. And I was shocked with the football as well that there was a man, I think Dino saw that there was a man injured in front of them by a bottle. Dino, are you there? Oh well.
There was a lot of bottles thrown, bottles and glasses.
But I think Tyrant Finder, Dino, and Indy was stood, and there was a man with a white t-shirt that was a bit leery, and then he got hit by a bottle, and you could see that he was concussed for sure. Like, there was no doubt about it. At one stage, he was out of it, and Lou tried to talk to him, and you could see that he was like looking around confused. And he was still on the floor like 45 minutes later. When, if you get a head injury, they should be seen within an hour. There's a medical like golden hour, and I don't understand why there was very little medical services like first aid around. You know, I've covered events at first aid myself like years ago, and you know, if it's a risk, you go round in a team with police. Do you know what I mean? You know, and in that heat, I imagine there were so many people dehydrating. And somebody said about the helmets being taken off. Was it you, Dino?
It was.
Yeah.
For the media. Propaganda.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. You're busy, Dino.
We have Local in the house. He was there.
Hi, Local.
He was actually there. Hey, Local. Legend.
Just be back in 2 minutes, guys. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I think I was watching maybe Resistance GB's Willsy's video, and it was along. It was not Parliament Square. It was up towards Downing Street, Dino, and there was this one guy with black hair, and he literally looked like he was going to pass out, and you could see his eyes going. And he had helmet on and everything. And one of the officers came over to him and tapped him on the shoulder and sort of like asked him if he was okay. And you could see him say, not really. And 5 minutes later, they all had the helmets off. But they were melting in those suits. And where was the provision of duty of care for them? Did you see any first aiders or things like that?
For the police, you mean?
Well, so when I've worked in events, you usually have like a set of medical staff for like the professionals, so that it would be the police, and you usually have a set of staff for the public. Sometimes they're two separate organisations, so sometimes it could be Red Cross and St. John's or London Ambulance Service and St. John's. Okay,
that's good.
And I'm just saying that sorry,
I never see when I've been on the protest in Manchester. I didn't see a single Red Cross or St. John's ambulance at all.
No. But
Yeah.
but what I'm saying is they've got a duty of care to, like the police force have got a duty of care to their police, and I didn't see that because like at one stage, when they were facing Wilsey, GB Resistance GB, I don't think you caught that, Dino, because I watched your film and you had a hot battery or something, didn't you? Was your phone overheating? That's a pity. And you know, like you could see these guys like really exhausted, and then they brought over 10 small bottles of water. 10, but there was like about 50 there. You know, they could have made an agreement like with Tesco. Yeah, ordering a cage full of water.
Thank you, Leah.
If any,
I saw almost constantly when I was there. Big packs of water, 24 bottles maybe. That
to
big.
who?
To the police.
To the police.
The small bottles or the big ones?
The vans, they were well provisionalised,
Ah,
believe me.
I only saw like, I looked at different people and I've only seen it once where water was given out.
Yeah,
But you know, I'm just saying from a viewer on the screen, not from a person on the floor, and that's why I was asking. Like, was there any medical provision as well, like first aiders around?
Yeah, because people in the police, some of them as a constable or whatever, they are first aiders as well.
Yeah,
I appreciate. They always have a first aider in there.
Hi, local. I appreciate that some of the police are, but when one person got injured, they actually said, like, you know, several people around that person said, this person needs first aid. No, you've got to walk that way. So, you know, like, are they there for the public?
I think locally,
I do appreciate that
encountered
sometimes the medics in the police force deal with the police, but then when you see somebody injured, you could at least like give them some like bandage or something until they get to a first aider, wherever they are.
Yes. Keep hydrated.
Yeah, and you know, like, was there much provision for the public?
Mickey Mouse.
With
Mickey
duty Karen.
Mouse.
Do you
Mickey
know
Mouse.
what I mean, Dino? I'm asking you because you were there, and I'm not sure. I know local was there, but he's busy.
Right. So
But
are
I'm
you
just-
what you put this in one sentence? Break it down into one sentence. Are you saying that the police or we or the police some duty of care?
At any event, whether a protest, there should be a duty of care to the public, and also the police have got a duty of care to themselves. Yes?
Of course. Yeah.
And I'm just saying that I didn't see much provision of that. There
They
was
were
disabled
well
people
provided.
there. Hey?
They were well provided.
Okay,
They
but
had everything in place.
I'm just saying from what I saw, I didn't see much. I don't know, I wasn't there, so that's what I'm just saying. It came across on the screen, and I didn't see one first aider or one ambulance, like, you know, a first aid post. And I watched a live like for about 6-7 hours, and I watched like several lives.
Yeah.
But if you know, I just wondered if there was. But that's fine if there was.
Yeah, there were emergencies, there were ambulances and first aiders there.
Oh, I
They were
didn't see
all
that.
there.
Because even
Well-
where Tyrant and Bianca, Tyrant and Mrs. Tyrant, and I think you and Indy was sat for a while on the square. You know, when he was like looking round, I was like looking out like for them because, you know, I just wonder. I'm not there, but I just wonder like how safe it is. And I know that when Mark Sefton, the ex-police officer, was talking, there was a man with cancer, and he wasn't well in the crowd, and he got taken out.
Just want to interrupt for 1 minute. Mickey Mouse, thanks so much for that. Massive cheers. Really appreciate it, and you're a massive supporter. I know that. Thanks so much for that, mate. Cheers.
Thumbs up. Mickey Mouse, thumbs up.
Yeah, Mickey Mouse, always thumbs up. A big supporter of mine, and he's looked after me when I've jumped onto other people's lives. You can read into that what you want, but he's looked after me. He's got my back, if you like, as Mickey Mouse. Gav Media, nice one. Gav Media, cheers as well. I've met Gav. He's a great guy. He's from my neck of the woods, but he's moved down to the Great London. Cheers, Gav, and I'll see you soon, mate. Massive. Thank you.
Yeah, Gav just said that him and his wife, he got given a bottle of water from TSG for the baby. We drank it, obviously. So I know there's like that little Tesco on the bridge, but I didn't know of many other places that were selling.
Yeah,
You know.
I mean, I went to into that Tesco to get a drink, and
Yeah.
there weren't much left in there, and the fridges were warm.
Yeah.
You couldn't get a cool drink. It was 32 plus degrees.
It
was
hit 34 actually up
talking
here.
about duty of care, right?
Mm.
When there's a protest, everyone I've been to, I can never see any toilets put out for anyone.
Yeah.
Or water stalls and things like that.
That's what I mean.
Provided for us. Everything is provided for the police, believe me. Not for us.
Because on other protests as well, I've wondered it, and I did try to question someone, but not sure that I was heard. And it was one of the protests like before, like the start of the year. But now they're getting bigger. That there need to be those provisions, because if there was an event on at Parliament Square that wasn't maybe political, like in a protest, and you had to put in like the planning and is it the risk assessment and things like that, Dino, for events,
Yes.
they would have to put in like provisions for toilets, provisions for like food and drink. Some people are diabetic. If they couldn't have got to that shop,
Why do you think they don't? Why do you think they don't do that?
I know they want to deter people.
It would make people disperse a lot quicker, wouldn't it? And things like that. And then they go about town like I walked around with Kat and Trevor, a supporter. He came up to meet us and that, and we walked around trying to get a bloody cold drink from somewhere. And we had to travel a fair to get a toilet and things like that. It's all right to protest, with their freedom, but yet they don't provide for us. They know
and there is public toilets.
48 hours, maybe longer even, and they don't provide anything for us, because the sooner they can get rid of us, the better for them. And I've noticed the moment where they're not kind of getting their own way, which is like when they close in and you need to get back into that space there, right? They don't like it, they get agitated, and that's when they move in through the frustration and start taking shit out of people. And I've seen
also, when people are dehydrated,
bastards, they are the Met Police and nasty bastards. I'll say that right now. And I know a few coppers are watching. So that's what they are, the Met Police.
Dino, also, when you're thirsty, when you're dehydrated, when you need to pee, when you need to sit down or whatever, or something to eat, and you can't get that, that's going to make you more irate and more pissed off.
That's what they want.
It's all part of it.
And did you actually see what happened to Resistance GB? He was sat on the floor for about half an hour.
Yeah, I saw it, but there is one thing to that. He was carrying a lock knife.
But that's been seen as legal down at Brighton.
They're illegal.
No, he's got a letter, and it was, if you look at one of his videos when he went to Brighton with Laura and they were sat in the chip shop, like on the front of the chip shop, the police came along and checked his bag, and he's now got official documentation to say it's legal, because it isn't it's like within a certain length. Like I think it needs to be 3 inches, and it's less than 3 inches. And he didn't even have it out apparently.
Well, I had it in my head as any lock knife is illegal. I could be wrong. No
Yeah, he said something about, I think it's 3 inches if it's a lock knife. But his is like a utility knife that is less than 3
I
inches.
can add something to this if you want.
Yeah, please.
Yes.
Yeah, as a security officer myself, I was taught that anything under 3 inches that's not lockable is okay and legal to carry for utility purposes. Now, it's my understanding that Resistance GB had it was less than 3 inches, I think, and it was not lockable, the blade. So that makes it legal. The police already knew this, and I think they used, and I think they targeted him because he had about 5,000 people watching his streams, to be honest. So the information we're getting out there. And they don't like that. They don't like people seeing what's going on. They don't like to see police officers, doing a bad job. They like to keep it under wraps. So he had 5,000 viewers outside London, and I believe that was why they targeted him.
Bannerman, he actually, I don't know if you saw the stream that he did, and then Media Consumer 912. It went up on his second channel, 912. But basically, Realsy had from Resistance GB had said about he had a video of the old man that the police assaulted.
90-year-old.
And within, hey,
was this the 90-year-old man?
Yeah, there was a 90-year-old man that even one of the red caps policemen with the red caps kicked him. And like quite a few of the police officers like roughed him up, and this happened later on in the day. And then like he was sat, Wilsey was sat on the floor, and somebody passed him some food, and he was just talking about it. And you know,
sorry,
Spiky Mike says any lock knife is illegal. Unlockable less than 3 inches utility purpose. Yeah, he's actually got a document that says it's legal.
It's controversy, yeah. I mean, some people are saying lock knives in general are totally illegal, no matter what the size. And Bannerman, who I respect, and is saying above a certain length it is legal, or below a certain length it is legal. So, can anybody clarify that in the chat?
Bannerman just said.
It's like a split decision from what people are saying and people in the chat. So please clarify it, because I'm unsure, So
it's like Gavin's just say that he that personally slapped one of TSG's hands away from me in the scuffle. I could have been arrested, but I got lucky, I guess.
Probably can't go out with this then.
Hey?
I probably can't go out with this then.
Maybe leave that for the kitchen.
MOD, it's an MOD life. MOD, Ministry of Defence. I don't go out with it. I do all my murders in my house. No.
You'd have to have a big justification for that. And just to reiterate to people who are not sure, it's not hard to find out on the internet that any non-locking pocket knife with a blade length of up to 3 inches is actually legal. You don't need a valid reason to carry it. So anything up to 3 inches, non-locking.
Yeah.
So would a Swiss Army, those red Swiss Army knives, would they be legal, Bannerman?
Yeah, they're not.
Yeah, they're less than 3 inches and they're not locking. They open up.
Is there a difference between a Swiss Army knife? Like, why is it a lock knife and not any other type of knife?
I'll give you a definition of a lock knife. So in the old days, back in the 80s, there was a flick knife where you press a button, it flicks out and it locks.
Oh, remember.
Yeah,
and you had to press a button to to get it back in. So if it locks and it won't go back in without pressing a button, that's considered a lock knife.
Hello?
But these are like these are knives that will fold back on themselves, aren't they? Like
if it
one
folds
way,
back on itself.
back into it's like where it came from. You know what? I
Yeah.
mean?
So basically, if you tried to stab a tree, for instance, with a knife that didn't lock, it would fold round onto your fingers if you're not careful and cut your fingers.
Yeah.
That's deemed a non-lockable knife.
Don't stab trees, kids. Trees like smeller.
Hug trees instead. Hug trees.
Yes. Woohoo! Master Ron has joined the panel.
Oh, hi, Master Ron.
Hello, and cheers, Dino. Yeah, about this knife thing, a couple of months ago, Wolsey was held in a building which they are all going to crash at in London after a protest, and Jeremy Corbyn's brother was going to be there. And
That was on Oxford Street, wasn't it? Virgin Records, I think.
And he had the same knife on him that night, and it was verified as a legal knife. He showed the police and everything. They examined it, and it's a legal knife.
There you go. There's your answer.
Yeah.
Definitive.
And I know that he was searched in Brighton before that. And again, it was like they looked at it and they measured it and they deemed it, like not fishy. But the police searched him, and I think because he had fish and chips and he got it, got his knife out. Somebody reported it.
Yeah, as long as like Bannerman was saying, as long as it doesn't lock the knife itself, the lock, and you don't, then it's legal. It's illegal. Any knife, anything like that, Swiss Army knife, as long as it's 3 inches and under, it's legal.
Yeah, but some men tend to exaggerate, though. 3 inches to some men.
I know. So I'm the only woman here, so I'm just going to say no comment. But women see measurement differently to men.
Yeah, it's not how long.
As in, what
what
a man claims is 6 inches may not be to a woman.
It's what you do with
it.
It's what you do with it.
Yeah.
Just going back to the 3 inches or less with the knife.
Yes.
It was interesting on the video that you could see the police officer. He had hold of the knife in his hand, so it looks like they targeted him for his knife. Now he may well have pulled the knife out to eat his boiled egg at the time, and the police officer may have seen that and maybe used that as a justification. But the police officer ought to have known better, because it was a small knife in his hand. It was less than 3 inches. And just to mention to people, under the Criminal Justice and Courts Act 2015, Section 26, this is interesting. A police officer, constable listed in subsection 3, commits an offence if he or she exercises the powers and privilege of a constable improperly and knows or ought to know that the exercise is improper. So really, all they needed to do was to look at the knife, check its length, and everything's hunky-dory, give it him back and let him eat his egg. They didn't need to pounce on him, arrest him, unless he did anything else threatening with the knife. But you could clearly see in the video that he had a knife in the police officer's hand, and that's what they were looking for. So, the police officer dereliction of duty of care. Yeah, no duty of care. They abuse their powers, basically, in my opinion. And the police can be held accountable for that, unless they can justify another reason why they went in and manhandled him and punched him the way they did.
I was going to say, Bannerman, that they used the knife as part of it against him, but apparently they were trying to do him as
obstruction of the highway. Oh, they might even try to throw the obstruction of the highway in, because if they try to throw the obstruction of the highway in, that's just a summary offence. And if he gives his name and address to the police officer, they don't even need to take him away. So
they took 2 ladies away, didn't they, earlier on?
Yes,
and one lady was literally on the floor, and she didn't have much on, and they literally dragged her up the road.
That was disgusting.
No, where's the duty of care? The
police are just
hurts.
Getting out of control in London. I've seen the Met Police before. I've witnessed them myself. I caught it on camera myself. And to be honest, the Met Police are a force unto themselves. That's all I can say about them. And they're disgraceful. They're disgraceful.
Bannerman, it seems like they're out to have any excuse to get someone. When you look at there was Up from Parliament towards Downing Street, I'm trying to think of the road. You know, the big road where they blocked to try and stop people going up. There was like a whole row of men. There was a man who was a Sikh. There was other people there, and they were really being pushed into them. And yet the police didn't react. Yet then, when a lady like is pushed into them from off the pavement onto the road, the little lady's arrested, and her boyfriend tried to like protect her, and you know, apparently, what's two?
Is Peace local is going Peace on the screen.
Oh, sorry.
Catch you later, local.
Bye,
See you
local.
later, nice one. See you soon, by the way. I'm back down next weekend.
Bannerman, apparently they actually formed a triangle. The police formed a triangle, like about five, you know, six people, like three, then two, then one, and then just pushed into the crowd and grabbed her.
Yeah, that really was disgusting.
And
If
you
anyone
know,
else
like,
saw
why
that.
target the woman? There was other people that were doing the same thing. She was a small woman by the looks of it.
Sometimes provocation from the police, I call it incitement from the police. They'll pick on somebody vulnerable. The crowd are automatically going to react.
Yeah.
It's
I
like
would react.
Yeah.
It's a tactic that they can use to
I'd have been in there.
rile the crowd. And I just want to touch upon one thing actually, which I'm not anti-police, but I'm anti-police corruption like many people. But I do believe there are some good police officers in the Met. Although the way I spoke about it in the past 5 minutes, it might sound like I'm against all police officers. But it's hard to find these good police officers these days, because none of them are actually saying to the colleagues, saying, "Hang on a minute, you're a bit out of order there."
Yes.
Yeah.
Which they should, and they don't.
I totally agree with you, Bannerman. And what people don't understand is that other areas around London actually go into London and help the Met Police. I know that for a fact. So my area, like say Thames Valley Police, and you might have some from Essex, and you might have some from Surrey, will actually go into London and help.
That's true.
And whether or not they're at the protest, you know, or they are, is another question. They might be actually relieving police from other duties, so then Met Police can go into the protest. Does that make sense?
Yes.
But next time you're at a protest, either Dino or Bannerman or anybody else in London, see if they're all Met Police, because they're not all Met Police. They can't be. There isn't enough. And I know that like services are pulled from my area time and time again.
Oh yeah.
Well, you know the England and Italy
football, yeah.
No, not that one. Sorry, I'm mistaken. The semi-final, Ukraine.
Yeah.
That's when we got detained.
Oh yes. You got detained that day, you Indian cat, yeah?
Yeah.
And that Indy was saying to me that they had a W on their epaulets, their shoulder number. Now I said that might be Acton West. And he said, "What do you mean?" I said, "They do like categorize like certain areas, but it doesn't mean to say that they are based at Acton West." Does that make sense?
There weren't enough police around that jurisdiction. They brought in the London City Police out of their jurisdiction, and the British Transport Police as well. Weren't enough
right,
numbers.
British Transport.
Out of the there weren't enough numbers. Imagine that, dealing with a football crowd, and they're all enclosed in Trafalgar Square, and then you've got people outside of that, and then you've got people making their way to Wembley the day, and things like that.
See, the British.
There weren't enough of them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And the transport police are specialised in like the railways and other transport, and they rarely will get involved in
But
things.
they're still trained as police. They're still trained up like basic training, and they had to bring them in because you're dealing with thousands and thousands. Like this football match were massive, weren't it?
Yeah.
So that's why they had to bring them in. And
but Dino, I've heard something recently that, and I know like years ago that the training at Hendon, and they used to train at Hendon, which is north of
Police
London.
Academy.
Okay.
Yeah.
That I know that they used to go away training for numerous months. I think now it's about 6 weeks. I don't know if anybody can verify how long that a police officer now will go away with training. And I think that the lack of training is where they don't know the law, and then more problems are happening.
That's one thing. Or even through thorough training, they would still kind of ignore that and carry on abusing the powers.
It was definitely a lot more than 6 weeks. I know that for a fact. But
No matter how long it is, in my opinion, whether it's 1 week or a year, they'll end up, once they've passed out from the training and they get into the job properly, that's where it either goes all wrong, or they kind of say, like Bannerman said before, it's like, not for me, this, I'm seeing too much shit going on here, that's it, I've had enough. And
But I think it's...
a person. You know, a good copper can stay in the force.
Yes.
Because it's like my job. I want to keep. I've come into this job because I mean well. It's what the force is about. I'm abiding by my code of practice and things like that. And they end up not doing because they fall in with the crowd and they don't want to lose the job. It takes a brave person to say, "I'm gone, nowhere," because they know what will happen to them if they quit their job and shit like that.
But also they're taking the instructions. They're also taking the instructions from above, aren't they? And you know, I wonder if they're given a quota of how many people to minimum arrest on a protest.
I've seen videos of ex-policemen, going undercover, not undercover, but
incognito, is it?
Situation, disagreeing, and then going up to an authority saying, "Hang on a minute, I've been ordered to do this and do that, and I don't agree, so I've quit the force. So I'm bringing it to you now. This is all wrong. What are you going to do about it?" I've seen loads of videos like that where people have quit the job and said, "Fuck this," but they have to go kind of undercover to expose it. You know,
if you've got any of those links, Dino, I'd be interested.
Those are brave people to do that, and it's not just been police; it's been nurses. You know, people in professions like that, where figures and lots of things get rigged and things like that and get abused. So people do whistleblow and they do come out, but it's very rare, and they have to do it kind of undercover. And some people end up changing their own identities because of death threats and etc. like that. So can
I just step in for a second?
Yes.
I'll put it this way. On Monday, you had an ex-copper, real copper.
Who are we talking to? Sorry.
Master Ron.
Master Ron. Okay, sorry, Master Ron. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, cheers. Yeah, whoever wants to listen, really. Right, on Monday, they had an ex-copper make a speech and everything, and he gave those officers, now I use that very, in a way, those officers had a chance then. When that ex-copper turned around and said to the people, do we want them officers to turn around and do their job, right? And everybody said yes. What did the police officers, those officers, do? Did they turn around and actually do their job, or were they there to, well, hurt the public?
Are you on about Mark Sefton, the man speaking out?
Yeah,
he's amazing.
He made that big speech and everything, and he put it to a vote for the people who were there. Vote, do you think that the police should go into Parliament and arrest Boris and all of them? The people said yes. What did they do? They turned on the people.
Yeah.
You know, and that's how it is. I agree with Bannerman when he turned around and said, a good copper is one that steps in when another officer knows that officer is doing wrong.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that yet. I haven't seen that. Bannerman.
Because imagine that situation if he did do that. No chance, has he?
Yeah. Because I think he's lost his pension, his livelihood.
Yeah, and he's going to get threatened and things like that. He's going to live in fear.
Yeah, but also you could say to yourself, well, if you think that not all police officers are bad, then if one does that, then I'm sure that the other officers that are not bad are going to back him up. It only takes one, really. If it isn't as corrupt as what I believe it is, then one officer stepping forward and saying, excuse me, you are wrong, you are treating a member of the public wrong, then the other good ones, if they're out there, would step forward and say, he is correct. And they'd band themselves together and kick out the corruption ones. So far, all I see is that every single one of them are corrupt.
I think basically that they may even be good people inside, really deep inside, but they are institutionalized. I was at school with a guy from about the age of 9 to the age of 16, and he was the most gentle, wonderful, beautiful, not in a gay way. He was a wonderful moral that's the word I'm looking for, moral person. He wouldn't wish for a more moral person. Then he joined the police and he turned into a police marksman, and we went in, we carried on meeting for a couple of decades after that, and he completely changed. He became institutionalized, and his views changed. He said, well, if they've been arrested, that means they're guilty, and he would toe the party line. They do literally get brainwashed. So the system works. It works. Whatever they do to whatever training they give these police, it absolutely works. And even the good guys get toe the line, and they don't think they're doing anything wrong. They just think they believe that what they're doing is right, even though we know that they're wrong.
Yeah, but also
Master One, you said that if you have somebody that's like legit cop, that's not doing wrong, that's well trained and knows the law and everything, and then you've got newbies that may not know the law so well, then you're finding that there's less of the old style cop. So you're being flooded, the service is being flooded with more newbies that are jumped up on a parrot ego. Do you know what I'm saying? And so there's less of them. There's a minority of the good cops, like Bannerman said. Whatever force you go to, whether it's Surrey, whether it's Sussex, whether it's Thames Valley, Bedfordshire, do you know what I'm saying? You will find good and bad. But sadly, I think now that they've got so many new cops in that it's flooding, the good. Like, because if somebody steps out, somebody says, oi, to like somebody that's only been on the job like a year, I think you're out of order there, then all his mates give the good cop a hard time for years and bully them. And there is bullying and harassment. And I don't bring it in drama, Dino, but up the Terry's, I'm not an ex-cop, and I think Dino can verify that, can't you? You know what I did? Dino. Hello, Dino.
I am here.
Up to Terry's reckons I'm an ex-cop. Listen,
really?
I'm not an ex-cop. I worked in the 999 services, and I've got post-traumatic stress disorder, and I worked alongside the police at times. Yeah, I didn't work for the police service at all. Okay?
I believe you.
So, and Dino knows the truth, don't you?
No, I believe you 100%.
Dino knows where what I did. So
100%.
Sorry, Dino. I wanted to clear that up because it comes up a lot.
No, that's fine. Just people will still have their opinions even after what you've just said. So
I know I haven't really revealed what I did, but I'm ex-999 service, but it wasn't the police force.
I'm ex-MOD. There we are. It's out there.
There we go.
I've just
Yeah.
put it in the chat.
So am
I-
Oh wow. Nice.
No, I'm not more concerned for police than the people. I'm concerned about. I was talking about the safety of everyone at protest, whether they had water, whether they had first
Yeah.
aid, whether they had toilets.
Yeah, you made that
Anyway,
clear.
yeah, I don't need to answer anymore.
Yeah, you didn't.
So I've got no sympathy for any one of them if they were dehydrating, if they were hungry, or anything hot. You know what I mean? You know, they have always got an option. It doesn't matter what. You've got morals. Everybody's got morals. And they should be one of the most important things. If you know that you're about to do something which is wrong, but you go ahead and you carry on doing that thing that is wrong, then I have no sympathy for you. None whatsoever. You can pass out. Not my problem. I'm going to worry about the little woman who's dragged down the street. I'm going to worry about Wilsey being attacked and brutally beaten. That's what I'm going to worry about. I'm not going to worry about one of those Gestapos walking around, laying their foot down, and everybody knows that they've got no right to do what they are doing, but the people have to put up with it. No sympathy at all.
Yeah.
I just want to say something to Dino. Dino, do you have a facility where you can play people video from your side, where you can upload a video? Well, just put it on screen for people to watch.
Share a video. We should share the latest Catwoman video. It's only a few seconds. It's great.
Bannerman, are you meaning at his home or when he's out?
No, now. I mean, if I send you a link, Dino, not many people have seen this. It's a footage of a protest going back to 2018. It's about 4 minutes in, and you'll see a sergeant question inspectors about the tactics before they make an arrest. And it's very rare footage, this, and it's not been seen that much. And I have to give you the link. Sorry?
It's a scoop. The denology, it's a scoop.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure your viewers would love to see it because it shows
How do I go about that? I mean, I'm on StreamYard.
So maybe I can do it.
Just share your screen with Bannerman.
Bannerman,
video
if you
file.
Put, if you put the video
I've got
in
it.
front of
It
the
says-
camera of screens, Streamlabs,
do it.
maybe that will work.
Yeah, do you want me to pause this video?
Yeah,
what I've
please.
done, it's 2 minutes in. I've cut the first 2 minutes out. So it starts where the sergeant and the inspectors and the group of police officers discuss the tactic of arresting a protester. Anytime you want to stop this video, feel free. But I'll put it in now. It says video file. Let me just.
This is really
Bannerman says
interesting,
it's good.
Bannerman.
It's good. Yeah, Bannerman. I'm with Bannerman on this. 100%.
Right. Just bear with me. If you just chat amongst
It
yourself,
shows us
I just need to grab the file and I'll come back in about 5 minutes. Yeah, I'll be back in 5 minutes.
A few minutes too. I'll have a quick break, guys. Carry on.
I'm having a quick pee break.
And just carry on.
Sorry.
Yeah, just to advise people, this is a great bit of footage to watch. So I'll be back in 5 minutes to get it. Yeah.
Okay.
Then,
Batman and Master One, it looks like it's down to you. I'm just going to be off for about 2 minutes.
Bumblebee T, don't leave me. I'm not used to this.
Bumblebee needs to pee. All right, be right back.
I've got to say, thank you to that man about the
Hello.
lights. I appreciate that. Really appreciate that.
You're a top man. We haven't known each other long, but I love you.
Yeah, thank you very much, mate.
As a brother.
I don't know if you do auditing as well, Batman. You'll have to fill me in. But I've got so much respect for auditors and what have you.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I have the temperament to do something like that. I think you can tell I haven't got the temperament to actually be able to stand there and have some silly person dictate to me. Total respect for anybody who can stand there, put up with their bullshit, right?
I know.
And you know, I've not got the right. Not myself. It'd be, and you know what I mean. I would
I
not.
absolutely. I would be arrested on my first audit if I did an audit. I literally guaranteed I would be arrested.
I could order a tree, you know, a tree, a bumblebee. You know what I mean? Not a, you know what I mean? I don't think people would be interested in me order in a flower. So,
are there any audits that you've not seen that you would like to see?
obviously, there was a guy called. What would I like things to be shown? Hospitals for one, but obviously they're a real hard audit. Well,
Master Ron, I think because of confidentiality, and because at the end of the day, people are there because they have an emergency need or they are sick, and you could end up catching relatives that have just like lost someone at the hospital, although the visiting is so limited right now. But
that's true.
It would be nice to do audits at the NHS. However, there was a guy that is posting about social services, corruption in social services. I'll try and find his link in a minute if you give me 2 ticks. And he actually filmed when he went to A&E. And there was also that lady that went to Moorfields Eye Hospital, to the A&E Eye Hospital with an eye injury. And because she didn't show that how she was exempt from wearing a mask, police removed her from A&E without treatment.
See,
that's
yeah. Well, I'll put it this way, Bumblebee. Last month, I was. What is it? No, we're in July now, aren't we? Back in May, I was rushed into hospital, as I was saying to Batman earlier on, that I'm an epileptic, and refused a test to have a COVID test. They said, we are not going to treat you. So 3 days in a row, I was rushed into hospital because I have to go to hospital for the type of epilepsy which I have. And it wasn't until the 3rd time when I agreed to take the test would they treat me.
That's because I wanted to admit you.
Master Ron, that's really interesting because I was in hospital in December, 2 weeks after an admission, and I thought I thought I was ill, and I thought maybe I've got COVID. And in a 4-bed bay, 2 people, and the 3rd person was not responsive, and communicating, all had COVID. And they refused to test me. 2 weeks later, I went back to A&E. They tested me and said, you've got COVID. So I went home with COVID, but I was still registering positive 2 weeks later. Apparently, you can register, I think it's up to 3 months after having COVID. But your thing about that you don't want to test, I don't want to test because of certain strong reasons about it, and that there's a lot of cancer in my family, and there's a carcinogenic, or so-called.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that.
Hey?
I'm sorry to hear that. Bless you.
And Master Ron, I totally get the epilepsy. I was brought up with a family member with epilepsy all my life. Okay, so I totally get the epilepsy side of things. But I'm worried that if I should end up back in A&E, that they demand a COVID test. And there's no way that I will take the vaccine or the test, the PCR test. And I did have several before I knew. And now I know it's I'm not prepared to have any more. But but then if you're ill, why should that dictate that you can't get treatment? If you've got no symptoms.
That's what I couldn't understand was why was it so important to find out if I have COVID at that point in time? Why was the test more important than actual giving me the treatment of what I needed? You know, if they should have treated me first and then come back to that one. they knew I'm an epileptic. I had all my paperwork with me and everything to show that
Yeah.
I'm epileptic. And I'm drugged up to the eyeballs and what have you. Like in the end, now my partner can come with me every single time in the ambulance. I can't refuse her because given
You're the carer.
paperwork, specialist and everything. Yeah, that's it, 24/7 carer. So now they can't refuse her because they were.
I think we got to be careful what we talk about as well,
Yeah.
because of like, you know.
Don't use the C word. Just don't use
Oh,
the
don't use the C word.
at all.
I have severe concerns that if I say no to a test, what will happen?
Yeah.
And I might well need treatment.
Leave
eh?
the core thing there. We'll leave it there right now. So
Sorry.
we can change the subject or whatever.
Just to advise you, I'm back with the video.
Yay!
Are you back with a video about the police?
Yeah. No, to just give you a little bit of behind it. Basically, you'll see a group of police officers, and it's a tree protest that takes place in Sheffield. It was highly controversial. The police, by the way, was fined for using the wrong laws as well to interfere with lawful peaceful protest. So that all came out later on. So here you've got a sergeant on the left-hand side in the middle who starts to question two inspectors. And I think one of them's a tactical advisor as well. And the sergeant starts advising his officers, you need to do this, you need to do that, just to cover yourselves. And he's a sergeant who's actually speaking up towards two inspectors, an attack advisor. So if you want me to play the video, it's 5 minutes in total long. It starts 40 seconds in. So I'll play it from the beginning for reference if you want, Dino.
Okay, mate.
Okay,
Fire
then.
away.
And I'll end it at the end.
No worries. Here you go, guys.
Best place to end.
Thanks to everyone who's still in the chat. 63 watching.
Woohoo!
Yeah, sorry,
So
Dino, for saying that word. I forget. I forget. Yeah, I understand. Not allowed to say certain things. Sorry, I totally forget.
No worries, because it's hard not to mention things like that. So I appreciate that. It's very hard, and I found myself,
Dino,
trying-
sorry, I added into that conversation as well.
It's
Okay, my
very difficult,
apologies.
guys. I appreciate all this.
When you
business
live in
what's
fear
going
and you
on.
don't know what will happen,
Yeah,
and you
but
hear
I
somebody
think,
that's
you
been
know,
through it. Sorry,
we
my
can-
big
I think we
apologies.
we can kind of mention it, but don't carry on about it. I think is the best thing. How can we not mention it? How can we not do? But let's not make it a major topic, even though it is. You know what I mean?
We're okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dino, a question for you. Have you got the chance to play this video link? So were the people coming to your chat? Do you have an option to press play on it? Because I've shared it to yourself. I don't have an option to press play, but it shows in the back green room on my screen. So you might have to look in your green room.
So I've got it here now. So if we can all just watch this, no interruptions, and then let's bring our opinions after it. Okay. Okay, here we go.
Here we go.
Right, ladies and gents, what we'll do in this case is we'll give a final appeal. The rest of it's been given by PLT, who refused to move. You guys will go up there, we'll give them a final appeal. If they refuse to move, then they'll be under arrest. Okay?
So you give them what, sorry?
Final appeal.
That's 6 seconds.
Is there anything I can reasonably say or do?
You need to go.
You need to move both this roadway.
You're going to have to go through your 5-step appeal
It's already
with each
been done.
individual.
It's already been done.
Yeah, but they'll question it, and this is what we've just gone through.
The issue is you've got this road closed now. And you need to move those.
I agree with that.
The 5-step appeal is not a legal requirement.
I know it's not, Jeff, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying what we've been totally clear in relation to doing it and doing it with each individual. You can go through it quickly. But I would suggest you do it individually so that you're covered in relation to it.
It's all done the back.
Good.
We've gone back.
Just in relation to training before we were being
Yes, thank you.
the supervisor effectively
This is what they're saying. I mean, I feel through it very quickly in relation to that.
Really, the difference is what we've got now as well. Different.
Let's just switch the conversation around now to get to this guy. Well, good point. Yeah.
No, I get it.
Right, so obviously this guy is committing straight on aggravated trespass. So we just need to lock him up and say,
So we're going in.
You're going to go through the safety zone.
One more time.
And then what we did is we still think it's right that we have a policing presence for these.
Yeah,
They don't end up with same after the event.
Run still. Yeah, the plan is now going to be the same.
We've got. All right. This is
Have you been arrested?
It would appear so, yeah.
You know what for?
Aggravated trespass. Have you been told what you've been arrested for? Aggravated trespass. Aggravated trespass.
Give us the full details, please.
Can I write them down?
Sorry?
Can I write them down? I swear, by all means.
It is, because it's on the bottom line.
That'll be the end of that.
Whoa.
Wow. Thank you, Bannerman.
What do you make of that?
Well, that's a sergeant. That's a sergeant basically questioning an inspector. Two inspectors. There were two bronze commanders, and I'm really surprised that he actually did speak up for his own officers under him. He was saying, "Do this to cover yourselves." If you heard it,
Yeah, that stuck out for me.
We do that.
Yeah.
I ain't got good speakers on this, but that's what I thought that I was hearing, was that somebody was questioning the orders.
Basically, also, they said they'd arrested him for aggravated trespass. Now, what were happening in those days, they were trying to erect those Harris fencing around the trees because the protesters kept standing underneath. So that effectively stopped the workers from cutting down the trees. So when they then got all these security officers in and all these Harris fencing, they first had to erect the Harris fencing and make the connection. Well, that gentleman was stood in the gap. So he was there before the Harris fencing. So in theory, they tried to say he was aggravatingly trespassing upon land that was a closed, concealed area for working on the trees. But they first needed to make the connection with the barriers before it were aggravated. So that was an unlawful arrest. Well, and the police, South Yorkshire Police, got fined a lot of money for all their actions in this Sheffield street protests.
There you go. We're all silenced by it, you know.
Oh, I've got lots of footage that's never been seen and shown. A lot of my archive footage that I've got that's actually available on the internet. I could post a link for you just for reference. But back in the early days when I started following the street trees and I created this channel, I had a very low number of followers. It was just in Sheffield. But over the years, it's just picked up a little bit over the past year with the number of followers.
Yeah, guys, Bannerman's channel, please sub. Leah, have you got that link to Bannerman's?
Well, this
Bannerman,
video
was awesome.
Wow, who's jumped off? Master Ron.
Must admit there, man, I do like your style of the way you go around your audits. Very well done.
There is Bannerman's channel link.
Well, that's the link to the video. So anybody wants to watch that video at their own time, just copy that link and save it, and you can watch it in your own time. It's best to watch it on a laptop. On a laptop or a computer. Mobile phone sound is not always picking it up on mobile phones very easily.
So that's the video link, what's on the screen, okay? And Bannerman's channel link has been put above that somewhere by Leah. So check it all out, guys.
Bannerman, did you come across any of the HS2 protests?
No, I covered fracking. I covered all sorts of things.
Because I know there was a lot of problems out at the HS2 sites because HS2 runs not too far away from me, like about 20 miles away from me or so. And I know that there's actually a regular guy that was there, and people would actually take him out, like shelter, drinks, and everything, food, the lot.
Yeah, basically, I mean, I would have loved to have got to a lot of those HS2, but they're all happening down south. But if it's gradually moving up north, when it gets nearer to this northern end, I might be able to cover some of those. I do believe the SIA.
Oh shit! Sorry, come back on. No, I've kicked him off accidentally. Come back on. Sorry. Right, people in the chat.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, cheers.
Yeah, thanks to Up Yours for being in there for a while. News No Yorkshire still in the North Yorkshire Police. Sounds like North Yorkshire Police. News No? No. Cops being a bit of a birch. Joe Black says, link for vid. Yeah, that's been up there, Miss Emma. I'll put it up again. Where is it? Okay. You can talk, guys.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's all right. There you go. So that's the video link. And that's Bannerman's channel link on screen. So.
Yeah, to everybody in chat, I had no intention of taking Dino's channel down like some people posted. I got involved in a conversation, so my apologies. Okay, think what you want to.
What's
but
that?
I've apologised already.
What's
Yeah,
that?
like I said, I apologise too. You know what I
Well,
mean?
people were saying that I was trying to destroy your channel, Dino.
Okay, Paul G, thank you so much, mate. And I know you do pop in from time to time, and you're a good supporter of many channels on the same wavelength. So cheers, Paul. Massive. Thank you. Thanks, mate. Yeah, big respect back to you. You've been in there from minute one. Thanks very much. Appreciate it, guys. There are 67 people still in. That's massive for me. So cheers. Mans B as well. I want to give a big mention to Mans B as well. Thank you so much, Mans.
I'm not sure what happened there. Did I disappear?
No, I kicked you off.
I like it.
Kicked you off. I'll tell you what. You know the video one you put in?
It shut wrong down.
I removed it thinking I'll remove the video, and it removed you as well. So I'm sorry about that.
I was talking, I'm sure, at the time.
I cut you off.
It's the way to do it, yeah.
No, it was purely accidental, mate. I'm sorry.
No, no worries.
I've got a question.
3 times tonight. I know, man. It's not that exciting, is it?
I've got a question you might be able to help me out with. There's an order I haven't seen in a while. I think he's a Scottish lad, and he wears a black cap with a silver cross on it.
Is that Pinnack Reports?
Yeah.
Is that the one?
It could be.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to find his channel again because we weren't keeping up with his. They were on quite a lot, weren't they? But all of a sudden they sort of died out. So
yeah, he stopped like that, and he was full on straight away with his first, I don't know, 10 maybe more videos, and then all of a sudden he went like that and went into another subject and interesting subjects. But yeah, he seemed to have stopped like that, and he was full on balls, straight in there.
Yeah, he went with a lanyard, didn't he?
I'll put his link in the chat for you if you want to find it again. It's in the chat.
There you go. That's on screen now, guys.
Thank you, mate.
He did a video about a week ago, I think it was, last one.
Yeah, it was just a bit weird that he stopped all of a sudden, and I subbed to him, and fantastic. I thought, this guy's got balls, and he went in there, no problem, didn't mess about. And I remember a video, I forget where it was, what town, or it was a COVID site, I think. And he went in there, he got in there, and it were all this aluminium fencing like you get. And they stopped him from going out. They falsely imprisoned him. And I don't know what become of that, whether he reported that, complained or whatever. But I remember that video where they actually detained him falsely and imprisoned him falsely as well. That was weird. And he tried to call out the manager of this place. It was a lady, and she had nothing. She didn't want nothing to do with it, but it was from her orders for the other goons to falsely imprison him. And I remember that.
That were impressive.
Was that the one with the umbrella? Do you know?
You are? Sorry.
Was that the one with the umbrella?
I don't think
or
so.
Or Blackburn?
That was Blackburn, the umbrella. Preston, that Dino's talking about.
Preston, yeah. And that was really bad. That were wrong, so wrong. And you were like, yeah, you falsely imprisoned me, blah, 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 taking it in stride. But if that were me, I'd be, well, to be falsely imprisoned in fences on a COVID site. Yeah. And how must that have felt for him? you know, no matter how he comes across and all ballsy, he's still a human being, and that is a horrible feeling. I've been there myself. So
He seemed to have changed like the type of films that he's videos that he's putting out. He's putting out more videos about like past crimes and killers.
He's got an interest, and he did stop all of a sudden, and I thought, whoa, hang on, what's happened there? But maybe he just thought, sod it, I'll change and I'll do what I like. My other interest, things like that, but it just seemed a bit weird. But I don't know, maybe he's been warned off and things like that for being too gutsy. I don't know.
Well,
Maybe it just knocked him a bit as well. Do you know? You know, like when you got arrested in London, I bet that had an impact on you. It certainly had an impact on Kat, didn't it? Like when you got detained.
Yeah, detained, yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean arrested.
Not arrested, but Kat had the cuffs on her. Me and Indy didn't. And that were weird.
No, they tried to roll you up, Dino. Their intention, Dino, was to roll you and Indy up, because I noticed, I watched it, and they took her behind the pan, and obviously that's going to cause you anguish.
But your friend is.
What's happening to Catwoman behind that van, because they completely, well, they hid her away from you two.
Yeah, they did, and I keep calm like I do. I've been slated for that as well.
Gino.
No, I'm trying to be more aggressive and shit. Hang on, you're talking about the Met Police here. They've just detained you under Section 43. Got a sergeant looking over you like that while this guy's searching you. I've got a cat on my mind behind the van who's been cuffed. Yeah. I've got Indy at the side of me who's trying to be cool as well, you know, being polite, you know, pulling shit out of his bag and searching him as well. And Cat disappeared, like you say, and I'm saying, hang on a minute, where's she gone? And things like that. Yeah. I'm not bothered about being searched. I weren't bothered about that, but that guy who was searching me under this sergeant's supervision, and the inspector was there as well. He was dying for me to resist that and agitate me, and I wouldn't. And I've been slated for that, but I don't care. At the end of the day, we did something legal. They falsely detained us.
Do you know, none of you were wrong. None of you were in the wrong.
Not saying it's under arrest.
Well, one question.
Section 47, they pulled on her.
Yeah, Dino, one question. Dino, one question. And none of you did anything wrong, in my view, what I've seen, okay? But Dino, one question. When they went to you and Dino, apparently Kat said that she moved away. Could that have been why they handcuffed her? Because she backed off from you two, even though they knew you were together. I'm not saying it's right. It's nowhere near right. But how far away did she back off?
That ain't what I saw. I just saw her sort of backing up, and she goes, "What's going on?"
Yeah, I'm just saying that because she backed away, is that why she got cuffed?
No,
not that it's right.
No.
Listen, they classed that as, they said to her, "You've resisted, but you weren't under arrest." Okay? As soon as the guy who got hold of me said, "I'm detaining you, and what's your details?" And she said, "You watched the video," she said, "Has he just asked you for your details?" And then she kind of moved away, and this female copper had her, Luke, what you don't realise is, right, when we went round Charing Cross Police Station, we come across homeless people first, but we did have intentions to film the police station legally. Why not? Okay. And then we were being watched from MI6 building, and I questioned an armed guard on the barracks, and then I went down to Downing Street. They followed us all the way from MI6. And the guy who detained me said, "We've got intel on you." you've been spotted by. Am I okay? So we have, and then you've come around our station and things like that. But they had no right to put cuffs on Kat, and they did that to agitate me and Indy.
I totally agree with you, Dina. I just wondered.
When I'm worried about Kat. I were bothered about getting searched and shit because I've done nothing wrong and I carried nothing illegal or I had nothing offensive on my possession. I didn't carry my details. I never give my details. Unfortunately, Kat did, and unfortunately, Indy had a bank card on him with someone else's name on it, and they actually
Kat had a train ticket, didn't she? Did Kat have a train ticket with a name on or something?
I don't know.
I think
about
she said something about travel.
No, what it was, she were meant to go home that about 2 hours after that, and she ended up staying overnight because of what happened. And I said, Luke, she's got to get a train. She's got to go back. What's going on? And they didn't care about that, obviously. But it were all wrong. They were trying to agitate us into trying to justify, like, they wanted to arrest us. But because me and Indy stayed calm, Kat was very scared. They took her in the back. And I think they were thinking me and Indy would like kick off and try and get around to the van and things like that. It didn't happen. Indy, if you notice, he was like leaning against this Waldorf area, Trafalgar Square football. And you were like going, things like that. And I'm going,
he was chilled out, saying, you know, okay, do your business. And then we'll carry on.
What's the details? And I said, I'm not giving you my details and things like that. And where are you from? I said, up north, obviously, from my accent. Whereabouts up north? Lancashire. I said, nearby. Yorkshire, near enough. And then the sergeant went, my missus is from Leeds. And at that point, I thought, right, I'll get talking to you then. Because I like Leeds and I love rugby. And we talked about rugby and that. And this guy, same time as this conversation, he was getting so agitated by this conversation between me and the sergeant. He didn't fucking like that, excuse me. And he was trying, he was, the way he was searching me, he was like, the way he would like touching me, if you like, he was getting more stronger on me, as if trying to agitate me, as if I go, hang on a minute, why are you getting more heavy-handed and shit like that? But I weren't. I concentrated on the sergeant and having a conversation while he was trying to ask me for my details, saying, where are you from? Up north, blah, blah, blah. My wife's from Leeds and all that. But this guy outside of me searching me, he was dying for me to react. And they were dying for Indy to react. They knew full well, how dare they cuff Kat? They did that on purpose.
It was so wrong. But it's like Leah. Dino, Leah put in the chat, he asked for Dino's details first, then he said to the three of them they were being detained under section 43, and then Kat walked away, I think. Now I know that Kat backed off, but that's fair. That's a natural response. And it isn't resisting arrest or detainment. It's like
she weren't under arrest.
It's like
arrest.
What the fuck's happening? Do you know what I mean? Like a female would be like, "What the fuck's happening?" I'm just going to step back a bit.
I got detained before they said anything to Kat, and that's when she started walking away. I think probably thinking, "Oh shit, I don't want this." And then as soon as he said that to me, she started walking away. But this female copper, in case you haven't noticed, right? What I was saying before is, when we got to Charing Cross, they followed us, and me and Indy realised what was going on. They split off in little groups, and they followed us all the way down to Trafalgar Square. Bearing in mind, they've already had intel on us.
But Kat wasn't aware, was she?
Houses of Parliament, the Armed Guard conversation, Downing Street, and all that.
Was Kat aware that they were onto you at Charing Cross?
No, Kat was not aware.
So it was shock. The reason she moved back was shock and fear, and also she's thinking, "I've got to get home."
Correct.
You know, it's about protecting herself. She doesn't know what's going on, so she stepped back. That isn't a refusal. She
Yeah,
should never have been cuffed.
They said you're resisting, and
Bullshit.
she weren't under arrest.
What happened to them giving you all three different sections of the law? Like you were section 43, weren't you? And she was 47.
Yeah, and she was section 47. Yeah.
But
And
what's
me and
happened
Indy
about that?
We're like, yeah, such aware, yeah, you're right, things like that. But Kat's emotional, and she was like freaking out. But the way they took her behind the van, knowing full well, me and Indy were like 3 or 4 meters away from each other, if that. We saw it coming. I actually was cheeky, and at the back of Charing Cross police station, which looks like a bloody hotel, you know, I saw the back gates and the door, and as soon as I actually tried to film through the gap of the door into the station, and I saw a couple of coppers having a sick break, and then I turned my camera around, they all started coming out this door, and I filmed them, and they looked at me like that, and from that moment, I looked at Indy, and he kind of went,
uh-oh.
I kind of knew what was going on, and that, but Kat's oblivious to it.
Do you
And,
know, in
yeah.
somebody else's audit when they did Charing Cross, a pair, I thought that one of them went up to the gates and actually filmed. So I thought Gypsy did. I might be wrong,
Like
but
Batman.
I thought one of them walked up to the. There were quite big green gates, and they were like quite big panels, but they had a gap in between. Was that Charing Cross?
It could have been. Yeah, they were
But I
green.
think if you look on somebody else's audit, they actually walked up to the gate and actually put the camera like through the gap. So what you
Yeah.
did is nothing different to that. But then you had the football going on, didn't you? Was it football?
Yeah, it was that semi-final.
Yeah, so they'd be on a higher state of alert, but still.
Yeah, and then the week later we went to the final, and that got even worse. Well, not worse because we did get detained, but that was very difficult.
You got detained on the final as well.
No, that's what I mean. No.
Yeah.
And then, but they came up to us and said, "We've seen you film around here before." Blah blah blah. Okay, we're too, it's what we do. And then at the rugby final last weekend, when we had that fracas with the security and then the police said, "This guy said you've been here last week. We know you've been here last week as well at the football. And no matter where you go, there's plenty of us around." And we had plainclothes behind us as well, and they were a particular earphone piece.
Yeah.
It's only to the police, so it's recognisable if you know what you're looking for. And we saw a few of them as well.
That'll be your face recognition, being able to pick you up on the cameras, I reckon. And then they alert them that you're in the area again.
I honestly expected, I didn't want to be, but when we went to MI6 and we walked round the full area, Indy stayed behind thinking they're going to get arrested because nobody poor did the same thing. He got arrested, he got jumped on from this particular turnstile, what they have. When you go around, they have turnstiles, like a football stadium turnstile, if you like, with fobs and things like that on it. And I walked around and Indy said, "I'm surprised you've not been arrested because nobody poor went round and bang, they jumped out on him and they got him," type of thing. But on when we was on the public highway and we're filming, all the cameras from that side, they were like, honestly, they turned that quick, they go, and they followed us all the way. And that's when that copper who detained me said, "We've had intel on you. It's come from and you've been there. And he took my phone off me. I said, "Are you allowed to do that?" He went, "Yeah." And he looked through it and he saw the one where I filmed. It was the Houses of Parliament, and it's the gates where Parliament Square is and the Zone Guards. And I zoomed in from the footpath through the gates to these Guards, and they were like leaning back, like They're staring at me like that. Did nothing. And this guy who detained me, he looked back and he brought this video up on my phone and said, "What about that then? Why have you filmed these guys? Why have you zoomed in on the weapons and things like that? What's that about?" I said, "I was stood on a public footpath, Houses of Parliament, places of interest and all that. He wouldn't have it." But
Dino,
yeah,
when I sat and watched that video, you walking around the building, I literally was like, there's going to be a copper that arrests them any minute now. I literally knew it. And I couldn't believe that you got away with it. And to be honest, I think if you hadn't have done that and I hadn't have done Charing Cross, you wouldn't have been picked up, you know, like detained. But big respect for doing it, because it took a lot of balls. And you and Kat going around the building and Indy stepping back. And I sat there and I just thought, they're not going to get away with this.
Yeah. MI6.
Having lived in London, you know what they will tolerate and what they won't. And I think, you know, like Indy's on now, isn't he? No. Sorry, somebody's put his link up.
The thing is, when we got to Charing Cross, Indy said, Dino, he said, you know, because he's been on the streets in London, he's been homeless. He'll say anything like this to you. I've even said, "Do you want me to do a video on you so you can talk about your life story about being homeless and, you know, going through bad time?" He knows every nook and cranny in London. So he said to me, "There's this place, it's right near Charing Cross police station, and it's where homeless people gather, and these guys turn up in vans with food."
St. Martin's on the Field. It's a church and a hostel.
We'll film that and ask these guys questions. And I did. And I've not put it up. It was like a few minutes clip, that's all. And then right next door is Charing Cross police station. And then this red response unit van came in. I didn't even know it was the cop shop. And I watched it go in, and it drove under this like underground basement thing under this building, which was the police station. Massive place, looked like a hotel. And Indy was across the road. I said, "Indy." He went, "Dino, we're going this way." I said, "Hang on, this van's gone in there." The shutters went up, the van went in, and I tried to look inside this basement. And I said, what is this place? He went, "It's the police station." I said, "Oh, right." And then we walked round. I got to them green gates, and as soon as I started filming through that gap, they came out. So the time of that, it was like I was right close to them filming. And for me, that made it worse.
Yes.
But they already had intel on us. But the fact that I turned up right in front of the face where they come out, I think, you know.
When you go down to Indy next, ask him to highlight to you the underground bunkers. They are around and they are visible. Okay. I wouldn't go up and film them closely, but film them from a distance. Yeah. You know what I mean? And also, there used to be a place called Little Venice. Okay, it's really nice down there. A little canal with like canal boats on. And I know that you walk through Kilburn and Camden Market. I've seen some of your videos. I've got a lot to catch up on. Some of my big apologies, but I'm trying. But a lot's gone on. But have a look. See if you can find. There used to be a place called Little Venice. Whether it's there now or not, or called something different. It's not far from Maida Vale. Okay. I think you'd enjoy like doing a video along there. Because they have like little longboats and things like that, yeah?
Yeah. Well, me and Indy, right, we've got loads of ideas coming up, and it's like abandoned buildings and things like that. Camden.
Would you go to an abandoned hospital?
We're going to do...
just out of interest.
We're going to try and do as many as abandoned buildings as possible, and things like that.
Okay.
Ghost stories we've got lined up. Camden catacombs. That's That's in the future. And loads of things with auditing and antique shops in between.
Have you thought of going south of the river as well? Because you're pretty much north of the river. I know that's where NT is located in his area, but there are quite a bit of interesting stuff south of the river.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and cover as much as London as possible. That's why I've said before now a few times it's going to be a regular visit for me.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
Well looked after when I get there. So, yeah. Balls to come.
And like Fluke turned around and said earlier on when you was chatting to him, best to keep it to yourselves. I totally agree with that. Don't let them know where you're going to be going.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I agree, Master Ron.
Yeah, that did make a lot of sense when Fluke said that, because if they know that you're going to be there, you know what I mean? So keep it all to yourself, mate, and then surprise them.
I'm pretty sure they anticipated you at the football. Do you know what I mean? And other big things. And maybe it's like look at the things that aren't so obvious to the public, but are still corruption. Does that make sense? Or exposing? Do you know?
Yeah, just going off, I think, Master's last comment, which is don't let anyone know where you're going.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right, mate.
But what I'm saying is obviously there's big protests on.
Yeah.
But when there's something like medium on, maybe then look at some of the hidden stuff in London. There's an awful lot of hidden stuff in London. Awful lot. And I know that from when I lived there.
We're also looking at underground abandoned stations as well. Like Aldwych is quite famous, but you are allowed in there for a tour.
Didn't Bakerloo have some other tunnels? Bakerloo. So Baker Street. Didn't Baker Street have some other tunnels when they were building that?
There's loads.
Yeah.
Loads of stuff in London. The underground, the abandoned buildings, the ghost stuff and things like that. I'm going to be meeting up with loads of people from down there, doing loads of different projects, and that's going to take a long time, and that's why I'm going to make regular visits to London. And I have announced it that eventually I'm going to be moving down there at some point as well. So.
Awesome, Dino. There's a lot that goes on in London, but I don't have a concept of how much goes on at your end, like your neck of the woods. But you know, hey.
Not much. That's why I've been going down to London because there's so much going on down there compared to up here. So I've had enough, to be honest, up here, and I've been everywhere. And even though I've been everywhere, there's still loads more places to go. But it's like the same thing. But London is a different country. It's like a place on its own. The police, the Met Police, totally different to any other force.
Yeah.
And then you've got the London City Police, and
London Transport, and then you've got another London Police. I can't remember what they are.
It's a bigger challenge and things like that up here. Like the police up here, I don't care if you're watching from up here, whoever, you're pussies compared to the Met. So I like a challenge.
I think some of the surrounding forces of London, so you've got the Met Police, haven't you? Some of the surrounding forces, like where I am, and you know where I am, they go into London to work, and it's quite clear knowledge because like some have protected the government, and sadly they got killed in the line of duty or injured. So it's quite clear, but I think that you get the surrounding services mix in with the Met Police, and because the Met Police are the Met Police, they go along with the Met Police. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
And I think that it infiltrates, is that the right word, into those services as well. Because I know there's corruption in my local, but I also know that there's good work as well. And like Bannerman, I think Bannerman, he was saying earlier that there is good and bad. And as I said previous, there's good and bad in every avenue of life, whether it's in employment, whether it's a service, whether it's friendship, do you know what I'm saying? And sadly, sometimes the bad outweighs the good and dictates to the good that we behave this way, like a bad way. Does that make sense? And that's clearly what's happening in London. And I also strongly feel that they're not getting the training. Like all these people that are being rushed through into the police are not getting the training. And I think that's one of the major issues. And what is it? That woman in charge of like Met Police. Yeah.
Bumblebee. They don't want Bumblebee. They aren't looking for people to be the old school police officers. They want thugs. You know,
and they're not vetting them properly, because if they were vetting them properly,
no. The force of today, that they want them for only one use. Old school policing is basically gone. I've been around. I'm nearly 60 years old, and I can just about remember a proper copper on the streets. And I would say it all started in the 1980s with Margaret Thatcher, when she had the Margaret Thatcher Boot Boys to do with poll tax and all the minor strikes and everything because of closures. So she brought out the Maggie Boot Boys, and it's really just escalated from there to present day. They're not looking to recruit police officers. They're looking to recruit thugs, because that's the only way.
I agree, but back in the 70s, I grew up with a policeman down the road, actually like 5 doors away from my house. And you know, like even if he was off duty and say there was a burglary in like the local area, he'd be there.
Exactly.
And you'd see like the Bobby on the beat. Yeah, you'd see like the community policing. And I remember like you used to go to days where you could sit in a police car and play with the police car, you know, and it was about like you know, when you were a school kid, you were like taught like, you know, do you want to work in this service? Look what we do. Do you know what I mean? What look what we do to the good of the community.
Well, that's it. You had respect. They had our respect back then.
100%.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it was more back then. It was the CIDs which had a lot of corruption going on. But when it came down to the Bobby on the street, he is what you would class as a police officer.
Yeah.
Who is protecting the public and not the organisations.
Yeah, and if there was a child that you were worried about, you know, even as a teenager, you could go to the police officer and say, I'm worried about like little Johnny down the road. Okay, Teresa, don't worry, we'll keep it quiet. And do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But no, you tell a police officer, I tried to report a crime. 6 months later, they actually took the statement. 6 months.
Yeah, exactly.
And they played the flu type virus thing. I'm being careful, Dino. Why they wouldn't come and visit me? Because apparently they pass it around a lot. That's what I was told.
Yeah, it's one excuse after another excuse.
I know.
But it's come to a point where they're not looking for police officers. They're looking for people that are willing to go in heavy-handed, because if they want the system to change as it is now, that's the only way they believe it can be done by downtrodden.
Do you believe that's just the Met Police, or do you believe that that's other police forces as well? Because the Met Police have got a real name against them.
From south, north, east, west, They're all advertising. Even if you have a criminal record now, it seems to be that you can join the police force. When has that ever happened?
It never used to be like that.
Exactly. If you had a criminal record, no matter how small it was, you know, you're not eligible to join the police force. Because if you've got a crime record and if you go for firearm, where does it stop? This person's been arrested for some sort of crime and he can apply, go up through the ranks to be able to carry a firearm. And he's already got, hang on a minute, this doesn't sit well with me. I don't know if it sits well with anybody else in the chat, but to me, it's like, hang on a minute, who's going to be the next one to carry that gun?
But also, you don't know what crime they held because that's withheld. Like, I think there's some sort of system where they don't have to reveal what their crime was. Like, if it was a minor or medium offence. Now, obviously, like, if somebody held somebody under gunpoint, they wouldn't then be armed police, or would they? Do you know what I'm saying? But the whole system needs to change for the better, not for the worse, and it's changing for the worse. I've not worked with the police, and I know Up Yours said that he lived with the police down the road from him, that grew up with the police, and Up Yours, I think you said, yeah, I grew up with local plod. I still served time. You know, no judgment on you, you know, but I just think that the system radically needs a change, and it's the ones at the top that are not dictating a lot. Do you know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm just following orders.
The system is completely broken from the top all the way down to the roots. It's completely broken. It's completely corrupt. They only care about one thing, and that thing is money. They don't care about people's health, how they're nothing. It's total. They want total control, and to have control, you have to get as many foot soldiers as you possibly can. So that means that you can take in anybody. You know, they don't have to have training. As long as they're willing to pump themselves up with steroids and amphetamine, because you could see on Monday how eager some of them were to actually, you could see it in their eyes. Yeah, they're completely pumped up on
they were aggravated and irritated and ready to go.
Yeah, exactly. You know, that's why they're not police officers, because they're too keyed up and everything to attack. They're not there to keep the peace. They want to attack the public. They're like, I'm
also shocked that on the protest, Dino, that you were at, maybe this happened and I didn't see it on the screen. Dino, if you can tell me, that they didn't change up the lines. Do you know what I mean by that?
Go on.
So in my day when I used to work, right, and I'm not police, all right, I know that if there was something going on, that the people at the front, like, were covered for so long, and then they would be pulled away to have a recess, like whether it be 10 minute, 15 minute, another line would stand in. And I didn't see that anywhere. No. And in that recess, in my days, they would have made sure they were hydrated, like I said earlier, but they would have also made sure that the police had calmed down and wasn't so irate and ready to fight. And you could see that some of them were ready to fight.
All of them.
All of them, yes. Right, Dino. Well done, mate. All of them were keyed up.
But did you see any of the lines change up?
Yeah.
No, they don't get ordered to say, hang on, hang back, use minimum force and things like that. I haven't seen that.
But how can an observant human being be there on the front line and not be keyed up, like, for the whole entire time, like, whether on drugs or whatever, for like 8 hours, because some of them was there like at least 8 hours. And you know, you went to Hyde Park that night when you did the 24 hours. There was a lady called the nurse that asked the questions. I don't know if you saw her. She wears a sandwich board, and she actually confronted a police officer face to face about 2 meters away. All right. And she got into his head basically and said, you know, do you realize you're doing, you know, what you're doing and all this, and broke it all down. Okay. And you could see he was on the verge of tears. He wasn't prepared and he wasn't aware of the consequences of what he was doing. And he'd also said that it was something like 8 o'clock at night and he'd actually been there since 6 a.m.
Mm.
Now, I know, like, many years ago, like 30 years ago, that they would have double shifts to cover that sort of period of time, because you can't have somebody on the ball all that time. It's not physically possible. So they must be taking something.
I did see shifts coming in, and
what, at Hyde Park?
To a protest and things like that, you're doing overtime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could tell you something about last year, actually. But if I take you all back to September, that's the time when I went round the protests in Trafalgar Square. There were 2 sets around about September time where I visited, and I slept overnight in the car park. I can't remember. Mine, well, I didn't go to the August 29th one. I went to the September ones afterwards. So basically, I slept overnight in the car. So I was up fresh and early in the morning, and I went around walking without my camera. The police were there at 9 o'clock in the morning. So I did a little bit with my camera and I put it in my pocket. And when I was speaking to the officers in the vans, they were there from early hours. And at dinner time, they were still there with the packed lunches. And then later on again, they were still there having to deal with everybody to disperse everybody. So I also found out on the second time that when I left my camera in the car again, I started talking to them like, you know, what's all this about? And I was surprised to hear, well, I'm not surprised, I suppose, but I was surprised at the time. They actually don't like protesters because it's because of them. They hold them accountable for the reason why they sat in the van all day waiting to disperse them. So they have this contempt to anybody who's protesting in mass numbers. So now taking you back to modern times the other week, they've got all this anger because they're having to stand there in all the gear. They hate protesters. You know, they might have to show a certain element of friendliness, but it's because of the protesters. They're out in numbers in the sunshine in all the gear, and the frustrations come out as soon as it kicks off. And you can see it in their actions. You know, they're pent up in the little vans and they're frustrated.
Yeah. But like Bannerman, there should be 2 shifts in night, say, like from 8 in the morning to like 10 at night.
Yep, I agree. And
you wouldn't expect any human being to be on the ball that amount of time. A lorry driver, do you know what I mean? A security person, somebody at an event. You stood down for like 15 minutes here and there.
Yeah, well, maybe not the police, and I've been in the military as well, and it's the same for them as well. You don't stand out.
Look at the psychological processes in the thoughts when they're sat in a van waiting or stood in the roads waiting all day long. The psychology that goes through the mind. They don't want to be there, and they blame the people for being there. They don't understand the reasons why they're there. They just feel contempt for everybody for making them do the job the way they have to do it, and because they're following orders. So rather than getting angry at the protesters, they really should be getting angry at their higher echelon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
Totally.
And they had that option on Monday when that ex-officer had his speech, and the people turned around and said, in other words, turn around. We are the innocent people. They are the people who you should be arrested. And they chose not to. I totally agree with you. I'm thinking it from the outside, I suppose, and this is it. But my morals, see, this is it. I go by what's inside me. Could I have done what I'm what my superiors intending for me to do? I know exactly what the orders are. Can I, once I hear them people saying arrest the real criminals, and they didn't turn around, they're up for it. This is it. They're up for a ruck.
You can see it coming.
Yeah, exactly. It is coming because, well, what's really made me turn into an activist, I would call myself, because if it come to it, I would, is when the thing was happening and Boris Johnson went live on the BBC, I'm not sure if any other channels, and he said about, on the Freedom Day this is, oh, we want businesses, certain businesses to only allow people in that blah, blah, blah. But also it was where the children were concerned, the speech on the children. I thought, that's it. No. Yeah, so I am highly an activist against the establishment in any shape or form. It needs tearing down, and real people need to take over and turn around and say, no more. You know, we've got to work together, because that's lost. The system is broken. The whole system all around the world is completely broken, and it needs to be rebuilt.
Yeah.
And that's what they're doing, isn't it? Build back better, they call it now, don't they? So they give the illusion that they're doing the right thing in the future. So it's all to come, yeah.
They know it's broken, and I think, okay, I've got to be careful.
Yeah.
But the all latest developments over the last 2 years is part of the new system they're going to introduce, which they already have.
Is that the NWO?
Worse.
It's the end. They want total control for the grander picture. Is what we really have to look at. Is we already know that Bates wants to have. I believe he's buying up loads of land, so he's not only into the medical side of things, but he's also looking at agricultural. And I don't know. It's so much has gone on in the past year and a half. Sometimes it's confusing, and you can go down the rabbit hole, and you can go so deep. You know, you really have a hard time to dig yourself out of it. But it's a system that isn't for the people. It's for the elitists to survive, not for the people, and that's got to change. That mental attitude with them has got to change.
I agree, Mr. Ron.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, until
it's about the elitist, and it's about them making money and more money and more money, and they don't think about the suffering of those like lower down.
See, I can understand the population situation. I don't think any adult understands that there is a population situation, but the way how they're going about it is completely an agenda of sorting the situation out, and there's a lot of bag sniping. When the media, this is it, when the media are not telling you what's actually going on in the world and actually sending proper old school, what's her name, who was in a lot of wars, that reporter I'm thinking about. She is a female. She was with the BBC. Kate Adie. She's really the last reporter on the ground reporting what is actually happening. And they don't send reporters out anymore to show what's happening. You know, we don't know nothing. And this is it. When the media is doing that and they've got the backing of the government, what do we do? It's a system that's working for them, not for the people as a whole.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Sorry about the rant.
No, you keep ranting away, mate. As long as you keep making sense, carry on.
That's it. See, I never knew about auditors before May, June last year, because I didn't do YouTube. YouTube wasn't my thing. But there was, when all the stuff started, I was watching 2 channels at the same time and everything. And how it's been reported was 2 different ways and what have you. And this is American news. And I thought, well, I've heard about fake news, But now I've actually seen that fake news on its own. So let me look into other things which may be fake. And yeah, then I started watching auditors. I see completely what auditors are trying to do. And that is to say to them, look, if I know what the law is and you don't know what the law is, then why have you got that uniform on? You know, what's the point? I am actually having to educate you. I am going to hold you accountable. Yes, you can detain me under Section 43 or Section 47 or Section 50, or you just might want to say I'm a lunatic and lock me up. So you don't have to go through the process. We have learned so many things, me and my partner, from watching auditors and knowing how many rights we had, which I hadn't known before. You know what I mean?
The code of conduct and practice, they never practice. They don't do that. That's first and foremost basic.
Say that again.
Because they're ordered into doing one thing and one thing only. You know, suppressing the people and things like that. The Met Police, they are total tyrants.
Yeah. Oh, Dino, the worst. The worst.
Dino, just a question. What about if you and Indy got together and did an FAOI on certain things to see, like, you know, as in like see how many police attend a protest compared to like other crimes? Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah.
Or is that not your thing?
Well, a protest compared to a crime. I mean,
no. I'm talking of like how quick, like, police respond to certain crimes as opposed to other things that are political or around what's going on. Do you know? As in what's going on with like this virus type thing.
I'm not quite clear.
Oh, okay. I'll try and explain it in an email if that's okay. All right.
Right.
I heard you ask for okay. I'll try and explain it if that's okay. But I can't find
yeah, Echo B.
Sorry, my Wi-Fi speaker went off.
No worries. Anyone who is joined, good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Leah M. Massive, still in there from minute one. Michael Vine, how are you doing? Mans B, I think you've left. But thank you so much, and rest well, and I'll see you next time, definitely. It's been so great tonight, you know. No trolls, very few. As soon as they've come in, they've gone, you know, and it's gone like this now for the last 4 weeks, so it's brilliant, and that's why I get such great guests on. They wouldn't come on unless it were all shit. So
I want to bring up something, if it's okay to. Do you remember a few months ago that I think it was in Italy, a small town hit the streets and they were banging saucepans and what have you, and they backed the police all the way back to the police station, and the police took their helmets off? Did you see that report?
Vaguely.
Not in Italy, but I saw it last Monday at London.
Well, I know it was somewhere in Europe, but I wasn't sure where.
Same thing, different place. In London, last Monday, they did the same thing. They took the helmets off and people started clapping, just as mainstream media turned up.
Right.
Right. These are the things which obviously we don't see because very clever. Get it from a different angle. You're right.
Well, just to touch upon that you mentioned there. Sorry, I forgot your name. Sorry, was it? Oh, that signs over your name.
Sorry, it's Bumble.
Oh, sorry, Bumble. The others. Oh, Master Ron. Sorry, Bumble. Yeah, touching upon the pots and pans. If people remember, in 2009, Iceland, they had a financial crisis and protests And they actually managed to change the government through banging pots and pans. They changed the government, the people. Does anybody remember that?
I
No,
don't
I'm
myself.
sorry.
Yeah, in
So I-
2009, Iceland, they managed to change the government just by banging pots and pans. They surrounded the parliament, and eventually they all walked out and they all cheered. And then new parliament went in. But strange thing enough, there were a few corrupt politicians, new ones. You know, as you think it would be changing for the good, you still got to watch who you put in place afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2009.
I don't think we put them in place. I think they're already selected or elected. So
Quite possibly, yeah.
What movement you see, no matter how subtle it might seem or whatever, I just think it's already pre-planned and they're all still in it together.
Well, you only have to look at Matt Hancock. What did he do? There's a lady in his office. They had a kiss, and they said there was a camera in the smoke detector. I don't believe that for 1 second, because if you watch the footage, high up there, the camera was moving around slowly. And if your camera's placed inside a smoke detector, it's not going to move. So if you watch the footage again, if you haven't seen it, you watch how that camera moves. It's almost as if it was staged to get rid of Matt Hancock, to give people a little bit more to believe in, and somebody put a camera on a stick and make it look like it was coming from the roof. It was moving. The camera, I just couldn't believe it when I saw it.
And that's another can of
Bannerman.
worms.
Yeah.
There was actually a picture of that office, and I can't remember who exposed it, but somebody exposed it in like journalism. I can't remember who it was, but they showed a picture of Hancock's office before he moved in, and there was actually a camera there. But I don't know how true that is. It's most probably BS.
Well, if there was, it would have been a static camera, and the footage would never have moved while they were kissing that lady. It's almost like it was staged.
I think that was all planned. Yeah, staged. Definitely. And people were saying that they wanted to throw Hancock under the bus anyway. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, obviously, because he didn't
was
do
that
himself
true
any
or
favours,
not?
did he? No, he didn't do himself any favours throughout.
But is he going to be punished? And I've heard that he's still within government of some role.
To be honest, I'm not sure.
He's going to be, what's that geezer's name called? That Michael Bernassia. Bernassia. Have you heard anything on him? What he's going to take Hancock to court, Whitty to court, Ferguson to court.
Is he a lawyer sort of guy?
Yeah, he a barrister. He took on the banks and eventually he won a few years ago. So he's going through the court system at the moment.
What's
and
his name, mate? Can you type it in the chat?
Yeah.
Is that okay, James? Is that okay, Dino?
What's that?
I can't.
If he puts this barrister's name down.
I ain't able to. Sorry, I don't know how to.
What's his name? Say it again.
Michael O'Bernassia.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a lawyer, and he won a case against the banks, and he's taking what does he call them? The Horsemen of the Apocalypse. The what? Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, he calls them. And yeah, he's in the process of taking them to court. I'm not sure how far he's got to it yet, but he's hoping to get to the High Court. If the High Court don't take it up, then he's going to go to the Court of Human. Is it the Court of Human Rights or the European Court of Human Rights or something? Yeah, it'll go all the way. He's willing to go that far to. He said he's going to put them behind bars for what?
Thank you, Mr. One. And
I've just
Mrs.
posted
One.
a link. I've just posted a link for the Bernician.
Yeah.
And if it's the person I'm thinking of, it's Michael O'Bernassia. And basically, he took on a lot of people in the past. I'm not sure that he's a barrister. I don't know. I do believe he does follow common law. He may well be a barrister, but I'm not aware of that if he is. There was a Tom Crawford back in the Midlands. He was fighting for his house and the Great Mortgage Swindle. He created a film about that. So he's always fighting for people's rights. The link that I posted is to the Bernician, and you'll find that that's Michael O'Bernicier. That's just a bit of information about him. Yeah, I wonder if is he actually taken into court under civil court? I think it's civil court, isn't it?
I'm not sure, but
He said he's going to get them behind bars, then he's going to do them for murder.
Yeah, he said he's going to, but by what his speeches are, he talks on a radio station, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And he's saying that he is pushing to actually put them behind bars.
Yeah, he'll have to get it into a criminal court, obviously, first.
Yeah, exactly.
Whether he can or not, I don't know these days, because the police are corrupt and the system, it's all broken, isn't it?
Well, but there again, though, you've got Ferguson blowing whistles. So it's only, is that the word, solidifying? What?
I sometimes wonder if, just like the politicians, they're always arguing at over the Houses of Parliament. You got the Labour and the Conservative. They're having a go, they're having a dig, they're having a laugh while the country's suffering. It's almost like it's an act. So people coming forward as whistleblowers, are they not part of the act to give people something to believe in? I know it's a bit deep, controversial.
That could be very true. Obviously not all, but yeah,
Bannerman.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dino.
Also, you can think that what's his name has come forward, Ferguson, isn't it, to save his skin?
2 minutes, guys.
You know what I mean? It's a space we need to watch.
Bannerman.
Yeah.
You know that you get these whistleblowers.
Yeah.
Without these whistleblowers, you wouldn't find the truth, and people wouldn't have hope to carry on.
Oh yeah, I agree. There's many
whistleblowers
out there. Yeah.
This tightening of like whistleblowers will be seen as spies is totally wrong. But
maybe not all of them. Maybe some of them. It's hard to say really, but I do believe
But then you've got that nurse that asked the questions. Like she was asking questions and not getting answers, and her thing is that there's a lot of the medical profession that are scared to ask questions, that are scared to say, "Is this right?" And her.
That's true. I agree with that.
Her beliefs and morals are totally what a nurse should be. As in, like, it should be informed consent. It should be like working with a patient, not you will do this. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
I don't know if you followed her. She's on Instagram.
No, I'm not on Instagram myself.
I think she's somewhere else as well, but I think she's a nurse that asks the questions, and she's literally walked all around London with a sandwich board on.
I think I might have got a brief interaction with her when I was last in London. Yeah, I do recall her
now. She's got blonde hair and usually wears a blue uniform, I think it is. And she was at Hyde Park, and she stood in front of one of those police officers, like the TSG, and he was quite young. He wasn't that old. He was like in his 20s. And she literally said, do you realize what you're doing? Do you realize the implications? These are the implications. People are not getting treatment and things like that.
And has she still got a job?
She was NHS. She went private, but she does cover NHS patients in a private setting. And she took time out from her job.
Right.
But she's fully qualified. She's been working about 10 plus years. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And she did intend to, in the future, go back, but she took sort of like a time out, like a sabbatical, I guess. But she's she's from up north, and she came down to London, and I think she spent 30 days walking around London, and the interactions that she had was, wow. Do you know what I mean? And she wanted to walk so many steps a day, and because so many people approached her, she couldn't. It was that, like, the sandwich board says nurses are scared to ask the questions. Will you support them or something? It said something like that.
Yeah, well, I do believe the NHS did actually go around putting gagging orders on nurses, didn't they? Saying
I was just going to say that, yeah. And I experienced a student nurse that had COVID and she was paying to work through her grant because she wasn't studying at uni. She was paying to work, and when she was off sick for like 4 weeks with the COVID, because she had it a bit rough, she didn't get a penny.
Yeah.
She got penalised for not working. Yet she was supposed to be a student that was supposed to be at university and not even in placement at that time. And I just don't understand the whole system. The whole system is, you know.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, when they were just saying something as simple as, when they were just saying something as simple as no PPE or a shortage of PPE, they were being told and threatened that they could lose the job, you know, and disciplinary actions. You know? And that's, and they're only speaking the truth.
Yeah. And I was in and out of hospital in 2020. Yeah, for physical things. And only, like, I was in hospital when the first case entered the UK. Like the first known case or the first death entered the UK last year. And I was quite shocked. And now looking back at it, like what tests they were running on me, I'm like, well, why were they running like these tests every like 2 days? Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm.
I was in there for a reason, but I had other symptoms happening that shouldn't have been happening. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, and the nurses, they're in the same situation as the police officers. You know, if they speak out, they lose their job potentially.
Yeah.
So, you know, and
but yeah, there was definitely gagging.
Yeah.
Leah, I haven't said the C word. I'm trying to be careful, and I haven't said the V word. But I'm just saying how it is. You know, I was shocked. And you know, like I believed what was going on. I didn't have a reason to until I saw some documentations and understood more about it and looked into it.
Yeah, and it's shocking that they don't tell you before you have the sticky thing, that they don't tell you that there's this place to report
and
this if this happens.
Beanbags has put what you were talking about. I wouldn't show you any of my medical stuff, and why would I need to even want to lie about that anyway? I don't know if that's to do with our chat, Beanbags, but I'm trying to keep quite general. But you know, the whole UK was taking a nosedive anyway before this, and then you've got like what's going on with like the police, what's going on with like the NHS, what's going on. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's all going to come to a head at some point, and it seems to be ramping up a bit now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And quality of life is deteriorating for a lot of people. Schultz has put, it really is like China when you can't say certain words.
Very much so, yeah. Freedom of speech.
There's got to be freedom of speech. Do you not agree there needs to be freedom of speech?
Absolutely, but when it depends what platform you're on for that.
Have we overstepped the mark because we haven't said the C or the V?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I've had a few warnings from YouTube about conversations like this, so I can't afford to get my channel restricted and things. So we have to we have to limit what we say about those things.
Yeah.
And there's people in the chat saying, you know, let's change the subject and things. So anyway, changing the subject. Good morning, Earthlings. Local. Are you doing? Local experimentalist is a legend of mine. We've met a few times.
Hey, Local, are you on a break again? Because I think earlier you said you was on a break.
On a break, yeah. He's he doesn't stop working, Local. He does not stop working. I can vouch for that. Michael Vine, don't worry about it. It's one of them subjects. It's like not to bring up. I appreciate that. No problem at all. But the thing is, we can cap it, and we don't have to go on about it for so long. It's ridiculous, to be honest. We know the sport.
I'm very sorry, Dino, if I've caused any problems. Okay, a few people have like named me in the chat, and that isn't my intention.
Like I've said, it's a subject which is very hard not to bring up. but we have to control it because it's YouTube, and I've had certain emails and shit from YouTube, and I do have to be careful. My lives are well watched and things like that.
I just have a lot of beliefs and a lot of feelings about this,
Yeah, we all do.
and
Believe
how
me.
it affects different
Yeah,
categories of
we
people.
do, and that's why certain things have to be said in private or on different channels. But it's hard not to bring up. I appreciate that, but we can't go on about it too long. In fact, there's more important issues, to be honest with you. But
I'm sorry if I've caused anybody offence. I'll go.
The current situation, a lot of things.
You know, I brought that subject a little while ago about the pots and pans thing. Hello?
Why did your parents have you?
Oh,
Local
right.
on the panel, guys.
I've never asked.
I'm referring to local.
Yeah, the last week's protest, when I met Catwoman, Dino, and a few others, while I was streaming, I usually go up to all the coppers, and this time I asked them, "Why did your parents have you?" And then I said, "If your parents were here, would they be ashamed of what you're doing?"
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Half the time, they just gave me a stare. Yeah.
But local,
But,
like that nurse that asked the questions, she literally stood there and spoke to one of them and stared in his eyes, like face to face. And he certainly would have gone home contemplating, like, am I doing the right thing? Am I in the job? Like,
Right.
doing the right job.
Yeah.
So respect to you.
Yeah, I always question them because I used to like the police until I started going to these protests and seeing how they handle people.
Handle. Yeah, handle.
Yeah, definitely.
That's one way of putting it.
Yeah, that's a polite way of putting it.
yeah. This is very, very polite.
Local and Bannerman, you both have challenged the police on, like, general questions. I'd love you to work together in London and do similar to what Bannerman did, going along Parliament asking like random questions.
Yeah, I actually like Bannerman style. It's really cool.
Yeah.
Cheers, local. I sometimes ask some silly questions.
I crease myself when I watch that Bannerman outside, like the police that were just stood outside Parliament that weren't actually like active in crowd control or anything, but were just like stood there protecting. And he went up, and one guy looked really hot, and you went, "You look really hot, mate." He said, "Yeah, I've got water in it." And you went, "I hope I haven't got vodka in it." And he said, "Oh yeah, it certainly has," or something. Yeah. The vodka comment. I'd love you both to do something like that, like a collaboration.
I do tend to say some silly things sometimes. I just educate myself and amuse myself, and I try to find that other side of the police officer when they're not under pressure. And although that's not an excuse to, under pressure to do the job, if they can't handle the pressure, they shouldn't be doing it.
Exactly.
Well, one question: do you think that there are, and I'm talking of when they're in uniform, that there are two sides to them? As in what you saw when they were relaxed, Bannerman, and then how they react on the front line.
I do believe that when they're out in force and they're doing the job, they tend to have a different mindset. But when they're away from that, they do have another side to them.
Yeah.
But they can't take that with them into the job because they have to follow orders, like Master Ron was saying. It's just the way and the nature of the beast.
Yeah.
Yeah. And before they go into that job, that shift, that duty, particular day, whatever they've got to do, these people, I was in the army, right? And we knew beforehand what was coming, and we knew what we had to do before it happened. And you get yourself ready. And don't forget, you have a personality as well. And a lot of these coppers, they are brutes, they are bullies, and they can't wait for that day to come. They're already riled up. So when that day comes, okay, they are ready for action. Some of them, yeah, I'm just doing my job. I'll do what I'm doing. You know what I mean? But they're under peer pressure as well. But they get so riled up before the event, and then when it comes to it, they become the worst ones, in my opinion. They're getting ready for it. You know, they're planning it, what they want to do before anything even happens.
Another question. When that I appreciate that when police go on duty, they get briefing, whether they're working in London at an event like a protest, like they're in like Bannerman says, one mindset. But then when they're going out to help a vulnerable adult or vulnerable child, their mindset are totally different the majority of the times. Do you not agree?
Yeah, but they're not the same type of police or group who they employ to do protests for.
Do you mean like TSG are employed for protest?
Yeah, they're not the guys who go around.
I'm talking about like normal Met
crimes.
constables. Hey?
The guys they employ to do protests and the hardcore stuff are not the same people who go around to people's houses for domestic problems.
But if they turn up, that is, for a domestic or a burglary,
it's not the same group.
If they turn up for that.
The guys who turn up at protests, the ones who are employed for that, are the ones who, you know, can handle themselves, etc.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're not the same group of people who go around there, say, right, go around and deal with that petty thing. You know, they're not the ones. It's like totally different. And they go with personality. You know, what's the point in sending a tyrant round to a domestic situation? And what's the point of sending a cop around who can deal, who's quite nice and blah, 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 who can deal with a domestic situation? Try putting that kind of copper into a protest.
But they do, Dino. They do from my area. They do like Secondum from my area.
And I've seen them. They're out of the place then. I saw a 4 foot bloody 9 copper female. Right, she was about to collapse, and that's before anything happened because of the heat and the clothing and all that. She couldn't handle it. She'd have had no chance if anything happened. She'd be better off dealing with a domestic situation, not a protest. And there were coppers out there. They were dying for it before they even got there. We're already planned a couple of weeks beforehand. This protest coming up. This is what we need to do, guys. You know the score. You're the regular guys who go into these situations. You're the protest coppers type of thing, and you lot, you're the ones who deal with the petty domestic shit. The guys who they might bring in who deal with those domestic petty shit, they've got no chance. They want the bully in. They have different groups, different mindsets. They choose those personalities of those employees to deal with certain jobs.
Dino, how can a service take 6 months to take a statement? Just a statement of a crime. Like, and we're talking like domestic reporting, like you just said, and they say, "Oh, we're busy because we're dealing with like, you know."
Yeah, because it's petty. It's domestic. It mean nothing. It has to be dealt with. You can't not to be seen to deal with it as
6 months to take a statement, though.
Yeah, because it's petty.
No.
Seconds,
what was being reported was not petty. It was a legit crime.
Pick shit out of someone.
Sorry?
It might take 6 months to get a statement on a petty crime, but it might take 6 seconds for someone to protest, this group of police officers who they've employed especially for that job, it could take them 6 seconds to make a statement, which is kicking the shit out of someone.
But I actually got told that some of the police in my area got seconded to London.
Right.
And I know it happens.
Right.
I see my local press.
Yeah, they do get
They
them
move
sent
people about.
from different areas. Yes, and that's like I'm trying to go back to it a bit earlier on, where in some country blowing, I don't know, hitting cans and made the police back off. And to me, it looked like it's because they were outnumbered. So the only place they could go to was back to the police station. So, see, me, yeah, I like to see the protests and everything, but I don't think that it's done correctly, because if you're going to have a major protest in one place and one place only, then you're not outnumbered, but because we're not allowed to go there with a bat, we're not allowed to go there with pepper spray, we can't go there with this, that, and the rest of it, then there's no chance of you winning. But if you had protesters on every single city of the country and you thin them totally down, you've got the control. They haven't got the control because they haven't got the numbers all in one specific place. If you're going to protest, do it all over the country, all the major cities and everything, and then you'll find out how many police officers are available to actually do that.
Something I've noticed about the police. Yeah, something I've noticed about the police is that when the police arrive, that's when the problems start, because the police stop people doing everything lawful. The incite, the presence incites. If there was no police on the street, what would the people do? They would walk the streets, they would show the banners, they would shout, just like they're right to. Nothing would happen.
Go home.
Yeah, I don't believe anything would happen. The police arrive, and that's it.
Can I just point something out in chat? And I believe this was true, like back in the 70s, 80s. 2 up, 2 down hammers. Dino, he put, when I was young, coppers had to be 6'2". Now they're 4'2". Now I remember that they had to be a certain height. So I had a friend that wanted to be a police officer, and he was a short ass. And they said, you'll never make it. He even looked at taking growth hormones to try and become that police officer.
Wow, that determined, right?
He was so determined. This was like somebody I knew, like in school. Yeah. And he was like, they were like, what do you want to be? Police officer. You're too short. And the police actually, in my days, used to come into the schools along with like nurses, along with other services, to introduce us to those sort of careers. I don't see that happening in schools nowadays.
Yeah, I think it does.
Oh, it does it?
Well, if you look at school buses, where I come from, they've got these American-style yellow school bus.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. The yellow school bus.
No school buses when I was younger. No, like the cartoons I've seen, the American TV series, the yellow school bus collects children, takes them to school. We've got them now.
Right.
The American school bus, and on them school buses I've seen where I live, probably across the country in some places, they have pictures of professions along the bus, a picture and saying, I want to be a police officer, I want to be a fire officer, I want to be an ambulance driver, all the emergency services, all these many things that control our system, right? Children, school bus, first thing they see before they get on the bus is, I want to be this, I want to be that. Part of the indoctrination. Before they even get into them school doors, they get on the bus. Before they get on the bus, they see all these, I want to do this, I want to do that.
I'm just saying that even in primary school that we used to get like services come in and do like, an assembly about what that role does to the community.
Yeah, why? Why did they do that?
But this was like back in the 70s, 80s.
Yeah,
I'm not
now
saying it's
no.
indoctrination like you're saying now.
Yeah.
And I think it's totally changed, like education.
Yeah, it has, yeah. Because times have changed, so they have to adapt to the modern times, to the now. But it's still the same principle.
Apparently, I saw a protester interviewed saying that they're still teaching on Victorian practices, like Victorian ways or something, because she was saying about that she was now setting up, that there was now a hub for homeschooling down in Sussex, in Brighton area. There was an interview of her, and I looked into it, but apparently kids like learning different ways nowadays, not like with a book, like writing down what's on the board or like using the internet. They different children learning many different ways. There's different learning techniques. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Styles.
Yeah.
And schools sadly don't always accommodate, but some do.
I think it shows that the size of these police officers these days just shows that they're desperate and they'll take anybody on just to create the numbers.
Yeah.
How many would pass the fitness test, Bannerman?
Doesn't matter.
You don't have to pass a
fitness test.
No, that's what I'm saying. But years ago, it was like you'd be a certain height, you had to pass a fitness test where it was like you had to run from line to line within a minute or something for so long. Do you know what I'm saying? Is it the bleep test?
They had to follow the training, the code of practice, and they did to a degree. Compared to today, all that training, they've got to follow it through and that. But when they get out there in the field, no.
And they used to, and I know this, they used to have to drive to, like everybody drives to the highway code. They used to drive to something called roadcraft. Okay. I learned to drive to it in my job. I'm not police, okay, but I learned to drive to the same standards, and it was pretty damn tough. And what I've seen, like on the screen, because I can't get out to the protest. I can't get out to London. I damn well wish I could. I so wish I could get out and attend a protest and see it for my own eyes. I have to see it through Dino's camera, through Bannerman's camera, through whoever's camera. Okay, they're my eyes. And I really appreciate that, Dino, and everybody else, okay? But I wish I could be there. I can't be, all right? Without a lot of, without a lot of people pulling a few strings, can I, Dino? So it ain't gonna happen, and I just have to watch and learn from what I see on the screen and read and educate myself that way. But I so wish I could be down there. My liberties have been taken away, and partly by this so-called thing going on. Okay. And there's other things that are going on in the world that are also like in the UK that are also preventing me to get to where I need to get the help that I need. But I'm sorry, I'm quite emotional about things and I have strong feelings, but I can't get to a protest. I can't say what I want to. So I'm sorry if I've been outspoken on this chat, and if I've offended anybody in chat or offended anybody on the panel, I'm sorry. Okay.
No, T, even though you can't get down to a place, and I know your disabilities.
Yeah.
Okay.
That ain't the only reason, though.
What you're doing by words and things like that, it's still part of that support. And it's like, if I do a live and there's I can only let 6 people on, but there's more people in the chat who support what we're saying or disagree and who might have a different opinion, then we can talk about it. That's all part of it as well. It's not about people who just turn up physically. It's about people who support it and encourage people who go out there and do it themselves through your words, and people who encourage just through words, who like yourself might not be able to get out there, even though you want to, and it must be so frustrating. But you're still encouraging people by saying what you think and things like that.
I'm trying my hardest, like, to encourage people.
Yeah,
I'm trying my hardest to be fair, but then I'm being attacked time and time again on everybody's live chat, and it's hard. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And people just let it by. That like I was attacked earlier. I didn't say anything.
Luke, on my line, forget it. Leave it. Let's carry on talking. Okay.
Well, I just want to say you haven't offended me in any way, and I wasn't aware that you might have even offended anybody else. To be honest, I think you're doing great.
People were saying "get me off" and things like that.
Ignore it. Listen,
that's the trolls, the people who just want to cause trouble. It's hard to ignore it, but that's what we want to do.
I'll be honest with everyone. All right, I'll put everything on the fucking line now. Okay, I'm not police. I'm ex-ambulance service. Okay, I'm not police. I'm ex-999 service. All right, I'm actually emergency ambulance service staff. All right, I went out to some horrific things. I've saw some horrific things. I've got trauma from that. I've got trauma from other things. Okay, I tried to get on with my life. Sadly, at the moment, I'm in a wheelchair. I can't even get out the flat if there was a fire. All right, and that's the bottom line. If there's a fire in my flat, I'm toast.
All right.
I'm trying to sort that. I also have carers, as people know, that I disappear. I'm trying my hardest with everything. All right, I'm trying my hardest, and I came off live because somebody was actually harassing me continuously. But I'm trying to stand up strong, and I'm trying to be strong. Okay. And I support everyone like Dino, Plod, whoever, that are opening our eyes to what is actually going on in the world. I can't get out in the world to see what's going on, but I can see what's going on at these protests, at Dover, do you know what I mean? At Manchester, at Leeds, wherever, because people are filming it. And I'm scared for the future. I am scared of the future. No doubt about it. There's fear in me every day.
Your limitations, we get that, B, all right? But your words contribute to people who go out there, all right? So you're going to have to take it as that.
Yeah.
And that's enough.
Sorry, when people want to slate me, just remember that, somebody might have a heart attack, and I was one of those people that would rush to them trying to save them. Okay. I'm not like bigging myself up. All right. I'm a useless person right now, but I tried my best. All right. And I'm trying my best right now to support all the auditors and everything. And people have said comments about me all fucking night. And I could quite easily hide away and never, ever come on YouTube. But I'm trying to be strong and come on.
You're very strong.
And I've got severe anxiety and everything. So, sorry, everyone.
Well, I don't think you need to apologise. You're very strong, we can tell. And your passion for what's going on. Everybody's frightened about the future. And everybody's concerned in many ways. But what you're doing right now is showing your strength. And I can tell you're a very strong lady.
I'm trying my best. That's all I can do.
It's all right, Luke.
I've had some horrendous news this week. I haven't even bought it, so.
You've contributed, okay? And, you're limited and that, but you've contributed, okay, with your opinions and that. You've got people talking, and that's what it's about. So.
I'm sorry if I've upset you, Leah, because you flagged me up a few times for my conversation. I know you're head mod, and I don't mean to upset anyone, but I wasn't watching the chat. And when you said about it, I then stopped it. Okay. It's hard to watch the chat and also chat.
I know.
It's called what I believe in strongly and wholeheartedly. It's freedom of speech and freedom of opinion. not everybody all the time will agree with an opinion, you know, but it doesn't matter. I'm a true believer of freedom of speech, freedom of opinion, freedom of choice. So, you know, I won't worry.
And we've
what
all
other
had
people
different
are saying.
backgrounds. We've all had different backgrounds and different
This is it.
situations.
Exactly. Yeah, there's that much detail to things, and it's so easy to judge people and things like that, you know?
Yeah.
Well, the best thing to do is just talk about things. We get to know each other. I'm lucky. I've met loads of YouTubers, you know? So when you meet someone, you get to know them a bit better, and you get that closer vibe than what you do when you talk on live to someone you've never met and things. So for me, it's all about connecting more and becoming closer. Give up your time. If we've got time, like for Tyrant, I had time to go down there and support him. Other people had time to go down and do the same thing, but they didn't. So it doesn't matter if it like those people who didn't go down, but they got involved in the chat on the live, and they were like, "Oh, what's happening? And when's Tyrant coming out? And what's going on?" That is support. So don't think don't think you're stopping short of doing anything. Talking about things can help us before we go out there and things like that.
Leah, you said it was about the nursing student. It's 100% true. That's a sad thing. And it's so fucking sad. That's why it gets to me. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So somebody
And I don't want Dino to be banned, okay?
Somebody just typed in, there is no freedom of speech. There is freedom of speech. Don't forget that there is freedom of speech, because if you start convincing yourself that there is no freedom of speech, then lost is completely lost. You've got to tell yourself, no, I have got freedom of speech. I have got freedom of choice. I have got freedom of my own opinion and everything. If you start thinking that you've lost all, then that's it. No, you never say you've lost it, because no, you haven't.
And also the, like, you know, Joe Blogs and everything. Okay, like, you know, like the average able-bodied person, okay, may not have a DNR against them. I may well have a DNR against me if I enter hospital again. Okay, it's like that. How would that make you feel?
That's sad that it's come to that, and DNRs. I was really shocked when I found out about them.
No, and I've actually looked at the category, and I come quite high up. I come at number 5. And I think I actually might now hit number 6, because since then I've got 2 other disorders. Yeah, 2 other health disorders that won't go away. So if I end up in hospital, like I did at the end of last year, and I did catch that thing, then what happened to me? They wouldn't even test me last time. Yeah,
Okay.
Spiky Mike. It's scary, because do you want to get the help when you know you're ill, or do you want to end up in a situation where you could be exposed to you know what, and then they won't help?
Okay.
Sorry,
is a different.
let's change
No,
the
it's all
subject.
right.
But it's true.
I've got to admit, I haven't been to a protest since bloody hell, a long time ago, during the poll tax. So I haven't been to a protest since. But if I was able to get there, I would. I'm not able to, for a couple of reasons, really. The first, no, 3 reasons, actually. One reason is that I'd have to catch a cab from where we live, which is quite a bit of money to get to London. 2, me and my partner know that we will be arrested for certain. And 3, I do like to have a smoke, and with all them around me, I wouldn't be able to have a smoke. So it's hard. That's my reasons. Otherwise, we'd be down there.
Leah, it's not voluntary in the UK. They've actually been signing off. Doctors have actually been signing notes to say that that person will not make it, even when they haven't got it. So, you know, and Schultz, yeah, it's a reality. This is a fight for all our lives. Some have, sadly, a bigger fight. And this isn't the only issue that I've got going on in my life, guys. Yeah. And it's like, I spoke to Dino, and Dino was like, you could write a fucking book. And I said, I could write a Bible a year if I could. There is so much shit going on right now. But I won't bring it here. So I'm sorry if I'm emotional and you think I'm a complete freak and a nutter.
I understand what you're about, you know that, but it's kind of very personal, and you know, I think I'm
just saying that some people end up with a DNR and they don't even deserve it.
Yeah.
And Leah, I'm glad that it's voluntary out there. And like Spiky Mike relates. Anyway, I'm sorry.
It's all right.
And I'm sorry, Dino.
Yeah, I'm going to end this at 5 a.m. Okay. Local, are you there, Earthling?
I'm here.
How are you?
Not too bad. I've got another hour and a bit left until I finish work. By the time I go home and sleep, it'll be about 8 o'clock. Wake up at 11 o'clock, get ready for the protest.
Yes. What is that protest about, mate?
So the protest is another freedom protest. So it's all about freedom, about freedom.
Protest, we're going to get like bloody anti this and anti that, like a mixture of things, aren't we, at protests? It's not just one subject, is it? So there's loads of shit going on.
Really, I'm just going to go to report on what's going on. I've done 87 live streams now at protests, and you go to a protest, nothing really gets done. The next day you don't hear it in the news, you don't hear it nowhere. Bumblebee, it's better if you just stay at home and watch it than go out to these protests. You know, I think I don't know, to me
thank you, Local, but I just need to be there and I've got no way of getting there. I can't even get out my flat. And I had an appointment yesterday that should have like helped, and it got cancelled again.
Hey.
Sorry. I'm muted.
It's all right.
I like the passion. Next, if I hold a StreamYard, I like controversy. I like all of it. But this is Dino's channel. I have been striked for medical misinformation. I was speaking to a drunk man at a protest, and he said a few things, and that got me striked. And I replied to YouTube saying, who in their right mind is going to listen to a drunk man? Yet they still they striked me.
They did me as well, mate, for the same reason.
What, did you get striked?
Medical Misinformation Policy by YouTube. And all I can remember is when I said to the police, how come you're not following the COVID regs? But it might not have been that. It could have been something else. But that's all I can remember me saying as to a reason why they would take that down. But it could have been something else. Medical Misinformation Policy by YouTube. It's a live protest about anti this and anti that, the V, the C, and all that. How the hell? Why should they be allowed to take us down for doing something live? There's no script. We don't know what's going to be said by people surrounding us and what signage they're going to put up and what the police are going to say back and things like that. It's not fair. That's the old saying. It's just not fair.
Yeah, and the information that they base it on is what the World Health Organization believe to be right. And that's
Correct.
biased information because they are silencing all the ones that were also accredited who are speaking against it. Correct.
And they when they sent me that email, they mentioned the WHO. So it's like, you know, for God's sake, it's alive. It's the main subject, and you're somewhere live, and you're filming live. There's no intention to record and just capture certain bits, edit, and put them certain bits in what might cause controversy. No, it's live.
It's newsworthy as well. It's what people are doing.
Exactly. Why is it the same rule for that and not for if you go out recording and kind of edit it into like the way you want it to sound and feel? It's like live. So, people are allowed to be questioned, the police and things like that. So it's like they're shutting us down for asking questions and about the hypocrisy and things like that. They don't like it. Horrible. So I've had a video taken down on medical misinformation to do with COVID regs, to do with the World Health Organization. Think about that. Crazy. I'm going off at 5, guys, and there's 10 minutes left.
Dino,
read your private chat. Thank you.
Okay.
Dino, I want to ask you one question. When I was on last, a couple of hours ago, you mentioned that you went to the protest and you thought it was fake. Why did you say that?
I didn't say the whole thing was fake. Okay.
What? Yeah, not the whole thing, but some parts of the protest.
Yeah, with that, where they took the helmets off, and then all of a sudden, because I were right there, and standing in front of the guys with the helmets on, and on the other side of the square, they were just capped, no helmets. And I thought, hang on, that's strange. They're down that side, no helmets on, but these guys down here are all battened up and helmeted and things like that. Next thing, they take their helmets off, and the crowd started clapping. Some of them. And I thought, hang on, what's going on?
But they were overheating. They were overheating.
No,
One guy almost collapsed.
No. They were overheating before they put the helmets on.
Yeah, I mean, in the other line that you didn't see, that you were by Parliament Square, is it Downing Street, towards like,
same
from
protest.
Parliament past Downing Street?
Same protest, same area.
Yeah, I'm just saying that there were some lines the other side, and you could see one guy about to drop.
Yeah.
He was about to collapse.
Yeah, that's the job, But when they took their helmets off and people started going, and then MSM happened to be there at that same time, that's a stage for me.
Did they report it? Did they report it?
Pardon?
Did they report it in the mainstream media that the police were being clapped?
I don't know.
Because I'm not sure whether that's been reported. If it were a staged event, it would have been on mainstream media. You know what I'm saying? When I saw the video of them taking the helmets off, I actually felt for them at that point because I've ridden a motorcycle and standing around with an helmet on my head with leathers on, for instance, sometimes it can get a bit hot. And I do believe, just from my opinion, I wasn't there, what I saw on video, that I thought some of them officers were a little bit exhausted from the heat of standing there. And the helmets, it really does intensify in the head.
Yeah.
But if it was a staged event, you know, it could have been, but I just didn't get that impression myself.
No,
and if it was, it would have been reported in mainstream media.
It was a real event. But what I'm saying is, at a protest, there's real protesters, and then you've got agitators, insiders, plainclothes, and all that. You know that.
Yeah.
And I've been to that many protests now. I've seen the same people and things like that, but they were knackered before they got suited and booted. It was hot weather and things like that. They were knackered. I saw a couple of police ready to frigging drop because of the heat and things like that. But that was really weird. How come they were helmeted up and all of a sudden took it off and people started clapping? That was weird.
Well, when you see the commanders on, sometimes it comes from Silver Suite. Silver Suite will radio down to Bronze Command, and the Bronze Command will give out the orders to put your helmets on. So in Silver Suite, they've got air conditioning. They don't realise how hot it is on the ground. But then when Bronze Commanders feed back the information that some officers are getting a bit hot, then they tell them to take their helmets off. I mean, obviously, I wasn't aware of all the communications, but under those circumstances, it could have been just people were clapping for good reason.
But under the line of duty, no matter how hot it is or anything like that, you've got to be alert and vigilant. When I was in the army, we weren't allowed to take our helmets off. You know, because there's a situation going on here. No matter how hot it is, what the conditions, tough shit, you will keep that helmet on, or else you might get attacked and hurt. So
that's fair enough. Yeah. I would have thought though.
There was.
At that point, they'd moved from the road, pushed everyone back onto the square. They kept moving forward onto the path until they got everyone onto the grass square area. And then they took their helmets off.
I don't believe at any time that the police were ever going to be attacked at all. And I think the police knew that, you know what I mean? And why they was asked to put them on in the first place was really beyond my comprehension at the time. I didn't understand it.
For one, it's the Met, and it was a protest. Before that protest on Monday, there's been many protests before, and they've had to do the duty. And it's like, right, it's a protest. This is what you've got to do. You've got to wear this gear.
But why not do their duty in their caps? Why hard helmets?
I haven't finished. No matter how hot it is or what the conditions, you have to do your job. How do you take that helmet off?
But there's also a duty of care then and you have gold, silver and bronze. There's also a duty of care for like bronze who might be on scene to actually communicate with silver and gold to say that these police officers are overheating and they're not fit. They will become unfit for duty.
Okay.
Can I intervene?
If you're a police officer and you're in the front line at a protest and you're edging forward, right, and you take your helmet off when they're in the most nearest of danger, that's weird to me. If you were in the back line, okay, take your helmet off, you're further back, you can relax for a bit, guys, but those guys in the front line who are edging forward.
But I'm talking of when the crowd wasn't agitated.
Their helmets off when they're the guys who are in the most point of danger.
No, I agree with you, but I'm talking of when the crowd were just stood face to face. They were actually linked arms in somebody's life. They actually linked arms later on, but they were stood face to face. There was a line, of the police against the crowd, and then further up there was another line the other way, okay? And there was no agitation or anything. And there was a video on one copper, and he looked like he was going to pass out.
Yeah, I saw a few.
Because he had a helmet on. And he actually got tapped on the shoulder by, I think it was a white guy,
well,
a white hat guy.
If he takes his helmet off because he's so hot,
but he should have been taken out the front line.
Is he in more danger with that helmet off or on?
It depends if the crowd are volatile, as in like throwing bottles and everything, and they weren't at the time.
Yeah. because
Sorry?
anything can happen.
Oh, I appreciate that.
It's not like
But-
it's not like, oh, if you know, if
But
you look
Dino,
around
as I
what
said,
is happening,
Dino,
get
as
off.
I said, Dino, as I said earlier, that if that line are overheating, for instance, or whatever, they should change up the line, as in bring in, like, say, 15 more men and replace the 15 men in that front line against the crowd. Let them take their helmets off, have a drink of water, and then they go relieve another front line.
I understand
understand?
that. Totally understand that. But imagine this, right? You're a line of police, okay? You've moved everyone off the road towards the area where they want you to be. They're still edging forward, okay? Next thing, randomly, you take the helmets off and people start going like that. That's like, what's happened here? What's going on? And at that point when they did that, that's when mainstream came in. Okay? That was very strange, because if I was a police officer who was ordered to keep inching forward to get these people back, which is very critical because anything could kick off at that point when you're just half a metre away, they're still coming forward. Next thing, they stop, people are still going, hey you, in front of the coppers, rightly so, freedom of speech and all that, without breaking, you know.
But if the front line are overheating, change them up.
They're overeating, but it's in a position where it's critical, right? Tough. If I was the chief commander, I'd say, don't you dare take your helmets off. But it's not, sir.
I'm not saying the front line maybe take their helmets off if it's like, you know, the crowd are agitated, throwing bottles and everything. I'm saying that there needs to be a relief that can then step in and they step out.
No.
Sorry.
Bumblebee.
I couldn't imagine being a copper who's been ordered to edge forward and putting themselves in more danger than all of a sudden stopping and taking their helmets off.
I'm not talking when they're edging forward, Dino. They were stood there just blocking the road. I'm not talking of when they were, like, the crowd was agitated.
Well, the original conversation was about when they was close up and they did take their helmets off in that critical moment where they were very close to people, pushing them back, not physically, pushing them back, and then they took their helmets off. When before that, when they were further back and they allowed people on the road, they kept their helmets on.
I think we're looking at two aspects of that protest from what I've seen.
Yeah.
Okay, your view and what I've seen might be different. Okay,
I was a metre away from them.
no, I'm just saying that there was many lines of the police around Parliament Square and Downing Street, and what you might have seen and what I've seen on the screen might be different. So my apologies. All right.
I just found it weird as people applaud coppers for being at the most critical point throughout that protest. They took their helmets off and they got
I
applauded
think
for
it was just that the
I don't
public was
see-
saying you're on our level, as in we've got no weapons, you've got no weapons. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Right, I just think it was that. And at the end of the day, there was police officers definitely overheating in black uniform.
Right.
I would have hated to have been even in my uniform.
Right, okay, no matter what the time of year, what the weather's like or anything like that, if you've
They've
got
got
an
a duty.
important job to do, right, like when I was in the army and it was hot, if we had an important job to do, we weren't allowed to do that because anything could happen. If you took that helmet off, you'd be in more danger, especially when you're moving in and getting closer to the problem. When they were further away, they didn't do that, and it was still hot.
But can I just point out something? The army, I respect, and all the royal forces, I respect. But the police are not the royal forces.
No, but they volunteered
But
to
they
do the
have a job to do, and they do have, and their seniors have a duty of care. And if you've got officers that are just stood in the road, blocking pedestrians going up to Downing Street or whatever they were doing, and they were overheating, as in there's no confrontation at one stage with the crowd.
Yeah,
I'm happy to try and send it to you, Dino.
If you was police and you was overeating, right?
What would I do?
There's no way you would get an order to say take your helmet off.
I would inform my senior that I feel unwell and I'm about to collapse if I was on that stage. And there was a guy that was definitely going. And even his colleagues either side of him, like, nudged him. And you could see him say, no, I'm not okay.
Yeah, but Bumblebee, it's their job.
They're real people. But at the end of the day, they've got a job to do. And they don't say, Luke, when it's hot, take your helmet off.
But this is what I was on about earlier about duty of care. The seniors should be keeping an eye on that fact.
No,
I saw these police providing each other with water constantly.
That's fantastic.
Things like that. The whole thing about them being as close as they could be to us, then taking their helmets off and then people applauding them, looked very weird to me because
I understand that. I do understand that.
Dino, you are completely right, mate.
Thank you.
I do agree when they're face to face.
Hang on. I totally agree with you, Dino, 100%. Because why would you applaud the very people that are actually willing to attack you? Why would you applaud these people? You say they're on guard and everything, and they're tired, Bumblebee, and this, that, and the rest of it. One, it's their job. What Dino's saying is, if you're in the armed forces and you're in a desert baking hot, you would not take your helmet off. You would not take off all that gear you have to hump around with on your back until you know that you're in a safe location. If you're not in a safe location, there's no way that you're going to put anything down that you may need to use. That's the point.
But is the public as dangerous as, say, fighters in the desert?
Yeah, but
that's what I'm just trying to say.
No, hang on. Dino's coming up. When he was in the army, he was coming against aggressives, right? The police weren't getting aggressors coming at them. It's the opposite. They were being aggressive with the public.
That's what I'm saying, Ron. Master Ron.
So that's how Dino is saying it, is that,
different views.
It did look strange when I saw them people clapping. I know exactly what Dino's on about. When I saw them clapping, I thought, why are you clapping them people? Well,
weird. Very weird.
They're saying to you, you can't go about your rights. And you're applauding them for stopping you from...
If the public are being violent, then yes, they need to be protected.
Well, they weren't being violent. It was very, very peaceful.
That's what I'm saying. At one stage, there was just like a row across the road, off police, and there was like, a row of like public, like say maybe 5 deep. There was no one kicking off.
Yeah,
right, and this went on for a while.
There was many people kicking off.
Yeah, throughout the whole day, but I watched about 7 hours of different people's feeds.
Yeah, but the difference is, Bumble, right? I was there, you weren't.
As I said that earlier.
Right. Well, when people... Right, there was even civilians who were not involved with the protest who wanted to go on, Londoners.
Oh, no.
And the coppers were going, no. And they're saying, hang on a minute. And then the coppers are going, hang on, physically.
Yeah.
So people didn't have the freedom of right to wear. Why not?
But who were the aggressors? Who were the aggressors?
Keep their helmets off.
Did you see the elderly guy? All he wanted to do was get through the lines, and go home. And he was no part of the protest, no nothing. I think it was a sergeant or a red hat or something.
It was a red hat that kicked him.
Yeah, that kicked him. And it's like, right,
He was
Do
an
you know
OAP.
Do you know what, right? Do you know what? The Red Hats are in charge of the sergeants, who are in charge of the constables.
Yeah.
You know?
Tino, I see constables with like blue, and then I see white hats, red hats, and yellow hats. Okay, can you or Indy explain in your next video who are who? Because I think that would help everyone to understand when there's a situation. I understand that blues are constables, like police officers, but sometimes you sit there. I know what the orange stripes are. They're the people with the cameras that are also trying to block your videos. Okay, and I just learnt that on the last video that I saw.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, right? If you're a copper and you have to deal with a situation like a protest, and you're edging closer to these peaceful protesters, trying to move them on to get where they want us to be, right? And this has become the closest they've become to us. Why take your helmets off at that point? Why have you not overheated before that point? Why take it off when you're at the most dangerous point and then people start applauding? That is very weird to me. Very weird.
It's weird watching it. I think I was swearing, saying, "What the are you applauding these people for?"
It's weird, mate, because when I was there, I was literally a metre away, and I'm looking at the faces. They didn't want to take their helmets off. I could see it in their eyes. They were like going like that, and it was like, shit, I've got to do this. That kind of look.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking ordered to do it because they all did it simultaneously. Weird, very weird. And I could sense that because I was like a metre away from them. I could watch them. I could see their eyes going. It didn't look natural. Didn't seem natural. They didn't look to be feeling natural. All that. I were there. So these people who watch it on a screen or whatever can have their opinion and say what they think. But there's no way in a job like that, when you're at a protest as a Metropolitan Police Constable or whatever, get as close as you can possibly be after 10, 15, half an hour before that, pushing these people back. And you've come to the point where you're very close to these people because they're becoming close because of you, the police. Why take your helmet off at that point? I don't get that. Forget the heat. It's your job. You've got to put with the heat, the freezing cold in winter or whatever. You don't take your helmet off and people applaud when you could really get attacked because you've come so close to these people, peaceful people. Come on.
Yeah.
Very weird.
Yeah, it did.
The just happened to have turned up at that point.
Bumblebee said her iPad has crashed. That's why she's got off screen.
Sure.
Yeah, I think I might be able to help out with the question she asked regarding colour of helmets. Obviously, blue ones are the police constables. The white ones are the sergeants. And when you get to the red helmet, it's going to be an inspector. And then when you get to the yellow helmet, that's bronze commander. That goes in line with the epaulets as well. Sergeants have white epaulets usually. And bronze commanders, they have yellow. Yeah. And inspectors have red epaulets. Sometimes they don't have red epaulets, they just have 2 pips or three pips if they're a chief inspector.
Yeah. And they were white. Yeah.
White ones are sergeants normally.
Well, yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's crazy, what's just been spoken about, to be fair. It don't add up at all.
Well, they certainly took an order to take off their helmets. It certainly came through the channels.
They all did it at the same time, and they've all got earpieces in. It's not like one went. It was like simultaneous, and then they went. I saw the faces. They went. Yeah, they were sweating and shit like that, but so were we.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been a radio tactic to say, look, we can see you're hot. Let's take them off. I don't know. I didn't hear it. I know it could be taken both ways. and obviously they're more vulnerable when they're amongst a crowd. But only from the video that I saw, I didn't see anybody threatening the police at the time. But obviously, tactically, it's best to keep the helmet on if you're advancing forward.
Well, just before that happened, there were a black guy in a white suit. He was quite prominent. I was stood right next to him, and I filmed it. And he was having a right go. We're talking inches away, my freedom, and he's going, come on, I'm stood here. I'm on the footpath, and they're going inch by inch towards him as well, you know? And then eventually he walked off. So there were people going on at them all the time. All of a sudden, they went like that, and then all of a sudden, certain people went, and I thought, hang on, what sparked this up? That's different. How come this happened all of a sudden?
Well, like in France, you know, when the police take their helmets off, the French people, they applauded that because it's almost like saying, thank you for taking your helmets off. You know, you're kind of showing us a bit of respect. But then again, it can be taken a few ways, really.
They didn't, on the day as a whole, they didn't show anybody any respect. Innocent people who weren't part of the process just wanted to pass through, and it was like, no, you can't. And they're saying, why not? And then it gets a bit, not heated, but it's like, hang on a minute, blah, blah, blah. And they're going, no. And they're going, what's all this about?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, the police do, it doesn't matter what elements they're wearing, they'll still show the disrespect, you know, towards people who are peacefully campaigning. I do believe that if the police never turn up, it'd be more peaceful, because the police, in my opinion, just there to serve as problem.
But these people who want to get through this line of police who are stopping people from going through, they're going into like no man's land and nothing's happening. What's the point in stopping them? The point is to keep people in.
Yeah, and that's controversial tactic. What's the point? But they weren't doing anything wrong.
Because behind that line, there's nothing going on. So why not let them go through? They just want to get on and go away.
It's an incitement.
That line and cause trouble, but they're stopping them from going away.
Yeah, it's an incitement tactic from the police. It's obvious. Anybody who can't see the incitement that the police cause by stopping people, it's just, I mean, when you notice the police aren't there, it's all peaceful. But as soon as the police turn up and they start telling people what to do, that's when the problems start. It's the police inciting all the time.
But if going back to what Bumblebee said about the helmet thing, and I were right there, and it were weird. If I was a copper in that position, right, that close to protesters, having to beforehand moving in and closing them in, next thing, take your helmet off. I wouldn't, personally. I wouldn't. I'm in danger at that point. The most danger I've been in throughout the day, because I've been ordered to step forward and move these people back. If it was earlier on in the day where we were further back and letting people get on and letting them stand in the road and sit down in the road like I saw, even have a barbecue, one of those throwaway things in the middle of the road and people getting chairs up, and they've got to that point where they moved all them, trying to enclose them in further, tighter, shorter. Why would at that point, the most critical point, would they take their helmets off? Because I wouldn't.
Dino, thank you for letting me.
At that point than before.
Dino, thank you for letting me rejoin. Okay, my iPad passed. Sure. But all I want to say is, this was not people kicking off in front of the police. They were like about 2 meters away at the time. All right, there was no deemed risk, and that's why their senior said that they all take off their helmets for like 20 minutes. And somebody did kick off, and the helmets went back on. Fair play to them. Now, there's no way that somebody doing their duty should be put at risk, okay? I have been, right, and you know why, okay? And there's no reason why somebody should be put at risk, either through the public or through their health. If they're going to collapse because of overheating, they just need replacing. That's all I'm trying to say, or need cooling down. And that's my main part. And whether to take a helmet off is the right thing or not, but they're in a lot of heavy uniform, those black uniforms are quite heavy.
The
Then you've got
job.
undergarments. Sorry?
That's their job. That is their
Yeah,
job.
that's their
In
job.
rain, sun
And
or
yes,
shine. In
they
winter,
signed up.
That's
Yes,
right.
and
Hang on
people
a
that
minute.
signed up
in
to that
winter,
job,
wear more clothing. In
people
winter,
that signed up,
it's colder. So
people
you
that
put
signed
extra
up,
clothing on, which restricts them from doing their job. You've got to put up with whatever the season, whatever the situation, whatever the weather, whatever.
so
If
tell me
it,
something. Out of those 15 men on that front line, or maybe 20 men across that Downing Street, and I think they were the opposite side of Parliament Square to where you and Tyrant was based. I don't know where you were based, but I know where Tyrant was based, okay? And I knew you were around that area at one stage early on, okay? If 10 of them dropped through sheer heat, then where is their defence? Where is their line? They've lost their line.
no.
A person cannot stand through sheer extremes. And you must have seen that in the army. Or
Well,
I
don't
don't.
do the job then.
Sorry?
Don't do the job because there's
Exactly.
enough people.
But we've already talked that they're employing people that aren't fit.
There is enough people to do that job, and I've seen many people do it and many people not do it, and they've been dropped out. But there's always
Correct.
the numbers to carry on doing it.
Correct.
But
And
that
if they
line-
just change the line,
behind that line, there was another line, and behind that other line was another line, and then I saw officers come in lines coming on shift as well.
right, we didn't see that part, the officers coming in on lines on shifts.
Because you
We
weren't
only
there.
saw the front three lines, okay? And if any of those front three lines dropped, then you've got a weakness within the police barrier. End of. You've got a weakness. Whether 1 or whether 10 goes down, there's a
Well, they're not
weakness.
perfect, are they?
No,
So-
no human being is perfect.
In everything, B. Okay?
Sorry?
I feel there's a weakness in every occupation.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay? Including the great police, these professionals. The Met Police are tyrants, full stop.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And some are not fit for purpose.
They have a line behind a line behind a line, and beyond that line, a mile away, they've got another line.
But did we see that on the screen? I didn't see that. That's what I'm trying to say to you. I'm only going by what I've seen on a screen.
Correct, and I'm
grateful that you're exposing it.
So I was there when I was actually there. So,
But I'm also pointing out that a human being cannot stand extreme heat in extreme uniform without
agree.
maybe collapsing.
I agree.
Thank
And
you.
Maybe some police in uniform, when it comes to winter, when it's very cold, we would have to wear extra clothing, maybe, so they're a lot heavier. Would have to deal with the situation in winter, and they're very cold, and maybe some people can't take the cold, and they have to stand down because bad circulation or whatever. They are still people. They're not
Dino,
robots.
I'd be interested in to know.
If you was a police person and you were that far from a protester who you've moved on and restricted them, and you get the closest you've been, why would you take your helmet off?
But I'm not talking to that situation. I've never talked to that situation. I've talked to when they're like several meters apart, when the crowd is calm, when, like you say, there's like 3 lines of police I could see, but you say there's more. Okay. Now, if there's 3 lines of police, okay, or maybe 10, why don't they just take the first line out sideways? Okay, let the second line progress. Take the first line out, give them refreshments, get them back on their feet, get them fit for duty, and then put them back in further down.
Right. Well, to begin with, they're already fit for duty. And if you're fit for your daily work, which let's say it's a 9 to 5, you're expected to work that shift. Okay? If you're not up to that shift, don't bother. Okay?
But how many can pass that fitness test right now? Not many.
Well, they wouldn't be in there, would they? If they couldn't pass anything, they wouldn't be in there.
They are being employed rapidly.
Well, there you go. That's another point, isn't it? They will employ anyone. then.
That's what I'm saying, and they're employing people that can't necessarily pass that bleep test that proves fitness.
If you can't do the job, come wind, rain, or shine, you know, you've got to put up with the elements, the situations, the people, and all that. If not, get out. If you can't set your helmet on in a dangerous situation, if you can't stand having that on, which is your job to do so, part of your uniform, you're told to wear it, and things like that, and you're a metre away from protesters who you pushed on, which means you've agitated them in a sense, and you're making them more frustrated and claustrophobic, you could get well reacted at there.
I agree, but we were talking about different distances, and that we were talking about a crowd that we hadn't agitated at the time. Early on, this is very early on.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to stop.
No, it's all right.
Thank you, Dino. All right, I've put my point across as somebody who sees it on a screen. You put your point across as somebody who sees it with their own eyes. I wish I could see it with my own eyes. It's not possible. If somebody wants to take me to a protest, I'll fucking go. All right, I'm that determined. Yeah, you know, you know, I'm that determined that I'm prepared to go. All right. So if anyone wants to take me to a protest, get in touch with Dino, and he can email me. All right. And I'm prepared to go and see it for my own true eyes. But I'm just saying what I see on a screen, and I've not just seen it on Indie screen. I've not just seen it on Tyrant screen. I've not just seen it on Resistance GB or your screen, Dinos. I've looked at many screens, and I'm just saying that if the police at the front line aren't fit because of the heat, and they need 10-minute, 20-minute recess, then pull them out, give them 10 minutes, put them back in at the 10th line behind, and then they all move forward and they all get a 20-minute break. That's how things used to work.
My opinion on it, though,
it was extreme heat. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, same for the protesters as well.
My opinion in this is, yes, I can see where Dino's coming from. Did look very strange. I don't understand why they're applauding, why all of a sudden they took the helmet off and everything.
I don't agree with the applauding, but yeah.
But also, I'd like to add, I have noticed one thing that's going on at these protests, and that you have got plain-clothed officers in the crowds, and by what I've seen is that if the crowd get too close to where the officers are, you get some people get in between the officers and the public who had the right to be there in the first place, and they're sort of shielding the police and making sure that people don't overstep the boundary of getting too close to them. I've seen a lot of that going on. So maybe those people who are applauding everything could have been, well, the rest followed with the applause, but the people, the plainclothes ones had got the separation already. They start doing the applauding, and then the rest of them follow. But that's my opinion. That's how I see it, is that they've got people there to keep the public back, because they look like the public with the public, and they go, no, we're peaceful. And that's when things ease up for a little while. That gives them a chance to take off their little helmets, walk away, have the new lot come in, and then it all starts all over again.
Yeah, if you could have seen the pissed off look on their faces when they took their helmets off.
Yeah, exactly.
Could you try and capture that next time, Gino?
I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it because I'm in danger, but I've got to do it. I've been told to do it. There you go. Applause. What's all
the doesn't make sense.
When they
Gino, could you catch that part next time, because I didn't see it.
I'm just saying what happened, and previous to that, I was there for hours, and it was very, very weird. It just when the MSM turned up. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, mainstream media, and I bet mainstream media was there when certain people were arrested as well.
Yeah.
But that's
I'm
my
not debating what you say. That people in the army, yes, all right, and I respect you, okay, for being in the services, all right. I'm just saying that sometimes a human being can only take so much heat, and those uniforms are very hot.
Yeah, same in the army. I've known guys in the army who've gone to Iraq. Okay, very hot country. They do not take their helmets off or any equipment off whatsoever.
See,
Okay, I hate to bring this up, but look at all the Salisbury training. You know the Salisbury plane training?
Yeah.
Where the cadet site collapsed. All right, and some did sadly pass, okay?
Yeah.
All right, and my respect. We are all human beings, and I'm just saying that we all have limits, and I'm just saying it would have been better if they had changed out a line of like police every so often.
This is the problem that I find with you, Bumblebee. Though it's your opinion. Yeah, stick with your opinion. But my head can't get around where you're coming from, because the people that I saw in the crowds were elderly, young, and very young people of all different shapes and sizes and everything, of different backgrounds and what have you, which were there to have a right to have a protest and everything. The police are the ones who are agitating it. They're the ones who are bullying people.
I totally agree, Ron.
They're the ones who are bullying people and what have you. And just sort of, I cannot, I honestly myself, I cannot feel sorry for them. If one passed out, that'd be one less to worry about.
Master Ron, when I started in the chat, I talked about duty of care, not just to the public, but also to the police. And Dino pointed out that there was no toilets available and things like that. There was no water stations.
Yeah, but that's not for anybody. Nobody could go to the toilet. That's
exactly
the point. They corralled people.
Oh, definitely.
Right? So at least they could technically, let's get this technically, they could actually go for a piss or have a drink easy enough, because then they changed the cycle. But the people who are trapped inside, they're the ones who ain't able to go to the toilet. They're the ones who are actually running out of water more
I
likely.
100% agree with you, but Dino was on about them taking their helmets off for overheating, as I understood it.
No, not if you're in a volatile area, you keep yourself tooled up.
Yeah, you protect yourself and your colleagues.
So taking off the helmet, how has that made you any more safer than keeping it on? You're dehydrating. Yes, you need to take that helmet off. But hang on a minute. I've just wound up a whole load of people on purpose. And no, Dino's right. Why would you take your helmet off? But the point is, though, is that you're emphasizing too much on their side of didn't have water, couldn't go to the toilet, blah, blah, blah. But the people who are there, who are corralled into a certain area and weren't allowed to go where they
were badly organised, as in there should have been water for everyone, including the services, whether medicals, whether police.
Have water. They did have water. They had an endless supply of water.
I said, that what I saw on the screen, I literally saw a screen where only 12 bottles of water were given out in about 6 hours. That's all I'm saying. Like to and I don't know what was given out to like Joe Public. Now I know Gav said that a bottle of water was given out for his baby. And
you get the big crates of water with about 20 odd bottles in it that were constantly going into the police.
Well, that's fantastic, Dino.
Constant all the time. The protests.
I kept seeing them getting water. I did. I kept on, and I wasn't there, and I was seeing them getting water.
It was everywhere. We're like, what's all this water going on? But yet the protesters, every drink they had in the round, okay, they brought their own stuff, the food, the barbecues and the drinks and that. But then after a time, it was like, they're going off to the shops trying to get a beer and Tesco and that, because nothing were provided for them. But police were well provided for. well provided for. They have a job to do. They're not going to like, right, guys, you go out there, you got fuck all. From time to time, we'll give you some water. It wasn't like
Dino, I'm just saying, all I saw in 6 hours stream was like 12 bottles of water given out.
No, it wasn't.
I'm just saying what I saw on the screen, okay?
I'm just saying what I saw when I was there.
Could I ask a favour? Please, next time when you stream, that you show other things like that. You know, I know that your phone overheated, and I appreciate that because I had batteries overheat at my own home that day. So I appreciate how hot it was there, okay? But if we could see some of that as well.
Okay.
All right, and that's what I'm trying to say, that we don't see everything on a screen. You see different things to what maybe GB Resistance saw, to maybe what Subject Access saw, to maybe, do you know what I mean?
It was the same situation. So if GB was over there and I was over there, it's still the same thing what's going on. I'm not going to go into film.
I'm not asking you to go out your way. I'm not asking you to go out your way, but I'm just saying that if you just see it and it's like whilst you're filming it, that it's, you know, that we're made aware of it.
Well, I was watching.
About it, but I'm not there to film people, police providing each other with resources. I'm there to film people.
I'm just on about Cara Duty. I didn't see Cara Duty at the end of the day.
There was loads of it. You didn't see it. You weren't there, Dee. I saw it. I
wish I was there. Okay.
There was a lot of care for duty for the officers.
Tons of it. They were well
I'm on about public.
Yeah. The public had nothing. The public didn't even have the police force to worry about.
Nothing. And if we'd have gone round the back street to have a piss and they pulled us, we get nicked.
Just like autism, just like
toilets and stuff. And people had to go to shops and pay £3 for a frigging bottle of Coke.
I know, it's wrong.
Bringing in all the time, crates of water all the time. They were provided for, we weren't. And that's
where duty of care is so wrong, and the risk assessment is so wrong.
They have a duty of care to provide for us. The police and the public, and the public and the police. Let's not forget that.
Yes.
The police and the public what?
The police are the public, and the public are the police. And do you know who said that? The founder of the Met Police, Robert Peel.
I was going to say Peel.
Yes.
You can't argue with the founder of the police, can you?
No.
When he says the
then
public
are the risk assessments being done properly? And the risk assessments being done properly for the public attending. If they haven't got a toilet, if they haven't got like hydration. Maslow's theory is like basic.
You're trying to stick up for the police.
Sorry?
I get the impression you are trying to stick up for the police.
No, I'm not, all right? And I tell you now that if a police officer turns up at my door...
I agree.
What, that I'm for the police? Listen, I've worked in the emergency services.
Please, you asked me a question.
We are talking about that protest in Parliament Square, right?
The one at the start of the week.
Yeah, one situation, apart from all the others, this one, right? And you're saying you did see a duty occur and the police were, they were so suffering.
But I was also on about the public earlier. I'm just saying that the police took off the helmet. One guy was on the verge of collapsing.
What kind of a police force wouldn't have enough provisions? Come on. We didn't have any provisions. We had to cater for ourselves. The police, I saw when I was there, were constantly bringing water bottles in.
But we didn't see that on the screens. I'm not asking you to focus on that.
But I did. I did see all that. I saw them getting the water. I saw them getting the supplies. I saw them doing around about a 20-minute, and then they'd change virtually every 20 minutes, maybe every 30 minutes.
Okay, well I didn't. Master One, I didn't see that.
Yeah, but see, I was flitting from 3 streamers. You know what I mean? And that's what I mean.
I went between two streamers. Okay.
I was watching the part where Dino's talking about with the clapping and what have you. I was going from about 3 different streamers. Who else was I? Spectrum.
I couldn't find Spectrum that day. Believe it or not.
Wills and everything.
I was watching Millsy.
They were all different parts.
Different parts of Parliament area, yes.
Exactly.
And that's what I'm saying.
Thing going on.
So the officers, I'm doing this politely, so the officers were getting their supplies, they were getting rotated and everything, you know, all day long, literally. Whereas the people who had the right to really be there and the right to have their voices heard, right? They were the ones who wasn't able to get fluids. They weren't the ones who were able to get some energy, an energy bar of some kind. They weren't the ones who were able to go to the toilet.
But Master One, I did ask about, like at the start, the provision of duty of care, especially to that old man, for even tissues for him bleeding.
Exactly. This is what I mean. Is that they?
I was trying to get on to the public, but then somebody brought up helmets, and you know, I appreciate like wearing like, you know, a helmet of any sort, motorcycle helmet or like, you know, like a protective helmet. I'm just saying that what I saw was what I saw. Right? And maybe I'm in the wrong, and maybe everybody on your feed, Dino, hates me. Fine. I'm just saying what I saw.
Personally, no, it's not like that.
No.
Right? You got a job to do.
And I'm not pro police, all right? I'm pro freedom. 100%.
You were talking about the weather, and it was so hot, and they had to take their helmets off. No, I wouldn't. They were ordered in a critical point.
I'm not saying when they were critical, though.
How come they all did it at the same time? It was so staged. It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unreal.
As Master One just said, that he was following.
That is very weird. That is.
Yeah.
All at the same time, as in order in your earpiece. Bang.
But as Master One said, he was following 3 different streams and saw 3 different views of things.
Yeah, and I was seeing what Dino was seeing and everything. They were supplied. You don't have to worry about them. Heavily supplied all the time.
But I was looking at the public and I saw no first aid, no water like areas, no toilets. Like Dino pointed out the no toilets, but I hadn't seen no toilets. And I know London, and I knew that when that police officer said to somebody up by the Tesco on the bridge, like by the side of Parliament, said, well, yeah, you can't get through to get water. You have to walk up to North London. I knew that it wasn't a 5-minute walk.
You know, there was parents there with young children who couldn't get away or water and everything. You know, this is the problem where people are seeing it in chat and everything when they say something, and I don't think they're having a go at you particularly. It's what you're saying is what they're going, hang on a minute, I don't agree with that and everything, because it's right. It's the public first, not the police first. It's always the public first.
True, it's a public first.
You've got a public servant, right? Our servants, why are they themselves, the police themselves, not providing us? Forget accounts and things like that. Why are they not providing? Why are they not protecting us?
Yep.
Why are they not?
It's wrong.
If we provide this for them, if we provide the toilets, the water, and things like that, they'll be more peaceful, even though we already are. But if we can provide all those things, maybe we'll have less of a job on our hands. No, they don't provide them things. So they do have more of a job on their hands.
But it's like Ian has put in the chat. All organised protesters should look after their supporters. So if a risk assessment is done about this protest, There should be things in place. There always was, like 30 years ago.
Years ago, yeah. But
Yeah,
not
I'm
now.
sorry, but it was 30 years ago.
Since the latest developments, it's all changed, hasn't
There's
it?
no
And it
duty of
won't
care
go
to the
away.
public
Yeah.
or to anyone, and it's fucking wrong.
Yeah,
And
it's
I've
wrong.
just seen a lot of hate on your chat. So thank you, everyone. All right. You know, at least I've had the balls to come on, unlike some of you.
You're entitled to your opinion, B. You know you're going to get flagged and things like that. We do. You know?
And I've lived a different life to other people. Okay.
Yeah.
I've not worked for the police service. As I said, I worked in emergency care. All right. Whether it was a fireman that had jumped out a 2-story floor flat, whether it was a policeman, whether it was a colleague, whether it was a member of the public, whether it was a child.
Yeah, B,
I
but
care
you've not
about
met-
everyone.
Well, fair dues, but to be fair, okay, you've mentioned the police, duty of care and things like that. You never saw them supplied with provisions.
I mentioned duty of care at the start and first aid.
But you never mentioned, to be fair, you never mentioned what the guys who were there to protest about. You never mentioned their provisions. It was like,
I did mention that when I asked you, and you said there was no toilets.
They were going through all this heat, and they had to take their helmets off and things like that. Why did people applaud them? Why would you applaud someone who's took their helmet off?
I'm not saying that's right. I never said about the applauding was right.
Very weird to me. Very weird, because these guys were very close, and before they took their helmets off, they was inching us by inch, closing us in back into that grass area of the Parliament Square, and then they took their helmets off. At that point, I'd have kept it on, no doubt about it. Before that, they kept them on all the way through during all that heat and that sweat and that nuisance. But when they come to the most critical point, they took them off and people started clapping. Do you not find that weird?
I do, but also I find it very, very distorted that the police can actually block like toilets, water.
I'll be honest with you, Dino. You are correct. Why was I applauding and everything? Because I put it this way, I'd have seen that as an opportunity. Take your helmet off. Yep, that's my opportunity right now. No, I agree with you, Dino. Nothing's going to change my mind. I was like, why the hell are you applauding these people? What is going on? There's your opportunity. They've taken their helmets off.
Before that point, there was hours and hours and hours of protests and confrontations and arguments, and people rightfully so using the freedom of speech, telling the coppers, hang on a minute, you guys, what do you think you're doing? What about your children, our future, things like that? And the coppers are going, because they can't do anything. They're not allowed to when people are expressing that opinion and things like that legally. So they have to stand there and take it, okay? Some of them couldn't take it and they moved in illegally, kicking shit out of people.
Yes.
But why at that point, right, at that time of day when it was like for them to take their orders, when they're told to move in, inch them back, keep them coming back, let's enclose them further, let's make them more claustrophobic. Why would they take their helmets off at that point, and then all of a sudden, people around you...
We're talking at different points of the day. Anyway, thank you.
Why didn't they do that when they were like, when it was earlier on in the day and it were more peaceful, and in fact it was peaceful at that point, but when it were more sparse and things like that, why, when it was more enclosed, more dangerous, did they take their helmets off? Why not before? When it was like kind of easy going. And it was the same temperature, same kind of heat. Why not take it off then? And if they did, okay, they wouldn't have got a round of applause. They only got that round of applause when they came closing in and they enclosed us on that square. Very, very weird.
I wasn't talking about the square. I've said on the road to Downing Street numerous times, and this was like before 12 o'clock. Anyway, thank you. And I'm sorry that I'm hatred on your channel. And, you know, at least I've had the bollocks to come on and like other people that want to type away. Thank you. Bye.
No, I personally wouldn't worry about it, girl. You know, you got your opinion and everything. You know, I've got a difference of opinion to it and everything. But like I said right at the beginning, I'm a true believer of freedom of speech, freedom of choice, freedom of opinion.
Yeah,
I'm not agree, but it doesn't matter.
Honestly, what you've said tonight, and you've watched it on screen, as you've said, if you'd have been there, you wouldn't have said what you said tonight. I think she might have gone, guys, I am going to end it. It's,
Okay,
it's almost 10 to 6.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It's been, it's been great, honestly. I will end it. I'll give it 5 minutes.
Yeah, I was on the Joe Long stream as well the other night.
Yeah, 12 hours. He's a git.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
a rat.
I finally got to bed around about 9, and then I believe it was still going on for another 2 hours. So that was a bit.
You did 12 hours plus. The thing is, he's so modest. He's a nice guy. He didn't even realise. It's like, what have I?
Yeah, he had SG Media Press on there. Really nice guy.
Yeah.
Really nice guy, easy to chat to, and we talked about a load of stuff. But Joe was off a lot, trying to chat up some females at the time. Yes, hello, SG Media Press.
Superb. I know, like, normally I go through the chat, but when it gets like this, it's like to keep up with things. So just before I go, if I can just look, Maria Moon, thank you, a new name to me. Ian, thanks for being a member, mate. You get nothing for that, you know that. Leah, massive. Michael Vine, up yours, brilliant. Been in there from minute 1, and we've been on we started at 8, so that's 4, 9, nearly 10 hours, fair dues.
Yeah, you should have been. You should have still been on Joe's stream as well. He ordered his wash machine like what SG Media Press just did. Joe off doing his laundry. So yeah, we watched him doing his washing.
No.
Seriously?
I can watch that. Adrian Smith, good friend of mine, great mod. He knows me, and thanks, Eddie. Cheers, mate. Ian Hill and the Ramblings. In fact, everyone who's joined who I've ignored for the last hour or so, because B's been very intriguing. Bannerman's still there, and he's been on very intriguing as always, and it's just been massive again tonight. Trolls haven't even existed tonight. And I'm going to end it, guys. I'm going to end it. Mansby, massive. Who else? Give me a minute, guys. Thank you. SG Media, massive. Please come on next week, mate. You've been on before, and you're a great person. Come on next week. Express your opinions.
All I can say, thanks for having us on there, Dino. It's been a pleasure, mate. A total pleasure.
Superb, mate. Come on next week.
I will do. I will do.
Nice one.
Okay, well, I'll let you go. And Bannerman, I really enjoyed the audit when you got a high vis.
Oh, yeah. I might go high vis spotting soon.
That was a good one. And they were so polite.
Yeah, it's nice to get different kinds of interactions because variety also it's another thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's like you see the bad audits time and time again. It's nice to see a light-hearted, where no dramas. Everybody wasn't trying. Oh no, yeah, it just went sweetly, didn't it? Straight through the gate up to the office. Yeah, of course you can, mate. It's really nice.
I was surprised, and then after I've been Ivy spotting, I might go police car spotting. I've wandered up to other kinds of things spotting. You never know yet.
Well, I'll say good night to you. It's been a pleasure talking to you as well. And catch you another time.
Yeah, catch you next time then.
Very much, mate. Honestly, massive. Thank you so much.
Yeah, speak to you all later. You take care of yourselves.
Thank you, mate. Next
Good
Friday.
morning.
Bye, mate.
See you later.
Yeah,
Thanks,
what I was going to do this afternoon was go and do some filming. I think I'll probably do some sleeping this afternoon. I'm not normally up at this time of morning.
I am. But I definitely need some sleep. I've got nothing planned. In fact, yes, I have. Sorry. Tomorrow afternoon, 1 p.m, I'm on Steph's Live. I've been invited, and it's like it's like I've got to have a pen and paper, but it's for charity apparently. So
is that tomorrow afternoon or this afternoon?
This afternoon.
So you better get some sleep in quick then.
Yeah. I know.
I'm still going to set my alarm clock for about 11, so I hope to try and get out. Anyway, it's been nice to be on, and it's nice to even see controversial points of views as well, and it's good to talk about them without falling out, really. It's good, that.
Absolutely, mate. Thank you. Yeah.
Right. Well, you have a good sleep, and good morning.
Good morning, sir. Thank you.
It would be good night.
I know. Not for me.
A good night to everybody in the chat who's still there as well.
Thanks, mate. I'll see you again.
Catch you later. You know. Yep.
Cheers, mate. Thank you so much.
No worries.
And guys, the link is there for Bannerman's channel somewhere in the chat. Great guy, great reporter. I've met him in real life. He really is sound. A great contributor to the truth, if you like. So I'm going to say good night, good morning, from where I am. And thanks for everyone who's been in the chat. Some people have been in there from minute one, which is massively appreciated. I just want to, just before I go, Master Ron, massive thank you so much. T Blackmore, thank you. You've contributed, and I appreciate that. And you did take some flack, but you're on a live stream, and on mine, it's it gets controversial and things like that. But thank you, T. We appreciate your pain. I do, you know that. Let's keep talking, okay? James Patrick, up yours. Everyone else, thank you so much. SG Media, and I know there's that many, I can't mention you all. But just one final name I want to mention. Why have you done this, Plod? Why? Just give me 2 minutes, guys.
Morning, gorgeous.
Good timing, man. Good timing.
You've got to change the name of your show, okay? Not Friday nights, okay? It's got to be Friday night / Saturday morning.
I started at 8, so till midnight. That's only 4 hours.
I know. Dino, you know that this don't do your complexion much good, don't you? Well, I'm very, very surprised. Because what's Plod done now? Plod ain't done nothing now.
I was saying goodbye to everyone. Next thing, you're there backstage.
No. As you know, mate. Okay, this is only going to be very, very brief. Guys, as Dino knows, I've got lots of stuff going on over the course of the weekend. Okay, but guys, what I will say is, I know that there are people, and I know Dino just said it, that have been in the chat, that have been supporting him all through the night, okay, from yesterday evening, okay, and that says a lot for yourself, Dino, okay, it says an awful lot about you, okay, so I know you're thanking everyone, and I know I've only just jumped back on, but thank you for doing all that for everyone.
Yeah, well, thank you for supporting me in every way. You know what I mean by that.
Yep, no, I do.
Thank you, mate.
As I said, I did say it was only going to be brief. I don't want you getting emotional on me now, Dino. Okay. Okay. So for everyone in the chat, I'll say have a good day. Okay. And Dino, okay, I will chat to you at some point later on this afternoon, hopefully. But I doubt, as I said, I just don't know how that's going to go yet. All right. I will hopefully speak to you soon. All right. Take it easy.
You too, mate. Thanks so much. Cheers, Plod. To Plod or not to Plod, guys, please sub. I'm sure most of you have. He interrupted me while I was saying goodbye. I'll tell him off later on. So yeah, too many names. I'd like to mention you all, but just thanks to everyone. Massive respect, and I did get to the point where I thanked a few people, but there's one person in particular who I want you to take notice of and remember, and that's Leah M. All right. Massive to me is Leah. All right. So just big respect and much love to Leah, guys, and I would really love you to put that love in the chat for Leah. There's 38 people left in, so if we can just fill that chat with love hearts for Leah M, please. She's massive to me, and I've been on for 10 hours, and she's been there from minute one and kept this chat flowing and kept me going and things like that and others. So do me a favour, guys, just flood that chat with love hearts for Leah. Just do me that one favour before we end it. I'd appreciate that. I'm just going to sit back and wait. I'm not going till I see it flooded with love hearts for Leah. Where are they? Yeah, okay, here they come. Here they come. Leah M, guys. Looks that to me. Every like people know I get a lot of shit and things like that, and I like my Fridays to be flowing and respectful and helpful, and it's kind of working this last month, and a massive part of that is down to Leah, so please keep it coming for a bit. Right. Okay. So, listen, next Friday, same again. Great stuff. Next Friday, I'll be in London again. Live at Indie Studios. So until then, okay, thanks so much. Massive respect and much, you've been great, like always. So I'll see you during the week. All right? See you later, guys.